Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are in the world. And welcome to TopstepTV. This is the opening call. I'm Coach Jay, and I got some of my great friends here, John the Goat Hoagland, and my guy, Vinny Lamborghini, Vinny Two Ticks, Coach Vince in the house. Good to see you guys. Good morning. How we feeling this morning? Hoag, I'll start with you.
Good. Feeling good. Happy Thursday, everybody. Always a pleasure to see you, Jay. I haven't seen my good friend, Coach Vince, in a while. Vince, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great, Hoag. It is Thursday, so Thirsty Thursday. So I hoping for a good day today so we can celebrate later on. How are you guys feeling today?
Feeling good. Woke up, got to the gym this morning, played 2 hours of basketball
Wow.
this morning, starting at 5:30.
Wow.
So yeah, I'm feeling good.
You're
Feeling
a beast,
good.
man.
Started the day with some wins. So I'm feeling good this morning. But we got a
Nice.
poll up in the chat right now. We do take that gold opening range trade every morning. Gold opens up at 7:20 a.m. Central Time. We got a poll in the chat. Which opening range are we taking? Is it the 1, is it the 3, or is it the 5-minute opening range, or a no trade? Just for your voting, quick look at the economic calendar, because today we do have some 7:30 numbers out. If that does influence your vote at all, we got initial jobless claims coming out. Forecast is 230,000. Previous was 235,000. We also have the U.S. GDP quarter over quarter estimate. Again, forecast is 3.1%. Previous is 3%. So get your votes in there. Hoag, we said it before we even got on. Of course, the 5-minute is winning, but
Yeah.
we'll see if those 7:30 numbers change anything at all here. But two numbers coming out at 7:30. We'll keep you up to date on those. We also got a core PCE prices prelim, which is a lighter number. Later on in the day, we do have a White House press briefing at 12 p.m. Central Time. We got a 4-week auction as well, Kansas City Fed manufacturing number. And that is about it. President signing some executive orders later in the day. So we may have a microphone in front of him, so we never know what's going to come out of that. And of course, unplanned headlines are always around the corner. We could hear something about tariffs that could get these markets moving, but we'll see what today brings. Hoag, any earnings we got to worry about today?
Well, yeah,
the big ones yesterday.
Yeah, there were some retail earnings that came out this morning, and all of them except one beat expectations on earnings per share and revenues. Dollar General, Williams Sonoma, Dick's Sporting Goods, Burlington, Best Buy, and Build-A-Bear. I threw that one in there just for fun.
Build-A-Bear.
Build-A-Bear's doing well, beating expectations on earnings per share and revenues. The only one that came out as expected pretty much was Bath and Body Works, and we do have Dell coming out after the close today, and that's what we've got as far as earnings are concerned. We're pretty much near the end of the earnings season, and probably the front end of the next earnings season, as Jay points out. It's pretty much never ends. There we are. We got about 1 minute here before the opening range trade begins in gold. Looks like it's the 5-minute. Now, a little bit of information. Since we've been doing the 5-minute opening range trade, the performance has suffered. We are down $1,450 this month. I believe that is the first losing month for the opening range trade since March, April. Well, that's when we started it. So this would be the first losing month, unless we make up that $450 in the next day or two.
Interesting.
No time like the present, Hoag. No time like the present. Let's get a good one on today. We do have gold open right now. Last trade in gold, 34.66 half. We'll get into those charts in just a second, but gold is open for business. Let's see what this 1-minute opening range is looking like, but we will be taking a 5-minute 20 tick, about a 20 tick opening range so far. And that's why we kind of like taking that 1-minute, Hoag. The more time we give it, the more risk we're taking on this trade. And, that might be skewing our numbers a little bit. But before we get into that 5-minute, Hoag, you were talking about earnings season. We had the Super Bowl of earnings yesterday. NVIDIA, if we could bring up that, we got some news on NVIDIA. NVIDIA's stock dropped on Thursday morning as Wall Street digested second quarter earnings that beat on the top and bottom lines, though its data center revenue came in just shy of analyst expectations. The chipmaker reported Q2 data center revenue topped out at $41.1 billion. That's with a B. Analysts were expecting $41.3 billion, according to data from Bloomberg. Segment revenue was $26.2 billion in the prior year period. The numbers didn't include sales of its lower-powered H20 chips into China. NVIDIA also noted that approximately 50% of its data center revenue came from large cloud service providers. Shares in the AI leader moved 1.8% lower in pre-market trading, having fallen from over 3% in the wake of its report after the bell on Wednesday. We did have that NVIDIA watch party yesterday. It was an $11 expected move. We saw it spike up initially and then sell off. I got to take a look. What is NVIDIA trading at right now? What is NVIDIA stock at? Pre-market currently trading $179.36. I think there was some questions about that H20 chip. We saw some comments yesterday, Hoag, coming out about that after the earnings were reported. And that 15%, right, that's supposed to be going to the U.S. government. NVIDIA was saying that that might open them up to litigation, and really haven't seen many sales of that chip. So interesting stuff for NVIDIA there.
Well, I think everybody prefers the barbecued chips, barbecue flavored.
I would agree, Hoag. I would agree.
Well, they taste better.
They definitely do. Definitely do. All right, so we got about another 3 minutes here before we do take that gold opening range trade. The 1 minute,
no break,
no break yet. It's a pretty wide opening range. It's about 2 points right now. 2-point opening range. So no break. Will the 1 minute be the 5 minute range? And at this point, the vote is doesn't change anything. If you guys had a preference, which way are you looking for this gold trade to break, if at all?
Man. Well, we've got overnight inventory to the long side. We've broken out. We're opening with a gap. We opened above weekly kickoff high. We were talking all week about that there's more legs to the upside. I don't dislike either of them, but I think the market is probably targeting the close of the previous session gap, which would close out at 34.7730. Either way, I'm good with it. We know the risk. We'll take it. Oh, there we go. Now we got a break above.
There we go. 1 minute triggered a long. 1 and 3 minute just triggered a long there. Again, we may see these markets wait a little bit as well with these 7:30 numbers coming out. We got a comment in the chat from Andrea. You say the 5 minute opening range break is getting your stats on this trade down, but shouldn't the stop loss be in the same place no matter the entry time frame? And a loss will be a loss on all time frames. That's not technically the case. Sometimes, the way we've been managing this trade is whatever the risk is, we may be taking off some at a 2-to-1. We may hit that 2-to-1 quicker on a 1 minute opening range if it's a smaller range. So is the stop going to generally be around the same area? It might be, but your entry is always going to be in a different spot if it's a smaller 1 minute range than it is a 5 minute.
Right.
And that might be skewing the stats just a little bit. But I think we may have had to take the stats for all of them to actually see. 1 minute, 3 minute, both triggered longs. The 5 minute opening range is getting ready to close right now. Hoag, I got a high in the minis of 67.30.
Yes.
And a low of 65 evens. And that 5 minute range is closed now. And opening range trade, looking for a break to either side. If it breaks below the low, we'll be short. If it breaks above the high, we'll be a long. Chat voted for that 5 minute opening range. And as Captain Kurt said in the chat, numbers coming out in 5 minutes, so we'll pay attention to those. 1 and 3 minute, both triggered a long. Looks like the 5 is getting ready to trigger a short here, Hoag.
Okay, we're short.
We are short. House account is short. How many did you take there, Hoag?
5 micros.
House short 5 micros. What price did you get?
We are short at 34.6480.
House short 34.6480. 5 micro gold. Stop is going to be somewhere up above that opening range high. And sometimes we see this trade be the extreme of the day. Let's fingers crossed for this one. But if it doesn't work out, we have our risk managed. We got about 4 minutes until these numbers. We think we can do charts before that, or do we want to run the news on tariffs? Let's run the news on tariffs if we can.
Okay.
We'll get that out of the way. After the numbers, we'll get to the charts. I think there's a video here. Hopefully I didn't get that wrong.
Right now we've got the CYA for this trade up at 34.68 even.
Where's it, Hoag? 34.68.
34.68. It's $160 of risk on this trade. Not bad.
Okay, not too bad.
No.
Not too bad.
Bounced right off the 20 session moving average on the 5-minute chart here there, Jay.
Mm-hmm.
Should I take it off?
Yeah, it did, Hoag. Do we want to take it off? Let's see. Right, we don't want to lenny it. We skew the results. We'll do charts, and then we'll go to the news after the break, after the number. So let's see. Coach Vince, you think we can get through these gold charts in 3 minutes before this number comes out?
Why don't we wait till afterwards?
Let's wait for it.
We get a little bit of a look at it. We'll watch and see what happens here on the 7:30 numbers with this trade. Of course, we've always got
jobless claims,
and GDP.
GDP.
Oh, and GDP. Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's the second estimate of the second quarter. It's not the final, but it is an estimate and likely to move the market.
Gotcha.
Dome's a little short.
I know Dakota had a pretty nice long trade in gold last night. I wonder if he held on to that one in slow markets. He was taking along right as we were getting off, somewhere in the 34.43-ish area. And that was a pretty nice trade. We got some long overnight inventory here.
Nice.
I think what we're looking for with this trade is that overnight inventory to be reconciled. But this is a pretty strong move here. I'm curious to see where we're at on the daily chart when we get to these charts, because gold has rejected up here a ton in this area. And a minute and 30 seconds for these numbers. Just make sure if you have a position on, it's a position that you want to have on. If not, make sure you hit that flatten all button a couple times. Just make sure you have no resting orders out there. No resting orders.
Cancel all.
Cancel all. You ever have that happen to you, Coach Vince?
Oh my God, yes. One time I'm sitting there, I placed orders, I probably forgot, and all of a sudden I see order filled. I'm like, what?
Who did that?
I'm scanning through all the charts.
Who did that?
Nobody's ever done that, right?
Yeah, nope. And those positions usually, at least in my experience, do not work out in my favor.
Usually not.
So not a lot of happy accidents there. Looking at the tilt right now, 51%, so pretty much flat here in gold. 51% long, 72% long tilt in crude oil, 57% in the NASDAQ, and 57% short in the NASDAQ, 52% short in the S&P. Again, house count is short 5 micro gold, 34.6480. And we got numbers coming out in 30 seconds here. Initial jobless claims expected.
Right.
230,000. Again, make sure you flatten all if you do not want that position. Hoag, we're holding this one. I think you're on mute, Hoag.
Yeah, I'm going to get rid of that 20 session moving average on there. It seems to be supporting price, so I took it off the chart, so it doesn't see it anymore.
Put that line there. Get that out of there.
Get that out of there. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Hey.
Come on, let's hold
spike down here.
Now we got an invisible gap above it, a visible tail above us. So hopefully that'll
very
hold
thin,
us,
very thin.
The downside.
Domes are real thin.
Let's see if we got these numbers here.
Domes are real thin.
Yes, they are. We know jobs data has been the talk recently after that
there we go.
discrepancy in data, those revisions that we had.
Nice.
Gold pushing down here just a little bit. I'm refreshing financial juice, a little delayed here. No numbers yet. Seeing the equities pull back just a little bit here as well. If whoever got the numbers first, you guys want to yell them out, but I'm not seeing them yet.
All right.
Okay, here we go. U.S. initial jobless claims actual came in at 229,000 Forecast was 230,000. So initial jobless claims actual came in at 229. Forecast was 230. Prior was 235. U.S. GDP quarter over quarter estimate actual came in at 3.3%. Forecast was 3.1%. We got some prelim core PCE numbers as well. Came in pretty much in line with expectations. 2.5%. Forecast was 2.5. PCE prices prelim actual came in at 2%. Forecast was there was no forecast. Interesting. Prior was 2.1%.
Nice. Let's close this gap.
Here we go. Gold selling off here. 34.59. Again, house is short. 34.64.85 micros. How are we managing this one, Hoag? We get to a 2-to-1 here yet, or
Well, we're pretty close to 2-to-1 right now, but I've actually got a buy order for 2 lots down near VWAP.
Got you. Down near that VWAP. I have VWAP at 34.53.30.
Yeah, I'm looking at the 5-minute here on the micros.
Okay.
34.52.30, but I'm a little bit shy of that. 34.53 even.
Nice.
Seeing the equities pop off of that. NASDAQ trading 23,625 right now. Tilt here now 69% short in gold, 61% long in the NASDAQ, and 62% long in the S&P. House is short right now. 60. What was that price again? 34.64.
Yeah, 64.80.
64.80.
Yep.
Last trade in gold, 34.62. Seeing a little bit of a bounce here off these 60s. Dolby says, nice trade. I'd agree. Looking pretty good. Let's see if we can sustain this move to the downside. Coach Vince, Hoag, why don't we get into these gold charts? We can manage this position. Hoag, you got it up on your screen. Why don't we get into the charts? What are you guys seeing? Where are we potentially going with this gold trade? Let us know.
All right. So as always, folks, this is all about context, good risk management, and patience. No suggesting the purchase or sale of anything. This is not financial advice. But when we look at the daily, we are very range bound, but we are at risk of changing that market state. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. We've taken out the weekly kickoff high, which is 34.53 even. It was resistant yesterday. Market targeted it yesterday. Went above it last night and found support there. So that is a new level of support and hopefully a useful and important one for all of us. So we added 5,500 in open interest yesterday. That is the 4th increase in open interest in the same number of days. Volume maybe a little bit weak yesterday, but the volume doesn't really scare me when the market is rallying. It's the open interest that I really focus on. And again, we've had four straight increases in open interest after coming off this low. Now we've rotated to the high, and we are at risk of breaking out and seeing some continuation to the upside. Vince, is there anything that you want to point out here on the daily before we move on to the 30-minute chart?
Yeah, so you have that downward trend line, and we are up against like a gap. So we'll see that in a shorter time frame chart. But this downward trend line, I've had it on here for a while, so I think you moved yours a little bit higher up. I think I'm coming across a different high because it's been on there for a while. And we're kind of like above that one, but we're below the other one. So I think we're in the middle, kind of going to be a little bit of a choppy area. But we are getting close to breakout levels, but we are consolidating still on the longer time frame here. So yes, we'll see when we get to the shorter time frame charts to see, exactly where we are in the day time frame.
Right. This is kind of for me, it's kind of a 2-step break, right? If we hold above weekly kickoff high and bring buyers, the next would be this trend line, and then possibly some continuation to the upside. But you are right, Vince. We are in a previous session gap here. Now we'll see this here. Hey, hang on. All right. So we'll see this here. All right. So, starting with overnight inventory, obviously overnight inventory is to the long side. All right. So overnight inventory is long. We've got that going for us. Now we've moved down to the 20-session moving average on the 30-minute chart and found buyers down there, maybe just a little bit. We'll see how this plays out again. But so when we look at last night, all right, here's the targeting of the weekly kickoff high, 34.53. Settlement right here, 34.48.60. Targeted weekly kickoff high. Broke out above it last night, about 3:30 in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, 3:30, whatever it is, and then found support there. Looked below it, rejected, found support, seeing continuation to the upside now. So we are opening with a gap, and we're opening with a gap above a late spike to the upside. The late spike base, 34.40.70. The late spike is when the market, puts in a new high or a new low late in the session. Some news about Nvidia just popped up here. Wang tells me, this is Nvidia's CEO. Wang tells me, this is a Fox reporter, I guess, speaking. He's in talks with the Trump administration about selling his Better Blackwell AI chip to China, and he's willing to give the U.S. government a cut of those sales. Plus, he wants U.S. tech to be like the U.S. dollar, the global standard. Okay, alrighty then.
Oh, alrighty.
So
it's interesting every day.
Yup. So the base of that late spike and opening above that is indicating that the market is attempting to accept higher pricing. I think that the pullback we're seeing right now is pretty much almost 100% overnight inventory adjustment. I'm actually looking for a place to buy this thing. Vince, what are your thoughts?
So we are up against that gap, Hoag. The gap runs all the way up to like 33.74-ish, somewhere up in there. So we are using that as excess at the moment, right? It's like an invisible tail sitting between 34.74 to say 34.65. So we're below it. We're short at actually 34.64.80. I love the short side on this right now. I would like to see us close the gap to 34.50.90. But I like where your exit is on the two at the VWAP. So 53.80s, I think, is a good spot to lighten up and see if we get this continuation. But I think once we close this gap, if we don't break below and get into yesterday's value, I like the long side as well. I want to see how we hold up against the VWAP and against that 51 level in gold.
All right.
If we can't hold it, though, I'll probably be looking for a nice liquidation. But
sure,
that 51 area is going to be key for me today. Okay.
And that puts us like right between weekly kickoff high and the settlement price. And if we start getting into value, I mean, that's going to come into play with the late spike to the upside. Again, the base of that late spike is 34.40.70. And if we do get play with that, that's going to be a very interesting level for all of us, I think.
Yeah.
Let me see what else here. Yesterday was
You know what else is interesting?
What's that, Jay?
Sorry, yeah. So I'm having a point of control sitting out here, naked point of control, just around where that VWAP is right now. So that's going to be interesting to see if we target that to this little downside push here.
Yeah, that's a naked point of control, and it's largely one of the reasons why the weekly kickoff high was put there. So, yeah, that naked point of control, 34.52.80, weekly kickoff high, 34.53. If we can get there, great.
Juicy. That'd be a nice breakfast.
Yeah, I'm thinking about we're at 2-to-1 reward over risk on this. I'm going to take this. We are now long. We are now just short 3. I just covered 2 at, let's just call it 34.59.
Nice.
So
50 ticks.
$93 in the box, and we're still short 3. We're just going to let these.
There we go.
Let these play out now. Let me adjust my stop.
Nice trade we got.
CYA.
34.68.
Nice trade we got here. Now we're short 2, Hoag? Short 3.
Short 3.
Short 3. All right. Before we get into this S&P chart, we had some jobs data that just came out. Initial jobless claims, again, came in at 229,000. Forecast was 230, so a little bit better than expected. But for job seekers, where does opportunity lie right now? As the labor market grinds slower, the number of sectors adding jobs is narrowing. One economist says that some trends track better for women than for men. Karen Kafa is in Washington with what job hunters need to know. What do we got, Karen?
Last week, when Federal Reserve Chief Jerome Powell hinted at an interest rate cut on the horizon, he noted that the U.S. labor market may be on shaky ground. And it has been a tough time for job seekers, especially younger workers, because economists say there's really only a few areas of the U.S. economy that are adding jobs right now. As the job market slows across multiple sectors, economists note one in particular continues to grow.
Healthcare is an industry where, as the American population gets older, we should expect the demand for healthcare services to increase, and that's why we're seeing jobs growth continue very steadily in that sector.
Government jobs data for July shows healthcare and social assistance accounted for the entirety of the month's overall gains. And Laura Ulrich of the Indeed Hiring Lab says her analysis points to women in the driver's seat in those areas.
Healthcare and social assistance subsector made up almost all the job growth and from the July payroll employment report. And I thought that's got to be a high percentage of female employees. And indeed, it's almost 80% female.
Meanwhile, areas that were hot just a few years ago, like tech and finance, are peeling back. Economists have described the current state of the jobs market as no hire, no fire. Not a lot of layoffs, but employers not confident enough to hire either.
Uncertainty really is the theme for 2025. It's been a big driver for why the economy has slowed down over the course of the year, and it is probably the blocker that is going to prevent hiring from picking up through the rest of the year unless some of that uncertainty gets resolved.
Frustrated job seekers should note it's all cyclical.
Job market stagnancy and slow job market growth is going to be temporary. I think the question is, how long does that temporary state exist?
And for recent college grads who have had a tough time breaking into the market, it is not entirely their fault. Daniel Zhao, chief economist at career site Glassdoor, says that more senior workers aren't really seeing any positions that are worth jumping to right now, so they're staying in their seats, making it more difficult for those new college grads to break in. In Washington, I'm Karen Kafa.
Thank you. Healthcare and social services, most of the demand for jobs right now. Shout out to all of our healthcare workers. A ton of my family is in healthcare. Sister's a nurse. My parents have been working in healthcare for a very long time. So we need more healthcare workers for sure.
Yes, we do. I get my son's girlfriend just became a doctor of physical therapy. My daughter is working on her master's in public health and business administration.
Nice.
I've got a niece that's a nurse. My mom was a nurse. I found it very interesting that 80% of those new jobs in healthcare are being taken by women.
Yep. Yeah. Shout out to
Awesome.
the healthcare workers.
Yeah, we definitely need more. That's for sure.
Yeah, we do. All right, let's get into these equity charts. Take a look at the S&P. Last trade 65.02. We are pretty close to all-time highs here, guys. Hoag, Coach Vince, are we hitting them today? Tell us what's going on.
Get out the air horns.
Pew, pew, pew. All right.
On the daily, we've been kind of trapped in that Friday big range, right? We traded back down to 50% of it. Thank you very much, Coach Jay. And we really took a good stab at all-time highs yesterday. We've survived NVIDIA earnings. It's like it's just continuing to try and sneak up on those all-time highs, as Jay has been pointing out to us and during the opening call. Yesterday's volume was relatively slow considering what came out after the close. We lost about 8,500 in open interest yesterday. We're going to see maybe some direction and where we lost those contracts. And I think it was more of a short covering event yesterday than new buying coming in. And I think that is what this market needs right now is new buying coming in. Have we evened out inventory enough so that there's enough money out there for a new all-time high? We've got weekly kickoff high, 66.35. All eyes are right now on that all-time high, 65.0875, which did occur here on the 15th of August in the extended trading hour session. We don't look for those to last very long. Vince, what are your thoughts on this daily chart?
Well, we have the overnight high sitting at 65.0675. I would imagine that the U.S. is going to want to put in the high. That being said, we have a exactness yesterday sitting up there at 65.0250. So we have a poor high. I think we're going to test that, take it out, and gun for it. But you never know, right? ACH, we did lose open interest yesterday, but we kind of ended the daily bar pretty much neutral. A little bit down on the day, but it was pretty neutral. So the market is, I think it's in indecision mode. It's hard to buy highs, right? But who's to say we won't just go up there, run the stops above the high of the all-time highs, and and then we get that little pullback. So, but who knows, right? These markets are very resilient, and we just keep grinding to the upside. Pretty amazing if you think about it. With all this stuff going on in the world, and we're putting in all-time highs, these markets are amazing.
Well, the stocks are not the economy, right?
That's right. That's right.
It is hard to buy it up here, but anybody who's read Best Loser Wins, it's that idea, like you know what? Sometimes you gotta pay up to sell higher. Pay up to sell higher.
Is MP going to buy a 50 lot at the high tick?
Let's do it. Let's do it. Why not? You only live once. No, we're not going to do that. Just kidding. I do not suggest anybody does that. So, no. Vince, you mentioned a weak high currently on the daily chart. We have a weak high from yesterday as well. We just took a look at it here prior to the open. But as far as overnight inventory is concerned, what are we looking at? We're looking at the market opening at 5 o'clock Central Time last night down there. We're getting maybe a little bit long in overnight inventory, but we're not going to be opening with a gap, at least if we were to open now. Plenty of time for us to do that. If we were to open with a gap, that would put us at or above all-time highs. What traders are looking at, they have a tendency to bring price to. We got overnight high just a tick above the yesterday's high after that Nvidia print. Overnight inventory, we're in range, we're in value. I'm going to try and stay patient today, but there's a pretty decent opportunity possibly earlier in the session. What do you think about that, Coach Vince?
Yeah, so this week high, this week structure, and it's actually a poor high sitting up there at that 65.0250. That's really, really interesting to me as a visual nuance to take out right today. It's exact from August 13th. And we have one tick above the high in M period, which is the last 30-minute bar of the day. We're sitting above value. So on the volume profile, we're inside of value, I think. But on TPOs, we are actually a little bit above value. So I think at some point we're going to gun for this. But I would love to see this market pull back to the spike base from August 26th and maybe look for longs down there. If we get an opportunity down around 64.77, I might want to look for longs, but we do have the overnight low sitting at 64.71. So that's a little concerning to me too, right? So I think maybe we could sweep that and come back in and look for longs. But this is tough because I think we're going to want to take out this high and maybe try to gun for the all-time high here. It's tough, but I would like to see a nice pullback to take a long.
I would certainly relish that opportunity and that late spike to the upside that happened on what was that Tuesday. It was supportive yesterday. The market opened at it and drove higher. We looked below it after the Nvidia print. We came back inside. We looked below it last night and during the extended trading hour session, and we rejected it. This 100 session moving average here also looks kind of tasty. But what do we think about the open interest loss yesterday? Well, we kind of left the late spike and we rallied and we put up a P-shaped profile. So this was less about new buying coming in and more about shorts getting squeezed out. Getting squeezed out. So we didn't bring in new buying. What we need for continuation is for new buying to come into the market. Are we going to see that today? Nobody knows. Overnight inventory, again, a little bit to the long side. We open in range and in value. that's probably going to have me be a little bit more patient. But if we were to open with a gap, or open above value or reject value, then I can see us continuing to push to the upside. One thing that we did do is we are now out of the Friday rally from Powell's speech. We've tested to halfway back. Thank you again very much, Coach Jay. And we're at the highs now. We're going to bust out of this and continue. We're going to bust back into this. We're basically in 1, 2, 3, 4-day range. So I'm playing range to breakout rules here. If we break out above these highs, then I'll look for participation, momentum, tempo to see if we continue this move to the upside. But if we fail, then I think we could rotate back to these lows over here. What do you think of that, Vince?
Yeah, I mean, there's a big tail to be eaten at some point, right? Pac-Man's going to come to life at some point. But I can see, we have 64.50s down in that range. I would probably try to test longs to see if that little bit of excess will hold. It's not a tremendous amount of excess down there, but we do have a couple of areas of value that would signal that we are below value at that point if we get this rotation down there to that 64.50s. But we do have a big tail that we can gobble up all the way from 64.45s all the way down to about 64.12. So 64.12 would be another interesting area for, but there's a huge tail from the Powell day, right? I mean, that is some serious excess, single prints.
Yes, it is.
And if we start to get into those and eating them up, I mean, it could really take this market down. But, for me, I think there's going to be people looking and trying to gun for this high, in my opinion. But you never know, right? Sometimes these overnight highs can stick, and we try to press it. Everybody's trying to gun for it, and then they get caught. And maybe that's kind of like what happened with the squeeze yesterday. People are starting to short it because we're getting close to the highs, and then they just keep on pressing them up, right? So what we're going to see, it's going to be interesting. But I do like 76 level. I like 50s, and I like around the 64, 12, or 10 level for longs. We have a negative point of control, though, still sitting out there at 63.91. So if we get a lot of steam to the downside and we start to get a big sell-off and we start taking the elevator down, I mean, I can see us potentially getting all the way down to 63.91 half. That's a big move.
You're scaring me.
That's a big move. Yeah, but we do have this weak high, so I think that visual nuance is going to get tested. But who knows, Hope? ACH.
All right. Well, thanks, Vince.
Yep.
All right.
Awesome stuff. We got this gold trade, Hoag, 34.55 last trade in gold. This one is looking pretty good here. 57% short. We did see that get up to 70%, but short is getting paid right now. 78% long tilt in crude oil. We've been seeing some pretty heavy long tilts in crude, into this open. We got crude opening up in a couple of minutes here. We're going to poll the chat again. Chat, I got to give you some credit today. Sometimes we hate on that 5-minute opening range trade, but today it paid off. The 1 and the 3 minute both triggered longs in gold, but the 5-minute triggered a short. So chat, cheers to you. We got another poll in the chat. We're going to get that up in just a minute here. Are we taking the 1, the 3, or the 5-minute opening range trade in crude oil, or a no trade, right? We'll throw that no trade option out there as well for you. Hoag, any more management on this gold trade you think we should be doing here, or are we just letting this one work for now?
Well, right now it's just working. I did put a buy order just above VWAP on the 30-minute chart. The buy order is at 34.5320. 280 is where I'm seeing overnight VWAP here. So we're going to buy one for the break if we get there.
Awesome stuff. Good stuff there. We got that poll up in the chat there. Are we taking the 1, 3, 5-minute or no trade in crude oil? And Karan in the chat says more data. You know why? Personally, I think why the 5-minute worked in this case was because of that number, right? That 730 number. Could I be overfitting data? Maybe a little bit, but I think that's what helped us out there. But before we get into this crude oil opening range trade, you guys want to run through those charts real quick?
Sure.
What are we seeing in crude?
Crude.
Besides range and balance. Let's see if you guys can do this without saying range or balance.
Oh my God.
Probably going to be difficult for us.
On the 10-second chart, we are in a trend.
Yeah, you're right. You know, we go to the right time frame, and it could be a huge rally.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are still in the same area we've been in for a while now. Is that good? Not saying that word.
Oh my gosh! Look at this.
So. Yeah.
Look at this market.
Yeah. So, you know, we kind of squeeze this in just about every day. I mean, we haven't really moved all that much in the last couple of years. That doesn't mean that there's not opportunities. It is in an area, right? So we're also in a short-term area here. You know, I'm kind of looking at 64.80 as the top of that area, $63 as the bottom of that area, and here we are smack dab in the middle of it. So we added 22,000 in open interest yesterday off those lows. A lot of that came in not the front month, not the next month, but in the December and January months. Some new longs coming in the kind of deferred months, but still, you know, overall adding 22,000 in open interest is a pretty good jump in open interest, especially when we're not in rollover. So we did bring in some new longs. We know below $63, those new longs are going to be taking heat, but right now they're getting paid. Vince, what do you think of the daily here?
We are sitting right at, well, we're a little bit above the 200-day moving average. So I have on the 200 and I have the 50-day, and we're in a pinch between the two moving averages. We're right in between. We're below the 50, above the 200. It looks like spaghetti. We're in a range. The only thing here, is we have a pennant formation, so we're consolidating, right? So if you draw a line off of the June 23rd high and you draw a line from the April 8th low and you bring it up, we're consolidating, right? And we're getting ready to do something. We're building energy. I think it's just a matter of time where we start to find some sort of direction. But we are sitting right there. I mean, we're right at the moving average. Crude's probably going to be off limits for me until we break out of this structure here and try to find a new direction. But I think they're just sitting and waiting. When we get to the 30-minute chart, there's some things that I want to talk about. But my opinion, I'm thinking this market is eventually going to be pushing bearish. But we'll see. We're going to go over some of the other charts in a minute, and we'll talk about.
Well, Vince, we're on the 30 now. What are you looking at? What are you looking at on the 30? You said you had a couple things to point out.
Yeah, so in the crude oil market, we've left some unfinished business down below. So we have a week low sitting at 61.65, and we have another week low from another session at 61.29. Markets don't tend to leave those weak structures, right? And we go to test it at some point. Now, it doesn't always have to stay there, right? Obviously, we put in the week low and we rallied a couple bucks off of that. But I think eventually, you know, there might be clues left out there for us to give us an idea of, hey, maybe this market is going to become bearish at some point, and we're going to take out those lows. And Trump said that we're going to be under $60 a barrel in crude. You know, he's been calling the market pretty well. So that week low is sitting right there at 61.29s. So I think eventually we're probably going to gun for those levels. Maybe not today, but I think we're going to be heading that way on the daily. Over the long term.
We got crude oil open for business here. We are taking a 5-minute opening range trade, but crude is now open.
Let me get prepared here.
What are you seeing on that 30, Hoag?
So just in, you know, the central location in the area that it's been in, right? Weekly kickoff high, 64.80, $63. And we're back in the middle of that area. Overnight inventory, maybe a little bit long. Yeah. All right. Here's where we're at. It's back to settlement. Looking like we are going to be opening above value. We did have a late spike at the end of the day yesterday. The base of that late spike, 64.02. We're going to be opening. We just opened right on it.
Yep.
So this might be an interesting level. If we give up that late spike to the downside, we could roll this thing over into the low of value from yesterday. Let's call that 63.60, 63.58. But if we rally off of this, this could be an opportunity for us to maybe rotate all the way back up to the high of the current area that we've been in. That's what I'm using instead of that R word. And we have to see. We're going to take this opening range trade. Let me get onto the chart here. MCL. And we'll get to the 5 minute.
1 minute just triggered a short.
Yeah. So in crude oil, right? So like you said, we had the base of the late spike sitting at 64.02. So if we can hang above that 64.02 level, I do like a rally up there to test up to 64.95 is my target. So that's kind of where I'm looking. So I'm looking for like almost a dollar move in crude today. If we can stay above that late spike. If we reject that base of the late spike, then I can see us rotating, like you said, through value and then testing down to 62.94s and maybe even down to 62.02. So I think the downside has, some pretty good potential for the size of the potential move, right? And you know how the markets like to take the elevator down. But long side, if we hold the base of this spike, I do like the long side with the target up around, just under $65.
See, personally, I like to take the elevator up. I'll take the stairs down.
Yeah. The markets usually do the opposite, right? Everything's opposite in the markets.
That 1 minute just triggered a short, and it wouldn't have gotten stopped out, but we tagged the high there of that opening range. About a 9-tick opening range for that 1 minute. 3 minute is about the same range, a little extension here. Got a low on the 3 minute of 64.01, but of course we got 34% voting for the 5 minute. The no trade got it's got up there, 26% of the vote.
Really?
3 minute, 20% of the vote, and 21% for 1 minute. But we are taking that 5 minute trade, Hoag. Taking the 5. So far, I got a range of 64.12 at the high, 64.01 at the low in the minis. Any difference in the micros?
Yeah, the low in the micros is 64 even.
64 evens.
1 tick beyond.
The micro spread.
Yeah, my concern with crude oil right now, Hoag, can you pull up 5 minute chart?
It's on it right now.
Oh, okay. My bad. All right. Can you draw a trend line from August 19th across the lows going up? You don't got to zoom out that far. It's more shorter time frame. You zoom in on it. It would be the August 19th.
Let me manage this entry because we're getting pretty close to the 5 minutes here.
Yep.
And then we'll take a look.
All right.
Three minute just triggered a short. Let's see if we get all time frames going in the same direction. 75% long tilt in crude oil right now. Average price 63.96. Gold tilt flipped from short to long. 63% long now in gold. We're seeing gold trade 34.57. House is still short 3 micro gold. We will get to the
just
NASDAQ
triggered
chart.
Just triggered a short in the micros. We're short.
All right. House is short 5 micro crude. What price do we get there, Hoag?
63.98.
63.98. Again, coming into this, I think Hoag said this morning that the house taking this 5 minute opening range trade for the month was down about $450 or so in gold and crude oil. See if we can make up some of that deficit today. Gold did its job. What do you say, crude? What do you say? Are you guys got anything else on the crude charts, or do we want to move on to some news and then NASDAQ?
We had What was that? August 27th, you were looking for that trend line?
I'll figure like August 19th, somewhere around there. And draw it across the 21st of August lows, and then just project it out. So you have the August 20th, August 21st, and then just draw it across, from the 19th going up, those three touches. It's going to go up higher. You see the August 20th low, there's a candle there, and then the August 21st low. If you bring it up there, bring it like that. Yep, perfect.
Okay.
All right. So we had this upward trend, right? And then we broke that structure, and then we put in this high of around 64.25-ish, right? And we tested it 1, 2, and we're up against it or on the overnight. So I'm thinking this 64.20 level, if we can't break above it, that's going to be my resistance point looking for shorts, right? Until we could break that structure. Because we kind of broke that upward trend line, right? And now we're kind of rolling over a little bit. So I think that's going to be my line in the sand for resistance. So, even though we have this late spike, if we break that, then I love that rally up to that $65 level. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But that, if we can't break above that, I think we're going to have a little bit of trouble, and we're going to roll this market over.
All right.
But if we break that 25s, I like going to 65 or 64.95.
All right. So, all right. Thanks, Vince.
Yep.
I put the CYA up at 64.2410. That's going to be a new high on this session. That's pretty. I mean, that's some pretty significant. It's not significant risk, and on 5 micros, it's only $131. But I think we need to put the stop above the session high just to give this thing a chance. We've got 64.12 is
New York
high
session
of the
high
opening range. 64.18 is the overnight session high. So we're just going to put the stop up there, and we'll see what happens with this. We got to get to the NASDAQ. Do we have more news, Jay?
Yeah, before we get to the NASDAQ charts, a couple of things I want to point out here, and chat has pointed out as well. In the NASDAQ, there's a 1,000 lot offered at 23,659. So size is on the books right now. We'll be taking a look at that when we get into fast markets, but 1,000 offered at 23,659 and another 415 offered a point above that at 23,660. So keep your eyes out for the size on the books. But who here has ever bought a movie from Amazon? Those movies and TV shows that you've produced on Amazon don't actually belong to you. Now, Amazon is facing a lawsuit over the situation. A proposed class action lawsuit was filed last week in Washington federal court against Amazon, accusing the company of a bait and switch. The person who filed the lawsuit says she purchased episodes of a Nickelodeon TV series in May, buying some SpongeBob episodes for her kids, but later found her purchases were no longer available. That's due to fine print that says the buyer has agreed to Amazon's terms. The lawsuit is seeking unspecified damages, including damages for alleged intentionally malicious conduct. So unless you have a physical copy, it's not yours. Amazon with a little bait and switch there. I've definitely bought some movies on Amazon before, but definitely didn't read the fine print either. So if they want to take it back, I guess it's theirs. But
don't mess with the kids.
It's there. Yeah.
Don't mess with the kids.
Not the Nickelodeon shows.
Right?
Not the Nickelodeon shows. But what are we seeing in the NASDAQ, guys? Again, that 1,000 lot up there, 23,659, another 400 offered right at 660. And I've seen another 100 up there at 661, another 200 at 663. So size on the books right now. But what are we seeing in the charts, Coach Vince and the GOAT Hoag? What are we seeing?
Can't tell me the liquidity is not higher in the NASDAQ. Yeah, there you go.
Also, I think we just took another one off there. We tagged VWAP in gold. So nice trade we got going on. Good start to this morning, guys. Good start to this morning. What are we seeing in the NASDAQ?
Let me make sure I got things right here. All right. Hang on just a second. Yes, we just took one off at VWAP. We're short 2.
All right.
So we've replaced our stop. It is still above the high of the session. Let's get in to the NASDAQ. Let's take a look here. I want to get the dome up here as well so we can see if any liquidity is coming in while we're talking about it. And here we go. So again, we've got a 4-day range going here. The resistance seems to be the high of Friday's extended trading hour range. That's the high from when Chairman Powell spoke on Friday. We're really wrestling up there. Let me get my notes here. So 4th day in balance, right? Yeah. NASDAQ is certainly lagging behind the ES. ES is right up against all-time highs. Look at the difference there. We lost about 600 in open interest, and for the last 2 sessions, from Tuesday and Wednesday, the open interest has been pretty much inert. There has been no increase, no decrease of note. So the market is really just kind of comfortable, seems to be comfortable sitting here. We got to get the volume up here. Volume. Okay, so here's the volume. Yesterday, not bad, not great, just kind of even. But the lack of open interest and the lack of overall interest in this is a little bit confusing. If we're looking at the current area of balance, well, we got weekly kickoff high and weekly kickoff low equal distance apart. We got a lot of work to do for that. We're going to see if you see those air horns in the NASDAQ anytime soon. So Vince, what do you think? What are we looking at here on the daily?
Yeah, definitely 4 days of balance. Excuse me. But we might have this bull flag here, right? I like that line you got on there. We're above it. Even if this market comes back to this 23,460s, 23,500, there's some excess from the 2 previous days, right? So we have an excess tail on both days. So if the market would even pull back into there up against that trend line, I do like the longs there, Hoag. That's an area. You have 1, 2, right? Those 2 excess tails on the daily, downward sloping trend line. That might be a target-rich environment to maybe take an entry or something there. We don't know for sure, but if we come back and test the north side of that trend line, I can see it pushing up. Now, I think we might fall into some trouble up around the 23,800 level. We do have excess at the highs from July 31st on the daily. And then you see where we got the big candle down on, what day is this here? On the 19th. So if you look at those 2 candles, that might have put in an area of resistance up there, in my opinion. But we'll see what happens. We are range bound pretty much on the last 4 days. And yesterday we have pretty much an indecision day, right? We have an excess or selling wick at the highs, buying wick at the low. And we sell it kind of in the center of that candle, like pretty much symmetrical, right? So the market is undecided on what it wants to do. And we're stuck in this range. So I think something is going to happen. But my range right now for the for the NASDAQ is, I like short side up against 23,800s. And, if we get down to this 23,500 or 23,475 level, I think that's where I'm going to find some interest to the long side. But I'm going to remain patient, I think, with the NASDAQ.
Always remain patient. So overnight inventory, a little bit long, in the range from yesterday, up against the high. Okay, this is that Friday Chairman Powell's speech high. We've really been finding resistance up there, especially in the NASDAQ. NVIDIA is now behind us. We can start rallying again. Because it's NVIDIA. We're right, we're above value, we're in range. We in the next 15 minutes, we could actually open with a gap to the upside, which I think would be a very good thing. The profile yesterday, another P shape, short covering, not really supported by a big loss in open interest. We only lost an approximately 600 in open interest yesterday. So I think we're going to be looking at, is the market going to reject value from yesterday and value high approximately 23,631 here, volume value high here, basically settlement, which is 23,628 in the orders. If we reject there, we can break out above that high of that bar and maybe start to look for, for levels higher. I don't really have any naked points of control above here until we get to the weekly kickoff high, which is 23,942. So I think there's plenty of space for this market to look to the upside. Last week's high could be a very easy visual target, 23,881 in the orders. We got to see if we can break out of this range that we're in right now. Vince, what are your thoughts on the 30?
That 1,000 real quick, guys. That 1,000 did move down here. Trading 20. It's at 23,649s right now. So
49
came
right
down
there.
came down about 10 points. Market's sitting right below it. But what are we seeing on this 30, Coach Vince?
23,649 is where it's at.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we got the overnight high still outstanding, right? 23,662s. If we open, we still have time here to potentially open this with the gap. If we gun and take out this overnight high, if we can't rotate back into the range, did they? I can see us rallying. You know, I can see us rallying up here to 23,740s. Maybe find some resistance up at that point. So if I'm looking short side, I might attempt shorts up there. If we get there, 23,750s. We do have a naked volume point of control, Hoag, sitting at 23,775.50. I'm not sure if you saw that one. But we do have that out there. And like you said, next one's going to be all the way up there at 23, like 900 and something up there. It's way up there. 940. I think we're going to find 942. Yep, there it is. 942. That's way up there. But we do have some excess above the market that we need to deal with, where there might be some resistance up there. So like I said, the 23,750 level, maybe 23,890s, 95s is where I'm probably going to look for shorts if we get to those areas. For the downside, you know, we have value high right now sitting at 23,628-ish. If we can't break below that, I'm probably going to look for longs today. But if we start to break below that and accept, you know, we have a 23,600 target. And then next spot for longs for me would probably be down around the 23,450s. And if that gets taken out, then I think we're gonna make a big move down to around 23,280.
All right. Thank you, Vince.
Yep.
There's the context for the day, ladies and gentlemen.
Got upside, downside.
Right, we are still
Good
sitting right here in gold. Do we see an area? Do we see a level to limit risk, or do we want to manage this gold trade at all?
What are we in, 2, Hoag?
Yeah, we've got 2 on, 200 in the box.
I don't know that this trade needs to be a loser at this point. We did bounce pretty nicely off of VWAP. I think anything back above 34.63, if we still like the trade, we could always put it back on. But that would be my man. Our entry's at 64.80, you said?
64.80, yeah. Yeah, 64.80.
Yeah. So I'm going to Lenny this down to...
Yeah.
We
bounce right off the VWAP.
Yeah, I'd say 63.5. Give it a little bit of space above those wicks.
All right. 63.40 is close enough.
That works. That works.
Okay.
Rogue.
Still sitting pretty close to our entry point in the crude oil 5-minute opening range trade. Nothing really happening there. All right. Good.
Surprised. Crude is just going to sit there. All right. Hey, we just got some news here on Financial Juice. Fed Governor Lisa Cook sues Trump over his move to oust her from the Fed board. So the drama continues over there. Interesting stuff. All right. We got about 10 minutes until fast markets. Hoag, the checklist, our homework.
The checklist. Yes, I'm going to nag everybody about this every day. This is the checklist. Pre-market research. We just run through 4 markets. We looked at the market state, any possible changes, volume, open interest. I'm always looking at those. I know Vince is always looking at those. We've got our reference levels, previous highs, previous lows, value highs, value lows, points control. All of those things are things that we're looking at. Once we've done our pre-market research, we can start checking off the checklist. We got the morning routine complete. Jay already played 14 hours of basketball this morning, and he's ready for the trading day. We got pre-market research. We got plan review, making sure our connection is good. Strategy, review the journal, get the journal ready for the day. Prep your workstation. Then you can start taking trades. You don't get to play unless you do the homework. Entry prices, profit targets, stop prices, reward to risk ratios, results of the trade. You can do this with each trade if you want to. I suggest you do, because you're going to be reviewing those at the end of the day. Once the day is over, you review those trades, finish up your journaling, review anything you want to review, get plenty of rest, stay hydrated. Always remember, don't overtrade. Don't trade out of FOMO. Don't trade impulsively. Don't trade angry. Don't let the Tasmanian devil in your brain tell you what to do. There we go.
There we go.
I love that, the Tasmanian devil.
Mm-hmm.
Take a quick
Some of the traders in here don't remember what that is, but
oh yeah.
that was great.
Let's take a quick look in at the schedule for today. We got fast markets coming up in just a little bit here. I'm going to be sticking around with Jack, Hoag, Doom, and Coach Dakota for fast markets. And we got Hoag with the morning recap. Then I'm back with Cole C and Dolby time for trade with Topstep. We got Jack and Ben for shoulder tap. Yes, that is right. Shoulder tap is back. We started that back on Monday of this week. We got Hoag for some coaching, midday coaching in that lunchbox trading slot. Then Topstep X API, myself, Dolby Time, and Andy A is going to be showing us what Andy built with the Topstep API. And then to wrap up the day, we got Power Hour, Jack, Anne Marie, and Dolby Time. So a lot more tradertainment for you. Dolby said, I'm on a marathon today. I am, Dolby. I got a lot of beverages here. Got a Celsius, got some water. I'm going to go grab some fruit later, and we'll be good to go. But a lot of tradertainment here for you, some good trading. Again, anything we say here is for educational purposes only, not a suggestion to take a trade. Hoag, one thing I think we should add to that checklist is to make sure we have some air in our air horns, because the S&P looks ready to go. The S&P looks ready to go. We're about 5 points off. Let's see if we get it.
Recharge the air horns.
Recharge your air horns for sure. Gold just bounced there.
Yep. Took us out.
All
flat
right.
And gold.
We are flat. Coach Vince, anything you want to say before we go? And then Hoag, take us into fast markets.
Yeah, so traders, just remember, that consistency beats like intensity and FOMO. One great trade isn't the goal, right? Our goal is to stack up small, high probability trades. And over time, it's about the base hits that are going to keep us consistent, right? So stick to your setup, respect your stops, and let's keep our emotions in check. That's what I got.
Keep yourself in check.
Thanks, Coach Vince.
Protect your neck, Coach Vince.
Emotions in check. Emotions in check. It's a big one.
Emotions in check.
It's a big one.
Thank you, Coach Vince. Coach Jay.
Thank you, guys.
You're not going anywhere fast, buddy. You're going to be sticking around for a while here today.
I'm here.
Get used to that.
He's a marathoner. He's playing basketball at 5 o'clock in the morning for 2 hours. I respect that, man.
All right. So, folks, we're coming into fast markets pretty soon here. We got top of the chat today. Tig, Tom, new names. I love it. Rich Quaz, Cool Bash, good to see you. Anastasios, Command, Alex PA, Gabbersmack, Dan Trader, G-Bo, good to see everybody. It's Shania Twain's birthday today. It's also Leanne Rhymes' birthday. And if you know who Danny Serafini is, it's his birthday too. If you know who Danny Serafini is, put it in chat. Okay. Make sure that you are remaining humble, creative, centered, and grateful in your trading today. Make sure you pray for peace. Get that Tasmanian devil out of your brain. This is how I tend to do it. I just got to shake my head a little bit and go, You ready for the trading day? Because I know we are. We have fast markets coming up for you in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Turn those machines back on. Turn those machines back on. Turn those machines back on. Turn those machines back on.
Good morning, everybody out there. Waiting for that beautiful, beautiful horn. No! Anyway, if you had NVIDIA calls, NVIDIA puts, F them both. We're unchanged. This is Fast Markets. It's
Yeah, that's
Thursday.
right.
Jay, what's happening?
What is
right.
going on, Jack? Like you said, F them both. We're right where we started. So shout out to the options sellers. Welcome to Fast Markets. Welcome to Fast Markets. We got number 138 on the big board, Doom and Coach Dakota with us here today. Doom, I'm going to throw it to you first. How you feeling this morning? What are we looking for in the markets for today?
Take it, Doom.
Oh, Doom's on mute. We're going to
Doom's
throw it
on
to
mute.
Coach Dakota. Coach Dakota, what are we looking at this morning?
Yeah, I mean, NVIDIA, right? Jack said it best. Theta gang always wins. It's the one thing that can't be stopped, and that's time. And we went down, we went up, and we are right back to where we were. Now, NVIDIA is still down about 0.75%, 0.5%. We are getting ready to open up. Let's see how things shake out. Things change fast. Things can change fast. But overall, positive. I think this is very positive for the market. The fact that we didn't just have this big sell-off. Earnings were good. Sounds like the earnings call was good. And I wouldn't be surprised if we start pushing the highs. And this market's looking bullish. Buy the dip, possibly. But we'll see. We have 2 minutes left.
Looking bullish. Doom, we got you there. How you looking at these markets?
I'm here. I'm sorry. It's Mike
All
Button
good.
been getting everybody.
I'll pay the $5. Don't worry about it.
My casino zero expiration are not feeling well. Let's forget about that. We're back where we started. Maybe forming a double top on the 15-minute here in MNQ, maybe, but it's the bell, and I'd rather stay and look maybe a break below again under 577, or we break above 740, 713. It's kind of out there, like almost 100 points, but if we're gonna run today, that's the price I'm looking at.
740s to the upside. Jack, we had the watch party. We missed you yesterday, but S&P is pretty close to all-time highs. How are you looking at the markets coming into this morning, Jack?
Yeah, I mean, on the open, I'm looking to take out those all-time highs. It looked for a moment, I wasn't on the watch party, but for a moment there, it looked like it was all over. The earnings came in just about on the nose. But remember, they're expecting more than that. But looks like with the buybacks, some other things, we're right back where we started. So let's see the open, see how it reacts to taking out this all-time high, which I'm pretty sure it will.
Yeah, we are pretty close there. The NASDAQ does have a little bit more work to do. We're still about 2% off the all-time high in the NASDAQ, but we do have the S&P right now trading right at that 6,500 major level. Again, all-time highs is 6,508.5, about 8 points off of where we are right now. Again, guys, if you do take any trades, let us know, and I'll throw this to the chat real quick. Hashtag Fast Markets. We'll remind you again, but tag us on X or on Instagram with any of your trades that you take today, your trading setups, any funny memes, and we will get those to you later in the show. And we are open. There's that bell.
All righty.
Oh, turn it a
little self-pressure.
Little bit. Just
right
a little
back.
bit. Just a little bit. Nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy.
Nothing too crazy to start. We got the Dow selling off. That 1,000 lot keeps moving around in the NASDAQ. I'm going to be watching that all day. It is up at 23,683 right now. We saw it as low as 23,649. House account is in 2 trades right now. Still short 1 micro gold and short crude oil as well. So we'll keep you updated on those trades. The NASDAQ is just running towards this 1,000 lot here. Looks like it's been a magnet the entire time. 23,681 last trade. It's up at 683 and they left it. And that is a fill. That is a fill. We just had about 2,000 contract trade in the NASDAQ in the last 5 seconds. And pushing higher here. Doom, you were looking at the 700. Go ahead,
8
Jack.
points in the SPX away from 6,500. 7 points.
Here we
Hey,
go. Get your
blink
Six
and I missed it.
points.
Oh,
5
man.
points.
Oh,
4
Blink and I
points.
missed it.
go.
Count it
Look at
down,
it
Jack.
go.
65.0875.
We backed off now.
Is that all-time high. 65.07 last highest trade today in the S&P. Long tilt 71% in the NASDAQ, 65% in the S&P.
Nvidia's up 1.25% now.
Find a
It's
spot
going.
to buy it.
It's
I
going,
sold
man.
one. Sold one
Doing
micro,
sh-
713.5.
713.5. And
Brave boy stepped in front of the cucumba. See how it plays out. You can always hit the reverse.
Doom is short 713.5. Another more size up here in the NASDAQ. Looks like the market doesn't have a problem filling it.
I
514
say buy the
offered
dip
at
for a reason,
740.
chat. Someone says
I
I
mean,
always
right?
say buy the dip. Well, there's a reason, right?
Mhm.
We see a lot more all-time highs than we see all-time lows.
There's only one all-time low. I guess there's only one all-time high, too, if you think about it.
Guess so.
Oh.
Dow selling off here as the S&P and the NASDAQ rally. Well, really the NASDAQ rallying here. Dakota said NVIDIA's up about 2% right now, Dakota.
It was 1.25. Let's see. We could.
Okay.
I'll take a look. 1.25. It's mixed. We're pulling back off. We're now only up 0.5%. So
Okay.
let's just see how things shake out. There's a lot of volatility. A lot of volatility start this morning. Anything can happen.
Absolutely.
See if we get some opportunities. It's just the first 2 minutes already. It's already action packed.
Quick 100-point candle there in the NASDAQ to wake you up. If you aren't up already, welcome to the show, everybody. Welcome to the show. 65.08 last trade at the high in the S&P, and 3 ticks off that all-time high. Jack, you were looking at that SPX. Are we still pushing here? Or are we pulling back a little?
Really keep an eye on around 60. We still haven't broken through that contract high in the ES, but if we get to 65.15, that corresponds to 6,500, one of the bigger, fatter round numbers in the SPX.
Got you. Doom, update on that position. You're short
number.
1 micro 713. Is that correct?
Yep, 713.5. I am about break even.
All right.
NVIDIA.
Last trade in
See,
NASDAQ.
if it pushes above the 40s, I'll get up in the opposite way.
Okay.
NVIDIA's at settlement. NVIDIA's back to
Trying to,
settlement. So we were up 1.5. Now we're right back down to scratch.
I can't wait, Dakota. I have I set up a chart of the actual short straddle on the 180s. Now,
Okay.
the info I share, I can't share my live option data, but I gotta wait 15 minutes.
500 lot.
But that would
500
be a fun
lot
chart.
filled at 23,740 here in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is not having a problem taking out any of these offers right now.
No, it's not. Lots of buyers
and-
stepping in. You straddled NVIDIA at 180?
No, I just made a chart for it. I talked about taking it, I
Oh.
chickened out.
Why?
Why?
So why?
Because I didn't want to own more Nvidia if it sold off.
Hmm.
I had a decent amount.
Hey, that's all that matters. That's all that matters. Yeah, a lot of those big orders are coming in at the ask, and they are getting filled. There's another 201 up at 740s. NVIDIA's red, negative a third.
Interesting.
Very.
Video red. S&P stopped a tick below that all-time high, 658 half, 65.08 half, a highest trade on the day in the S&P. 65.0875 is that all-time high. We did see the NASDAQ take out 500 lot at those 740s. Doom, I know you were saying you maybe get long above that. Seeing a little bit of a rejection here. Doom still short 1 micro from 713. Pretty much right at your average.
Let's
Go ahead, Doom.
let's assume the option boys that got beaten up with the wildest casino yesterday, they closed and nobody really picks it up from here. And regardless of my position, if they do, well, you know, there's always another trade.
There is.
Nice
Oh,
rejection off those
volatility.
740s, Doom.
100.
Yeah,
that is.
It's going pretty well. Let's see how far is it hunting liquidity. Maybe pick a little bit more meat so it can fill the orders above, or this was it and we go back in the range?
Back down to overnight to New York session VWAP here, 692 in the NASDAQ. Last trade 696, little bounce there. 6,500, 6501.25 last trade in the S&P here. The Dow did sell off early. Rusty's trying to figure out who it is today. Maybe every day.
Nvidia down 1%. Nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy. VIX isn't really moved very much.
What is the VIX at right now, Dakota?
Well, yeah,
It's 14 quarter, down 4%.
Makes sense. It came
VIX
down
is just
after
hopelessly
earnings.
broken.
Yeah.
No, I've been reading, like, I never traded these professionally, but I've heard like the basis is quite high in the VIX right now. So you'll see these articles about like hedge funds being short, like max short VIX more than ever or something. But it's really because they're, you know, taking the juice there and then hedging it with other volatility. But yeah, very low in the VIX. Very, very low.
Interesting. Sits down at 14 right now. We do have house account trades on as well. House account is short in crude oil. I'm trying to remember what that price was, but last trade in crude here, 63.83. Hoag, if you can send me that price in Slack. Both of these opening range trades worked out pretty well. I know we are still short. Actually, we probably got tagged out there in gold, 34.61. I know we moved the CYA down to 34.63 half. So winning trade there for the gold opening range trade and a unrealized P&L in the green for crude oil right now. We got Doom short, 713s in the micro NASDAQ. Dakota, no trades, right?
No trades yet. I'm looking for a long, looking to buy this pullback possibly. I mean, we're only 8 minutes into the open. I'd like a deeper pullback, maybe a retest of like 660s, kind of where we broke out this morning at these 660s. Let's just wait and see. This might have been that pullback. We had that nice rally. Here's the pullback down to these 690s, 680s. And yeah, we might just run back up. We might run right back up.
That I'm tracking where those prices of those 1,000 lots got filled. The initial one that got filled right on that break was right in the 680 area. So that zone that order got filled was 681 up to 689. We came back, pulled back into that, and we're bouncing from there. And then again, the 500 lot that got filled in the NASDAQ, that range is 737 up to the high of the day, 742 quarter. So just watching those prices, how the market responds around there, because a ton of volume did trade there. For all of our volume profile traders, you might see those areas with a ton of volume as well. Let's bring in Hoag real quick. Hoag, we are 9 minutes into the open. Sorry, bringing you a little late here. How are we looking at this opening range?
Well, the opening range in the NASDAQ and the S&P are still the dead ass low. They're pretty sizable opening ranges, as we all saw. The buyers came in for these equities pretty quickly on the open. S&P's traded within a tick of all-time high, within a tick of it. What we were talking about in the opening call was, are we going to maybe open with a gap? If not, are we going to reject value from yesterday relatively quickly? And so far, that is what appears to have happened. We're seeing the NASDAQ kind of a little bit more buoyant here, obviously, than the S&Ps. We've left the opening range at the dead ass low. We have rejected value from yesterday. Value high, I'm looking at it right around 632-ish. Tested back down to settlement, and that's when the buyers came in for it. So a lot more buying coming in the NASDAQ is presenting as a little bit stronger, at least early in the session. The S&P back inside the opening range right now. NASDAQ still holding above it. Looking for that all-time high in the S&Ps to get taken out. I mean, it was obviously targeted so far today. I want to see it get taken out. I want to hear air horns. And as long as we hold above that value from yesterday in both the S&P and the NASDAQ, I like the longs. Value high, I'm looking at TPO value high in the S&P, 64.97 even. which is, the low of the opening range, the low of the session is 96 even. So 4 ticks. And I have value in the NASDAQ. TPO wise, I'm looking at 23,630. 629 is the low of the regular trading hour session and the low of the opening range in the NASDAQ. So as long as we can hold those lows of those opening ranges, I'm looking for longs.
Awesome stuff. We do have Doom in a short right now. Doom, any management on this trade? What's your downside target here?
Honestly, I might have missed it. It was that push down. If we hold this high, well, 627 would be
627.
627 is we're probably going to start trailing it down if it's willing. I'm keeping an eye here. I have a price of interest of 23,751. I'm looking for reaction if it goes up there to either potentially cut it or maybe add to it. So fairly early, I kind of jumped on it, but the size is good. So if I get that VIP entry from the top and I manage to work a trade around it, good. If not, waiting for the next one. See how it goes here. What about 40, 42, 12 minutes into the open?
Yep, still
chilling.
Pretty chilling. Just chilling right now. Dakota, I know you were talking about buy the dip. Any prices that could get you into a trade here? Go ahead.
I was trying to get in at these 690s, but we got down to 700 evens and we just bounced 24 points off that. Yeah. I'm looking for us to go take out this session high. Google's pushing up 1%. Nvidia is getting right back, making a run, possibly at green again. But I'm seeing green across the board. The only thing that I don't see anything holding this market back, to be honest. Not yet. Not yet. So let's see if we can make these runs to session highs. I did not get in, but sometimes you have to go and just watch this thing go without you, unfortunately.
We are seeing another 200 lot at 23,745s in the NASDAQ. What is shown so far is that it doesn't have a problem trading through some of these orders, right? Sometimes what we see is, 1,000 lot comes out, the market gets scared up there. We don't have enough buyers, but so far we've seen, about 2,000 contracts trade through that 680 to 690 price. Market really didn't stop there. 740s, we did take out about 800 contracts up there. A little bit of a pullback, but let's see if the market continues to take out this liquidity above right now. Jack, I'm seeing some news on financial juice. U.S. puts GDP data, the GDP data that came out today, on the blockchain in Trump crypto push. According to Commerce Department officials, the move will open up another avenue for publishing economic data rather than replacing it. What do you think of that, Jack?
I guess it sounds like marketing. I'm sure there are great uses for the blockchain and many things, but I don't know. I haven't had trouble finding GDP data.
Right. Yeah.
I was going to say too, we're talking about Google pumping. I think the rumors are that we're going to get the ruling in the antitrust case for Google today, and actually in some of the prediction markets right now. On Kalshi, the odds that Google would be forced to break up with Chrome dropped from 60% to 15%. Just a little while there. So maybe somebody knows something. But big news possibly for Google today.
If Google breaks up with Chrome, who owns it?
Someone would have to buy it, I guess.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
OpenAI had an unsolicited bid for it, I recall. It was OpenAI. No, it was one of the other companies.
Did you hear a number?
It was, Perplexity or something.
Okay.
Like 25 billion. Although it's questionable how much Chrome is worth without the data it's collected, which I don't think it would be selling.
Would be okay. Interesting. All right, Doom.
So we'll keep an eye on that.
Back in the profit here, 713s, looking for maybe 627s. We got. Go ahead, Doom.
Barely. It's kind of consolidating. It's not giving me that bullishness that I would like to see on a big impulse at open like that. Because getting against it with one micro, decent, but the natural trader approach should be, look for the follow up of the initial impulse. This was a big green, beautiful candle at open. And
my man
it's not giving me that. So I'm in for the win. I'm going to stick with it. I would like to see past VWAP, the 1,000-tick chart, 643-ish. And it's now or never for this thing to revert and start picking up money on the low. Or not. Yeah. Chilling.
All right. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 23,680. Dakota, talk to me. You just got into a long. What price did you get there?
Yep. Long 2 micros from 672.
672. We got these guys trading it up right now. Nice. Doom short from 713. Dakota long from 672. NASDAQ trading 23,686. S&P's 64.96. Jack, it looked like we were going to do it, man. I had the air horn ready, and we were a tick off.
It was indeed very close. Let me look back. We did, it looks like, hit all-time highs in the SPX. Let me check to make sure. I think we did there. We just went above them.
Huh.
Interesting.
We got the S&P back below settlement now. 64.96 is settlement. 64.95 last trade there. Hoag, we're getting this
pullback. Took out the low of the
opening
range in the S&Ps. It's back inside value. We need to reject here pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Russell pulling back, the Dow pulling back, the NASDAQ's trying to hold it up and says, hey, guys, NVIDIA wasn't that bad. Just wait. But everything else is selling off. Crude oil 63.86. The house is short 5 micros. Hoag sent me that price. Let me take a look at what that price was. 63.98, short 5 micros there. 63.84 last trade. And gold 34.62 last trade over there. No tilt to really talk about. 63% long in gold. They are getting paid 34.59 average price. And the Dow is just cooking to the downside right now. 45.530 last trade there. New lows on the day.
I can show the vol crush now
it,
in NVIDIA. Here you go. Here's your 15-minute candles for the straddle of the 180 NVIDIA strike that is expiring on Friday. Could have sold it for $12. Now it's trading around $5. Game theta.
Unforgiving. Yeah. Unforgiving. Also, implied volatility on earnings is something that. Whew. But hey, you know how those plays are. You're expecting either a humongous return or the whole position ending up at zero.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's just like I hate that. I hate the play of like buying options for earnings because you are giving up so much. You know, they're not dummies that are selling them to you.
Oh yeah, not even one bit. And literally, it's some edge, but also luck. But with that said, it's something that was scaring me, or I was a little bit more skittish about moving to futures when I started trading. I started with options. It was futures is unlimited risk. You know, you have a stop and everything, but like just seeing it pulling up the order, unlimited risk. With options, like the worst case scenario, your whole position gets smoked. There's no chance for you to owe money to your broker. But much more difficult. You literally,
if you're buying like them, if you're buying them, yeah.
Right, yeah. If you're selling, if you're a market maker, if you're hedging against your personal portfolio, or you're swinging futures, or you're swinging something, great tool to limit risk on volatile days with news expectancies and stuff. And if you're a position trader and such, but yeah, hey, we going pretty good down here.
Looking pretty good. 23.6.
Yeah,
58 last trade in NASDAQ here is 649. Looks like the S&P, the Russell leading us lower, the Dow leading us lower. NASDAQ trying to hold it up, but
not doing so well. Not doing so well. We're off the highs on everything.
Speaking of
NASDAQ,
that, go ahead, Dakota.
Pushing. No, I was gonna say Nvidia is going down 1 1/3, 1 1/4%. So now we are starting to sell off.
We got the target. I'm gonna trail my stop at break even. And just gonna let it ride. If it whips back up and shoots through it, I'm fine. I'm not letting this trade turn red.
Back below settlement now in NASDAQ. We are selling. Dakota out there.
Out. Yep.
All right.
Almost
First
100
trade
points
of
here,
the
gentlemen.
day.
Almost 100 points. You see,
Hey, Doom.
this is the type of trade that, especially on the show, I'm not comfortable attacking with size because you're just risking too much, and it's not one of those sustainable setups that you jump in front of the train as it going 100 miles an hour. But
Right.
1 micro, it would have just leave a small dent on the port. But at the same time, if it goes, it goes, and it gives that nice, big, large move, and you're good. You starting the day right.
You got your 100 points to the downside, Doom. I want to ask you though, like you said, if you're on the show, and I get it, I've traded on the show a ton. We all have. There's a little bit of you want to show risk management and things like that. But
Yeah,
Doom, if you take that trade with the mini at the high where you got in, would you be able to hold that trade in the mini? Because you would have been down about $600 on that initial entry, right? So it's
usually
tough.
I start sweating the spaghetti about $100.
Okay. Okay,
that's
a great trade,
I have that more of a kind of money management. Like I'm looking at the P&L.
Yeah.
And okay. We trailing this
70% short tilt in the NASDAQ now. 596. We are continuing to sell. I'm looking at a 580s maybe down here as a potential downside target. 593 new lows. Or the S&P.
We might run down to those lower 500s.
This could bounce here and kind of revert back to the mean. That's what I'm trailing it so close.
Gold new highs on the day.
See, I've taken this setup before, more than many times. Here we go. About 100 points, $195 on 1 micro. So it's possible to make a living on 1 micro.
Who said you can't? Right? Who said you can't make money with micros?
Hey, I think the other day, was it, or last week, Braden made like $1,000 with 4 micros. I think
Braden
I got one of those days. I made like $1,600 with like 4 micros, like a couple of months back. So size and taking that heat, micros are great. Wish was utilizing them more in the beginning.
When you let your trades play out, Doom. When you let your trades play out, micros can do put the trade on, let it do the work for you. 23,605 last trade in the NASDAQ here, seeing a little bit of a bounce off this low, but selling pressure looks heavy. Dakota, you were saying we could hit these lower 500s. What are you looking at downside here?
Yeah. I'm just looking at this market turned around, right? VIX starting to pick up. Nvidia's down almost 2% now. Everything's off its highs. So we could easily, there's more room to the downside. We could see these lower 500s. Maybe we come back down and test these 490s. Maybe we go down to overnight lows. That is a possibility. We rejected any bullish momentum. Ran up to those 740s, completely rejected. That's 140 points off those highs. So let's just see and wait and watch.
Died up there.
Yeah.
Anything
could still happen.
We had Nvidia up 1.25% on the open. Nvidia is now down 2%. And if you wonder why we keep talking about Nvidia, it's 14.5% of the weighting in the NASDAQ. So as Nvidia goes, the NASDAQ is going to go as well, and down 1.95%. We got settlement here at 23,628.75 in the NASDAQ. See how we respond here. Again, 25 minutes into the session. We got Doom taking a pretty nice short there, up 195. Dakota taking a long, getting stopped out on that one, but there is still a lot of trading day left at settlement right here in the NASDAQ. We got 300 offered right above settlement here in the NASDAQ, 629s.
This is where it becomes tricky for me and the strategy I'm using. The middle chart is the 5-minute, and that yellow line I got is the 50 SMA. Now, one of the rules, this is a little bit of edge to stay out of the markets when it's flat. You either want it to point up or down and trade in that direction with an exponential 15 either above or below. Right now, it could continue lower, snap back up. We've seen it whip up, whip down, whip up, whip down. And an hour and a half later, Dobie is nice and happy about a Dorito forming. We contracted and everybody was killed in the chop before it made the move. Chill, relax. It's 9:55. You already made money. It's a good day.
Yeah, we're only 30 minutes in, 25 minutes into this open. It feels like a day.
I got cooked on my 170 puts on Nvidia, but I knew what the risk was, and the size was appropriate. And if it was played out, my attitude would have been different about it. So
it looked like right in the minutes after the Nvidia earnings, it looked for a moment like, oh my God, you should have seen. I had the Wall Street Bets live chat open. You would have thought that an asteroid had just hit Earth. But of course, it wasn't.
I was in the chat at the watch party going, full coach Dakota. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Here we go. Nvidia's going. It's going to the downside right now. Last trade in Nvidia, $177.61. Hoag's not sweating it. Hoag's looking like, all right, this is buy some more chips, Hoag. Buy some more chips. If we get a little bit of a pullback. 20.
Like I said, I like the barbecued chips.
We did just reject settlement there in the NASDAQ 23,586 last trade here.
We're starting to
moved all the way through yesterday's value in the S&Ps, almost through value in the NASDAQ as well. When we gave up those opening range lows, that was it.
Got NASDAQ down about 0.25% here. S&P as well. Let's see what we got on this tilt. We did see a 70% short tilt at the lows in the NASDAQ. That did pair back when we retested that settlement. We're back to 66% short, 63% in the S&P. Gold with a 67% long tilt. Last trade in gold, 34.67 half. And crude oil is just sitting here. Sitting here waiting.
Yeah, we flushed through those 500s down to those 570s. Finding some buyers. Still not convinced yet. Still not convinced.
Dakota, at this point, if you're still looking to buy, are you waiting for a reversal pattern, looking for a 3-bar reversal to confirm, or?
Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for this market to settle down a little bit. I like the longs earlier on the pullback. We didn't see any continuation. We flushed, and now it's just for me, it's a waiting game. This market could still go down to lower 500s, and if it does, it's going to go down. I'm not going to short right now. If we get a pullback, maybe. It's just watch and let this market tell me where it wants to go. That's all we could do.
Stuff. I know that 490 area has been your line in the sand. You bought that area a couple of times already this week.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, those 490s have played pretty well for me.
Yep. Maybe we see that again. Oh man, what a start!
Hey, we got to 577 on NASDAQ. You see, here comes the other tricky part. I'm debating on buying this, but how do you buy it? Like, look at that. It just peaked out and fell like a rock. How do you buy this?
It's a tough buy. 160 points off the high. But sometimes the scary trade is the one we need to take. But do you want to be the first person to kind of jump in front of this when it's not even showing any signs? It could work, but manage your risk there. Because like Dakota's saying, if we continue to sell, there's another 80 points below here. Jack, any downside levels you're looking at in the S&P that might be interesting?
Looking around 64.70 to 65 would be interesting to me. Like I'm looking to buy at some point.
You know who's happy? Whoever filled those 1,000 lots up there at the start of the session.
Yes, sir.
Are they?
Oh man, yeah. 1,000 lots and what? Another 500, and there's some big sell orders getting filled.
Right. Whether they were selling to open or a hedge, it's doing its job right now.
About one MES, just one micro ES. It's because ES is still bullish, but this trade is not worth a whole mini unless we jump over 496 and a half.
What price you get there, Doom?
I got in at 64.84 even.
64.84 even. Doom long 1 micro S&P, small size for now. Looking for some added confirmation. Would you add to this trade, Doom, or are you going to stick with the 1 micro for now?
It really has to make the move up above
97.
94 is on the 50-minute chart. 94 or 97. It really has to make that move, and if it does, I might add and maybe take the initial one at the top. If we get there, we'll live. We're
trying. Buyers are definitely trying at this level. Yeah, I'm seeing it. Like Google's now pushing back up. we're starting to see some buyers come in at this level right now. Will it hold? I don't know.
Yeah, I keep seeing a 400 lot flash right above settlement 629. Nvidia is down 2.5%. Jack, I'm going to throw it over to you real quick for some news. What do we got, Jack?
Let's do it. As we mentioned, NVIDIA earnings were yesterday. Here's kind of the chart I'm looking at it right here. We have the sales growth percent by quarter for NVIDIA. You can see that it's flattening out a little bit. Now, they did beat on earnings and revenue, just barely announced a $60 billion buyback, which is only, 1.5% of their market cap. But somebody pointed out that in this time, with the growth rate lowering a little bit, they've added $2 trillion of market cap. So that's how, remember, even if you beat earnings, that does not mean your stock goes up when your expectations are through the roof. But we talked about dominoes. In the last 5 years, there are a couple companies that have outperformed NVIDIA, specifically Build-A-Bear Workshop.
Yeah, that's my stock.
Dillard's. Yes. Build-A-Bear Workshop is up 2,330% in the last 5 years. So take that, NVIDIA. Why aren't you Dillard's or Build-A-Bear Workshop? Next, I thought this was an interesting... Let's mark this as bullshit. 51% of Americans have made a purchase or investment due to financial FOMO per Empower. And I guess 49% are liars or misunderstood the question. Everybody deals
I was going to say
FOMO.
that's low.
That is low. One more thing. I think I'm going to make this a new segment called Hire This Guy. A St. Louis man was convicted of using Kohl's cash coupons to steal more than $200,000 worth of merchandise from the store. Do you know how much merchandise is $200,000 at Kohl's?
Jesus.
Here's why I want to hire him. Yeah, here's how he did it. He went into the store. He realized there was an arbitrage opportunity, right? He went to the store to use the Kohl's cash, but then realized it didn't clear their system before he could use the same card online to get double the purchase and then return all of them for more Kohl's cash. Rinse and repeat. I respect the hustle on this gentleman. If he needs a character witness.
Where do you put $200,000 of merch from Kohl's? You just sell it?
Find a place. No, you just find it.
Yeah.
Drop
You
shipping.
need like
Right.
warehouse.
Storage.
Where
Truckers.
there's a will,
We need
there's a way.
truckers.
We seeing a little bit of a bounce here. Nvidia was down 2.5%, back to down 1.87%.
I'm trailing
Doom, you are
this.
in this long in the S&P. You're trailing it, you said?
I'm out. Yeah,
Let me go.
it's not giving me what I wanted. This could potentially pull further down. I took I don't know, $17 out of this after commission. It slipped me a little bit.
Okay.
It's not really the low that I wanted to see here. Like the 5 minute is making that 3-bar reversal, but it's not that high probability condition I would like to see. And 1 minute on the NES is setting up for potentially another leg down. I don't want to short it against 882. I have as a pivot price from the previous session, and it happened to line up with the 200 ml on the 50-minute chart. It was somewhat good at the time when I got in, but it just didn't give me what I wanted. So here we go. Took it out. Small trade.
Nice
One try.
out.
Yeah. Got me a meal from 7-Eleven and a coffee.
What's your go-to 7-Eleven meal, Doom?
Oh, they got the $5 either 2 slices of breakfast pizza and a coffee, or old meat and a bottle of Coke or Pepsi product. I'm sure either one. Yeah,
Breakfast of champions.
I don't do it every day, but once in a week I have that like trucker craving. I want to start the day with something heavy and unhealthy, and it's right around the corner from my house. So it's yeah.
Ooh, take
I'm
bomb.
seeing some
Pop
volume
there.
coming in here. Seeing some
It's
volume
bouncing
coming
up
in.
to
Little pop. Jack, I saw about 1,400 in the S&P there in a second. And 600 in the NASDAQ. Maybe we're seeing some buying step in here. NASDAQ still does have some offers up here at 649. That 649 spot is where they initially offered 1,000 lot. Didn't get filled there pre-market. 400 contracts sitting there right now. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 23,635. Let's see if we go fill that liquidity. 64.88. Dakota, I know you were looking for a little reversal pattern here. You seen enough yet?
Yeah, I think we got it. I still want to be a little more patient. Like I said, down there at those 580s, 590s, I could see those buyers step in across the board. Nvidia bounce, Google was pushing the highs, and we're going now. We're starting to see those buyers, some more momentum. The question is, will it hold? Right? We're pushing right back up. We might go right back to the highs of days. Can we see that? I can see it's possible. I mean, Google's running. Google's running. Possible. Nvidia's starting to catch a bid. So maybe we had to flush out some weak-handed buyers down there below those 600s. But we'll see. We'll see. It's still a long day. We're only 37 minutes into it, and maybe we go right back up and test those 700s.
I marked this trade that I took because it faked me out. And you see, that's the things you got to kind of note to keep your strategy current, because they do it no matter what you're using. There's some sort of seasonality to it that some days or particular weeks, or it faked me out a little bit. It did fake me out. At the time, it seemed the right choice, but literally 15 seconds later, it just kept on.
I've seen some selling here in crude oil, 63.71, low since the crude oil 8 a.m. Central Time open. House is still short 5 crude, 63.67 last trade. Nice one we got going on here. Gold making new highs on the day, 34.68.90 high of the day here. We got some size in the S&P book now, 592 offered at 64.93. We got some movement. We have some movement, 168-point range in the NASDAQ for the New York session so far. Let's see if the S&P now wants to take out this liquidity.
Jay, we just took 3 off. We just took 3 off of our crude oil trade here.
Right, House still short 2 now, Hoag, and it is continuing to go. We faked him out, Hoag. Now we can keep selling. Sell it to 0.
63.60 is where we get out of 3 of them, because that's value low from yesterday. We're just going to let these others fly.
Nice trade there. Nice trade. We have $450 to make up for the month, Hoag. I know we don't trade P&L, but gold and crude oil are both doing their jobs today. Good stuff.
Yes,
NASDAQ, S&P just continuing to rally.
It's going, man. It's going.
Yes, it is.
This market. Buy the dip. This is the definition of buy the dip, I guess, huh?
Buy that dip.
Kind of right back into the center. If we consider this making 2 deviations up and 2 deviations down. Right at about a center NASDAQ and somewhat same on ES. ES is kind of behind.
A little bit.
NASDAQ is somewhat leading into the buying. I ain't got no setup yet for continuation up or down.
You know, let's think about why that might be, right? The NASDAQ still is about 2% off that all-time high, where the ES is, you know, we're talking about we were a tick off that all-time high, right? So if I'm playing the catch-up trade, I might be buying NASDAQ over S&P here because the S&P has that level that we can see it already, came to within a tick of it. Not one person in the world was interested in buying the S&P above that all-time high. We did make all-time highs in the SPX, right, Jack?
Yes, we did.
Nice. Okay. Not in the futures just yet, but there is still a lot of day left here. 23,659 last trade in the NASDAQ. 72% long tilt here. Average price 23,646. 100% positive. They are in the money.
Ooh.
Why the dip? Wow. 69% long in the gold tilt. Nice.
Nice. That gold trade from last night, Jay, worked out pretty well, man.
It's a great trade, man.
Yeah, we bought that dip in gold. Worked out amazing. If you missed it,
lemonade,
I mean,
great lemonade.
Reason why you need to tune into slow markets.
Jay, we
Great
were
trade.
talking about looking for a place to buy gold today. We took the opening range trade to the short side, but look where we got out of the third contract and where the market bounced. Weekly kickoff.
Oh man, Hoagie Barrett does it again.
That was the spot to buy it.
Hoagie Barrett does it again. 34.53 weekly kickoff off in gold, and we bounce. If you're not paying attention to the Topstep daily levels, I forgot to plug those today. They are linked to the top of the chat. Topstep daily levels. Make sure you check out that webpage, bookmark it if you will. All of our coaches, Coach Paul, Coach Vince, Coach Ray, Coach Jack with the ag levels, Coach Hoop. I don't want to forget anybody. I was contributing to those, but I stopped. These guys are better than me. Give it to them. Hoag's levels are there as well. Make sure you have those. You know, sometimes I saw somebody mention, hey, Coach Vince, I haven't seen you on TopstepTV for a little bit. Vince is going to be on more, but his levels are there for you every day. If you love Coach Vince and you want to know how he's looking at the markets, check out those Topstep daily levels. And then, of course, we have the indicator on Topstep X. Those are going to give you value area highs and lows. Those are going to give you Hoag's weekly kickoff levels. You're doing yourself a disservice. And are those levels suggestions to take trades? Of course not. We wouldn't do that. But areas that we're looking for the market to respond to. And Hoag, we responded at your weekly kickoff.
Yes, we did.
I don't know how you do it. Don't know how you do it.
Chicken bones.
Position update. Everybody flat?
I'm flat.
Yeah. I got nothing.
Yes,
here.
indeed.
I mean, you really got to be brave to try to pick up direction right from the middle. And I was taught and told too many times that only rookies trade in the middle of the probability bell curve or 2 deviations up and down and right at the mean. It's guesswork. I'm very bearish on the markets, kind of long frame, longish, maybe 2 months. But, you know, that's my personal opinion. And
bearish
one thing
in the
for
long
sure
term?
is being wrong.
Or in the midterm, you said? In the next 2 months, you're bearish the market.
Yeah. About
what market? What market, Doom?
Everything. We going down, man.
All of it. Sell it all.
Everything the next 2 months.
Particularly NASDAQ and ES. Maybe not something drastic, but I don't know. Maybe it's my subconscious trying to convince me into not buying it now and just wait for that monster dip and load up.
They're making their own employment numbers and you're bearish?
Hey, I don't know nothing about that. But Jack gave me a good swing. I know it's not a financial advice, but the man said he's going to quit his job if he makes a new half off that PPI. Man, I took a nice swing short. Good stuff.
There you go.
Good
Do you have a retirement, Doom? Do you have a retirement, Doom? Do you put money into that retirement?
Oh, I've been trading it for about 3 years now. Close, maybe 2.5. 2.5. Yeah.
Okay. And
I can disappear, man. That's the beauty of trading. You can just grab your laptop, throw it in your backpack, and you're gone.
Yeah. Do you put money into your retirement every week or every month?
No. I haven't really put money in a long time.
You haven't
You don't got to put money in if you're making money. That's what Doom said.
Exactly.
Yeah. The market's putting money into it, taking other people's money.
I'm just, hey, you got to be very selective for those. When I started, I wouldn't sleep. I would sweat over like a $300 swing, overnight swing with options. And it's a skill and thing to learn how to trade a position. And I still paper-handed a lot of great positions. That would have been way, way ahead of my life. But hey, we live, we learn. It's a process. Trading it's not a linear path. It goes up and down, side to side.
That's for sure.
Doom, you just said something. You used to sweat that trade, right? Our tip of the week, keep emotions in check. Emotional control is crucial for successful trading. It's what you were just talking about here, Doom. Don't let fear or greed drive your decisions. Take breaks if you feel overwhelmed or stressed. Doom, sitting in that recliner, how does that help with your emotions?
It really, what you sit on doesn't make the difference. You gotta experience it. And if you manage to capture those moments where you understand your personal patterns. Like right now, I caught the high, I kind of got faked out on the low, but I pretty much picked up the both ends of the range. This would probably trigger me into a next third trade, like knowing myself, and it's not going to be good, and I'll probably hold a loser for a very long time. So I'm just chilling. You know, like these little key moments where you catch yourself going on tilt. It's like a deja vu. It repeats. If you manage to like abstain yourself of participating while you're experiencing that, no matter what the emotion is, good stuff. It's very hard.
I love that.
Good.
Yeah.
Dakota, how about you? How do you
doesn't
keep your
help?
emotions in check? Yeah, go ahead, Dakota.
I know. I was asking that chair doesn't help. That chair looks like it would be amazing to sit there and trade in.
Well,
Right.
I used to get kind of, you know, when you're feeling emotions, that pain, having the trade, the uncomfortable part of it. I really got myself like, you know, moving in my chair and stuff. And after 3 or 4 hours, like your standard gaming chair was not as comfy. Oh man, I chill in this thing all day long. My wife has to come over and drag me out of my office. I just lose perception of time.
That's awesome.
Also, after you're done trading, you don't have to kind of walk out like you've been digging trenches all day long. You know, that fatigue.
Yeah. Do you ever fall asleep in it? Is the question.
Oh no. I'm not Grandpa Doom yet.
Not Grandpa Doom.
Be in the middle of the trade and just take a nap, watching the market during the summer. Yeah.
I did a daughter night. I had to pick up my dad from the airport, and I caught a very nice short during Asia. But I took a 15-minute nap in. I was like, okay, I gotta stop. This is not going anywhere. Like I took a quick 15-minute power nap.
Real quick, we did miss a number here. We had a 9 o'clock number. Pending home sales came in at negative 0.4%. Forecast was negative 0.24%. Previous was negative 0.8. Pending home sales there, month over month. U.S. pending home sales index came in at 71.7. Prior was 72 evens. Got a fear and greed index popping up here on Financial Juice as well. 66 out of 100 equals greed.
Also, to round up the numbers, I was rounding up the numbers from this morning before we came on. You guys were on for opening call, but jobless claims came in pretty much right in the number. Continuing claims, not too much of a change there. GDP came out the second estimate at 3.3. To dig into there, it's kind of like we had that negative print because of the loading of imports. A lot of this percentage, I think at least maybe half of it was the opposite, like the rebound effect, but still beat estimates.
Beat estimates for GDP. Real quick check in the economic calendar. What do we have left for the day? We got a Kansas City Fed manufacturing number at 10 a.m. Central Time. We got a 4-week bill auction at 10:30. White House press briefing at 12 p.m. 7-year auction at 12 as well. And Trump signing some executive orders at 2:30 Central Time. Make sure you use that economic calendar in the Trader Hub on Topstep X to stay up on all of the economic events happening throughout the day. We'll try to remind you as well. Any trades you guys looking at right now? Everybody is flat. I see a rejection at New York VWAP 659 in the NASDAQ. S&P is rejected up at that VWAP as well. Doom, you were saying it looked a little heavier. That New York session VWAP up at 64.93 right now. Nice rejection off of there. Kind of just consolidating a little bit.
It pretty much locked in my levels, like some almost to the tick on the body closes.
Okay.
But on the bright side, we have a range to look forward for a breakout out of.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Yes, we get some
breaking out ranges.
Man,
if we
it's
go to
both
my
of my
chart,
prices in about 30 minutes. The 740 and the 577.
All right. Speaking of breaking out of ranges, I've showed this channel before. This is the SPX going back. You can see this is off like the COVID lows. We've been this nice channel. You'll see I circled a couple things here and why I think we might be ready to break out. I've said this, but not in a while. But every time I have had a child, it has been the harbinger of a major market sell-off. This blue right here was when I had my son. This blue here was the twins. Let it be known, as we hit this a third time, I am not having any more kids. So guess what?
All right.
Runway's clear. You're welcome.
We're clear to go.
To the moon.
Jack's like, I need to have a kid. I need a dip to buy. Let me have a kid real quick. I need a tip to buy.
you have some puts.
Diapers cost money. Diapers cost money. That's good, Jack. Good stuff. We are clear for takeoff. 23,662 last trade here in the NASDAQ. We got a tilt pretty much flattened out here. 53% short in the S&P, 53% long in the NASDAQ, 64% long tilt in gold. Gold pulling back just a little bit off the high of the day, 34.69. That 69 number showing up a lot today. Dakota, I think they knew you were going to be on air. We got New York session up in gold at 34.64. A little bit of a pullback here. But gold looking pretty strong.
Got 400 a lot at 94 in the offers and the ES.
Yeah, Nvidia holding up pretty well now. I wouldn't be surprised if I see Nvidia. Maybe we bounce back up to 180, Jack, in Nvidia. that is definitely possible.
Be a great place for at the end of the week for the options folks. Although I assume most have covered.
Rejected right at that 400 lot there, Jack. Took out the last one. Let's see if we want to take it out again. We saw some size early in the NASDAQ. Again, I'm going to call out those prices just because we see the market tend to respond to where those orders got filled. In the NASDAQ early on, right off that open, we saw about 2,000 contracts filled in about 5 seconds from 682 up to 689. And then we saw another 500 or 700 fill at the high from 737 up to 740. So those are my prices of interest here in the NASDAQ. Let's see how we respond there. Chat, what are you guys doing? Yeah, go ahead, Dakota.
Yeah, someone in the chat says, what if everyone who wanted to be long is already in, but those that are in see no reason to sell? Well, the market would go up because guess what? People have jobs, people work, people get paid, and people put money into their retirement. That's why we say there's a natural bid to the equity markets for that reason.
Yep, they are meant to go up. They are meant to go up. You know, how many people don't even know that you can actually make money to the downside in the market, right? So they don't even use that sell option, and their only participation is finding spots to buy.
Correct.
63.54 last trade in crude oil. House is still short too, I believe, over there. Hoag did peel some off. Opening range trades working out pretty well. Shout out to the chat with the 5-minute opening range trades. Both of them played out pretty well today. Chat, let us know. Are you guys in any trades right now? If so, take a screenshot. Take your profits first. Take your profits first.
Take profits.
Then take a screenshot.
Then take a screenshot and share it on X, #FastMarkets. We'll pull those up later in the day, but make sure you take your profits, right? Profits over everything first.
Yes. NASDAQ's looking a little bit heavy. We're failing to find buyers above these 660s. Man, we're kind of just in a holding pattern.
Right in the middle.
Yes, we are. Kind of right. This is where we opened.
Do you guys? I'm sure you guys are somewhat familiar with Elliott waves, like counting the legs up or down. I've noticed that NASDAQ on daily. That's why I'm not so bearish, but quite bearish. Is that we had 6 legs up, retrace, correction, another 6, correction, another 6, and I believe in beginning of 23 it ran 14. It's not on Topstep chart, but either we break out really strong, was it by the end of the year, or we somewhat correct. It's long-term look of mine. If it plays out good, if it doesn't, well, The recliner is still here. The monitors are up. Day in, day out.
Good question from the Real Newspaper. Will rollover affect the market? If you're talking about equities, like a sell, to finish the question, like a sell-off would cause everyone needs to switch contracts. Not okay. So yes, it will affect the markets. If anything, it can make things more choppy. It can make your delta futures indicator useless because people are just. What happens basically is you'll get these big orders that come in as people get hit or lift in the other end of the spread, because calendar spreading in the futures is a huge deal. So there'll be a lot of volume. It could affect, especially if you're kind of short-term scalping very little and stuff, you could get a lot of those block orders and things like that. So yeah, it can get choppy in rollover.
Follow up on that, Jack. I saw somebody else say that rollover is the week of that Fed meeting, right? September 17th, we got another Fed rate decision. Right now, I'm looking at FedWatch Tool, 87%. So that sounds like it'll be a fun week to trade.
Yeah, it depends on your definition of fun. It just could get very choppy.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
New lows lower.
Yeah, go ahead, Dakota.
No, I'm just saying, it's starting to push lower. We consolidated there in the 60s, 50s. We're kind of headed back down towards 600.
Heading back down, 628. We got settlement right there, a little bounce off of settlement. Crude oil making new lows on the day, 63.43. Remember earlier in the week, we had the president saying he thinks crude is going to be trading below $60 soon. I think we had a Goldman price adjustment down to $55 a barrel in crude oil. Last trade, 63.46. Dakota, you're laughing. I think I know what you're laughing at. In April, we heard the president say, now's a great time to buy stocks. In May, we heard him say, you better buy stocks. And then we saw a rally. He's saying crude below $60. Do you think he has the same power over there?
I don't know, man. But I don't want to bet against that, any of those signals that we've seen. We've seen the results of them.
We need to get into a White House press briefing. Mr. President, is that financial advice?
Yes.
Are you going to be selling a course?
Your year-end target.
Yeah. What is your year-end target for crude? I will place a trade.
Yeah. What is your 3 p.m. target?
Do I full port short right here? You said below.
These are probably legitimate questions from the chat, though.
They are. I mean, yeah.
Is this a buy?
Right. Who is this 1,000-lot seller in the NASDAQ? Do you know them personally? 100 offered at 23,654 in the NASDAQ. We still got that 400 lot there, Jack, up at 64.94 in the S&P. Just chilling. I see James in the back here. I think James might be coming on air soon, but we are just in a holding pattern right now in these markets. 60% long in gold. Gold getting ready to make a new high on the day. 34.69 the high there. Last trade 34.6830. Anyone long in gold? Chat. We had that pullback to that New York session VWAP right around those 65s. You heard Hoag talking earlier about that weekly kickoff level down at 34.53. Don't think Hoag is in the background, but Dakota, I know you trade gold as well. You have any upside targets? You were long last night. Any interest to the upside here in gold?
Yeah. Some of the bigger targets, like 3,500 is a very big round number that I'm looking at. Let's see if we come up and test these 3,500s. But I mean, these 34.70, right around this level, 34.71, 34.72 seems to be an area of resistance. Looking to buy pullbacks in gold. I said it last night. I talked about it last night. It worked out really well. And I think it's more of the same. Looking for this market to return back up to these 35s, 3,500s on that higher time frame on the daily. We're just consolidating. So that's really what I'm watching. I'm not seeing anything right now.
Gotcha. For our natural gas traders, we just did have a natural gas storage report come out. Actual came out at 18 billion. Forecast was 26. And I'm just giving you that number. I do not know how to read that number there, but There we go.
All right.
For our natural gas traders, all 6 of you. It's a great market to trade, though. Great market to trade.
NASDAQ's looking heavy, man. It looks like we might come back down and test these lows. NVIDIA is holding down we're over down 2%, right around there. Nothing else is really moving these markets. So maybe we do just go sideways. I'm not seeing any decent opportunity right now.
It's kind of weird. Not weird, but you know that moment that you just want to be hands off. It's trying to make a higher low in the 5-minute NVIDIA chart. Same as ES and NASDAQ. And is it going to continue down and making a higher low? It's contracting. There's going to be a trade. One thing for sure, I'm very optimistic that there's going to be a trade. We're not going to stay here forever. Also, it really depends on your horizon. If you're looking for like 5 to 10 points, there's trades all day. There's trades every second.
Yeah, big enough range to trade for sure.
Google's pushing the highs. Google's up 1.6, and we're getting ready to push the highs in Google. So, I mean, it's a mixed bag, right? It really is. We're not seeing any crazy direction. NASDAQ's hovering right around settlement, and we're seeing some volatility. So there's opportunities for scalpers. There's great opportunities this morning. We'll see.
We will see. But we are going to bring in some news here. Indian exporters say they are struggling under U.S. President Donald Trump's new 50% tariff. They warn they may have to find alternatives to the American market to keep their businesses afloat. Let's run that clip.
There will be job losses, and it's very painful. This is worse than COVID.
Millions of jobs like these are on the line as President Donald Trump's 50% tariff on all imports from India kicks in. Neeraj Pandey has worked 22 years at this factory near Delhi, sewing garments sold by big American brands. These are jobs that India can't afford to lose, with youth unemployment already high.
नहीं कमाने वाला मैं अकेला हूँ, मैं ही कमाता हूँ और कोई नहीं है कमाने वाला। हम ही पूरा काम अपने घर का भी देखते हैं, सब कुछ बाल बच्चा पढ़ाते भी यहीं से।
The new U.S. tariff adds a 25% tax, levied as punishment for India's continuing purchase of sanctioned Russian oil. Geopolitics has come to the factory floor.
कंपनी को परेशानी होगा तो हमको भी परेशानी होगा, देश को परेशानी होगा तो हमको भी परेशानी होगा, ये चीज़ है।
Workers like Abedin earn modest salaries despite their training.
नहीं कलाकारी तो है, कलाकारी नहीं है तो हम 1 साल लगा सीखने में, 365 दिन।
The boss here, Sudhir Dhingra, is looking to new markets to try to recover the lost business.
You can break things very quickly, but building them takes a very long time.
And while the U.S.-India relationship suffers, the tariffs might have another unintended consequence.
As we know, Russia closed its doors to all the Western brands. I think that's a place to go to.
The workers here likely won't care where their products go, as long as they can keep their jobs. Ria Mogul, CNN.
All right.
Hey.
What's up, Hoag?
Well, that brought down my mood.
Yeah, right.
Well, with that, trading 64.91.5 in the ES right now. Did we get? I wasn't watching close enough. Did we get that 500 lot taken out? That was at 94 because we traded up to 94.25. I'll have to take a look at that. Oh, how are our trades doing?
Well, we're still short 2 micro crude. Market has taken a little bit of a lift back up to the initial balance low. If we're going to be looking for continuation to the downside, I'd like that initial balance low to remain resistant. Seeing a little bit of a bounce off of it now. But I've moved the stop to break even +4. It's really the only place that I can see we've got a swing high there after the open, 840 swing high. I mean, Dakota logical place to put a stop, right? I'm sure there's plenty of other
sir.
ones there, but if we don't get there, then we'll be all right.
Yep. This market seems
Get
like it's
my,
doing what it did yesterday when I was on with Braden, where we had some movement, and then for a full hour we kind of just barcoded, and we were well, everyone was here, right, where we were buy below 600, sell above 600. I mean, that's kind of what we're doing here with these 650s. We're chopping around this area, and I mean, we just popped up to 670s, right back down to 640s. We're kind of consolidating. See if we can pick a direction.
It's kind of typical when we're waiting for some news, right? We got PCE tomorrow. That's going to be a big number.
Yes.
Yes, it will.
Got Dow making new lows on the day, 45,509. New low in the Dow. Last trade, 45,516. The Russell also making new lows. NASDAQ push up into that 680 area again. Again, why am I tracking that price? We saw about 2,000 contracts filled on the offer right as we opened up this morning. And now we're kind of rejecting in that area. Nice little 30-point trade here. What would you guys call this range in the NASDAQ? If you were going to, Dolby time range trade this, what prices are we looking at?
Buy low, sell
Hard
high,
to sell.
man.
Yeah.
Buy.
Still what I got from the morning. 740s, 577s, potentially 530s, below 530s. Either above or below, but not here. Not here in the sandwich. Look at a 15-minute. Look at a 15-minute sandwich. Go make a decision.
Make a decision or make a sandwich.
You bought the impulse? Wrong. Oh, you shorted the low? Wrong. Looking for continuation? Wrong. Yeah, I have to make a decision in this chop.
I still like the long side. I'm gonna be honest. I still like the long side. I like what I'm seeing with Google and Nvidia. I mean, Amazon's up 0.5%. We're holding, right? And typically when we hold and we don't have any news, we tend to drift up and to the right. So that's the only reason why I would be a little bit biased to the long side is don't want to sell a quiet market.
Well, Google is a little bit of a special situation in that there's the rumors that the antitrust ruling is going to come today, and that for some reason the betting markets think it's going to go in their favor, and apparently the biggest market of them all, the stock market, thinks so too. So Google might be in its own boat.
Well, regardless, we're up at 1.5%.
I'm with you. I still want to buy.
Yeah.
Hoag, are we doing anything with this crude trade? We're seeing a little bit of a bounce off the low, about 25 ticks off that low there. I know we took some off earlier. Any more management here? We're just gonna let this one work.
No, we've trimmed the risk to break even +6.
Okay, nice. Okay, so
on the fact that we've got just a little bit of a swing high. Like it's at, what is it? 63.91. We've currently got the stop at 63.92, but it's really the only swing high that I can see to put a stop. I'm well aware we're not going to be the only stops there, but it's been a good trade. We're trying to see if we can hold the IB low as resistance. It just traded to it and bounced off it back to the downside pretty good right here. So we'll see if that holds, and if we put in a new low, then we can move that stop to above this swing high in a little bit greater profit. But we're in a free trade here, so we're just going to see how this plays out.
Let it work. Let it work. We did have a comment from the president earlier. We are Topstep based in Chicago. Trump on Chicago crime. Stay tuned. That's all it says. We see what he's doing in DC and things like that. Stay tuned. But when he gives just cryptic messages like that. Hoag, you were mentioning the initial balance. I want to talk to you a little bit about that. Looking at the initial balance in the equities right now, we have the high of the day and pretty much low of the day, 572 in the, we got a little break going on here, 685s. Hoag, now that we have this initial balance set, how do you trade it, right? Because right now I'm seeing VWAP right in the middle of it, seeing the NASDAQ push a little bit here, maybe back up towards that high.
Yeah, so avoid the middle of the range first.
Mhm.
So, like here we're looking at the S&Ps. The market opened high of value, looked higher, one tick short of the all-time high, turned around, came back, took the value low, and now we've got our initial balance high and low. We're waiting for more information in the PCE numbers tomorrow. So we're probably looking at a value inside of yesterday's range. I'm going to be focusing really on the extremes of the initial balance high and low for any larger opportunities. I want to avoid the juicy middle. We don't want to be diddling in the middle. So in my time frame, there's nothing I can do here.
Okay.
I was really kind of hoping we'd see value moving higher today, but right now it's looking like we're going to see value pretty much even with yesterday, which kind of makes sense because we know what we've got coming out tomorrow. It's almost similar to the other day when we had let's see here. Okay,
Jackson
so
Hole.
this was the Jackson Hole bar, right? Well, this was the Wednesday before, and it was a pretty decent range. The Thursday before Jackson Hole, before the chair's speech, we had an inside day, and this was what we were expecting. So the IB low was let's call it 63.75 and a quarter. IB high was 64.12 in the orders, and the market really just stayed inside of them for the better part of the day. It did leave one failed auction below that later in the session on the 12 o'clock bar on the 30-minute chart, and then right back to the middle. So my focus is always going to be on the extremes when I'm expecting a range-bound day, and that's what I think we're going to probably get today. I think the odds of that are pretty good considering the PCE numbers tomorrow.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Hoag. We did have gold make a new high there, 34.71 evens, new high in gold.
Catching a bid. Yep.
Yeah,
this
it
market's
is.
catching a bid. I could see Nvidia back up to 180, and we could go back up and test these highs, to be honest, if we continue this. Don't sell quiet market, man.
You know what else is catching a bid right now? We joked about 6 traders. Well, I joked about the 6 natural gas traders that we have. We had that report come out, and natural gas is up 3%, our leading percentage mover on the day. Natural gas, after that number, up 3%. So pretty big move there. Shout out to the nat gas traders if you are in that trade. 23,698 here. High of the day in the NASDAQ, 742 quarter. High of the day in the S&P, a tick off the all-time high, 6508.50. S&P kind of just battling with settlement right now. NASDAQ looks like it wants to trade a little bit higher. We got some size on the books again here at 702 and a quarter, 200 offered there in the NASDAQ. Let's see if we go take it out. Doom, Dakota, both flat?
Yeah, I'm flat, and
I'm flat.
I couldn't agree more with Hoag that it's right in the middle, and I have ES trading below the 50 SMA, NASDAQ trading above it. It's a good sign of do nothing. Also, it's that time I'm going to go check on the palm trees real quick. Hope you can excuse me, and I'll be right back.
We'll catch you.
Keep those palm trees.
Buy the freaking dip.
Right?
Buy the dip.
It's easy to say, but man, am I not showing it? It's hard to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. We could easily make a run for these highs. I mean, Nvidia now continuing to push. Markets continuing to find buyers. It's turning green, but NASDAQ's already up 0.3%.
Yes, it is. Testing this 200 lot here up at 702 quarter. 208 offered there. NASDAQ has shown today that it does not have a problem filling some of these offers. The question is, do we get the continuation afterwards, right? We saw initially that 2,000 contracts that traded on that open, we pushed through, but then the 800 that got filled on the offer at the highs, we saw a rejection. So, a lot of times traders ask, what are you guys looking for with these big orders on the DOM? They don't mean anything. I think more than anything, it's not the fact that the order is there. It's when it trades out, the market's response to it afterwards, right? Do we get follow through volume? Somebody does have to buy 200 contracts here. Is there enough buying behind that to continue pushing us higher, or does the market reject from there? So that's what I am reading coming into this 700 lot or 200 lot here at 702. See how the market responds to it.
Yeah, I agree with that. It doesn't matter what that means it matters how price reacts around these levels and around those orders, because we trade price. We had that was the question we had a couple weeks ago, right? Is price always right? And ultimately, yes, because that's what our P&L is based off of.
Yep. Steve says, could they be spoofing? Steve, they could be. And that's why we, for me at least, I wait for the fill. If I see an order out there, I'm going to watch the market's response to it, because could it be a spoof, or could it be a change of opinion? Maybe they don't want that sell anymore. So that's why I think it's more important to watch how the market trades it. Sometimes it won't trade out at all, right? Sometimes there's not enough buying volume to fill that offer. Then sellers come back in, right? Think about a late buyer here. If 700 is the high of this move here in the NASDAQ, and you just bought at 695, if we can't push higher, what do? You sell it. So somebody has to buy that. And if they don't, we might see some selling, but let's see here.
And it's almost certainly, when you see these large, and this is why spoofing is so hard to prove, and they're almost certainly in some kind of other position to offset that. It would be rare for someone just to be like, well, I really friggin' hate 6,500, so I'm going to sell 200 outright ES here.
Right.
More than likely, there's another, if not multiple legs to this trade. And so while they want it now, they may pull it because the price of whatever else they're looking at changed in the same time frame.
You never
Great
know.
point, Jack. We did fill those, so now maybe we got some runway here. 708 last trade, 710 last trade in the NASDAQ, 64.96 in the orders last trade in the S&P. And S&P is much closer to that all-time high. We're about 12 points off, but we need to find the buyers to do it. NASDAQ is going to lead us potentially.
We're finding those buyers, man. We've seen those buyers step in at those 580s down there.
Yeah, that 580 was
I wanted
the price.
those 575. Really good.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. Nvidia's almost back to 180. Let's see if Jack session highs. Let's go for session highs. Let's do it. Let's make this run. See if there's going to be a way to get in.
So now that IB high offers opportunity. Most importantly, it offers the opportunity to limit risk. If you short against it and it turns around, you can definitely take some profits. If it busts out with some price action, some volume, or some liquidity above, and you watch that dome and you see that dome remaining robust above that IB high, the bigger probability of continuation. We got the IB high and the S&P is right at the all-time high, one tick below it.
One tick below. Someone says, I'm on a combine. I don't see big orders on the DOM. Is that normal? So you do need level 2 data in order to do that. I feel like every time I mention this, we're right at the end of the month. If you're going to sign up for level 2 data, you get billed in the beginning of the month, no matter what. So if you sign up today and you get billed again on Monday, that is because it is not prorated, right? So you're just going to get billed twice. So just no one's scamming you. I know that's a buzzword on the internets, on the interwebs, scam, but that is just how it works. So if you don't want to pay twice in 2 days, just wait till Monday.
That's how it works everywhere, though, too. That's how it works everywhere.
Well worth your money. Well worth your money. And if you're in a combine or XFA, Topstep is the only one, I believe, prop firm that offers level 2 data for the sim accounts. It comes clutch, and it's fairly affordable. I think it went down actually $5. I think it's around $34 a month or so.
Is that right?
Yeah. On the new dashboard, I think I've noticed was like $34.70-ish. It used to be $39 if I'm not. Yeah. Either way,
when you get live, Topstep pays for it when you're live.
Yeah, that is true.
Which is very nice.
Remember that. I didn't know Topstep's the only one that offers level 2 data. Really?
Yeah,
that's insane.
So I was thinking, I have a long story about me trying to trade gold on another prop firm, and it ended in me trying to get a payout for 3 weeks. And I don't really feel like talking bad, but they had no level 2 data. I barely managed to get 45% of what they owed me, and stick with reputable firms, people. Use level
Here
2
we go.
data. Yeah. That's my advice. That's my advice.
Trading's
Stick
hard
with
enough.
good firms and use all the advantages they offer to you, and think about tomorrow. What are you going to be doing tomorrow?
Speaking of level 2
hard
data,
enough.
we got a 700 offered here at 6,500 in the S&P. Slow grind up. The NASDAQ looks like it wants to lead us higher here. 713 last trade in the NASDAQ. Let's see if we got anything on the tilt. 70% long on the tilt in the NASDAQ. Average price 23,676. 65% long in the S&P. Average 64.94 quarter. Gold with a long tilt as well. Dow making new lows, 45,504. You got some trading going
Everything's
on. The
turning
market's
green now.
moving.
Yeah,
What-
Microsoft's turning green.
Nvidia green?
Nvidia pushing. I have a question
Where
for
did
everybody in the
people
chat.
come
Big question for everybody. Who bought the dip? Who bought that dip? That's the trade of the day. Those dip buyers down there.
It was so iffy at that higher low, just because I was looking at Nvidia, ES, and Q. It was making that higher low on the 5-minute, but right at that moment, it appears so much like heavy. Even you mentioned, Coach Dakota, like this looks heavy here, and next thing you know, we're making a little bit higher candle than the previous one. It's like, yeah, go buy that.
Go
Hey,
buy
it's
it.
the market.
Speaking
I
of
really
speaking
wanna
of
see
traders
what
who
we
might,
do at
yeah, go ahead, Joe.
751. 751. Like we're rejecting 713, but we came up with some real gas this time. And I really want to see what we do at 751. Like, are we going to stay up and continue, or that's my real mark here to make a decision on a trade long side. Back to you, Coach Jay.
Duncan saying, do we caveman into that 700 lot in the S&P? S&P just looks so hesitant right now.
Yeah.
But could be a 5-point trade. My question there, Duncan, is where do you limit your risk on that? But speaking of traders who are trading well, let's throw it to James for some stats. We got top 5 funded P&Ls for our live traders. What do we got, James?
Absolutely. Hello, everybody. Good to be here and good to talk about our traders that are killing it in the live funded markets. Let's take a look at yesterday's top 5 live funded P&Ls. Coming at the top, you saw us report on him during the 1 p.m. hour. Nicholas K, number 198 on the big board, earned a racking $12,583 in the live markets. So congrats to you, Nicholas K. Right behind him, Thomas R, number 201 on the big board, $5,942. Thomas R is trading out of the UK and trading the NQ. Nicholas K is also trading the NQ. Essentially, every trader you see here is trading the NQ except for Brendan, and we'll get to him in a minute. Up next, Jan. Jan is out of Taiwan, and they are also trading the NQ, earning $5,544. Andrew S. out of the USA, $4,292. And of course, Brendan O. trading out of Australia with $3,986. Brendan O. has been trading the ES in a live funded account. So number 24 in the big board, Brendan is working his way up. Andrew S. 204 in the big board, and Jan number 30. We got tons of big board players earning money in the live funded account. So congrats to all of you. Now, moving on to payouts. Payouts from yesterday. Here they are. Taiwan J taking home $8,999 from their live accounts. Quentin, $5,500. Wayne, $5,000, and Miguel, $3,230. Congrats to all of you live funded traders putting in the work and paying yourself. You put in the time and you're taking home the cash. That's how you do it. That's all I got for now. I'll send it back to you, Jay.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, James, and shout out to all those traders. Love to see an S&P trader thrown in the mix there. JK said it in the chat. Everyone trades the NASDAQ because that's what TopstepTV trades 90% of the time. There are 36 different markets you can trade with Topstep accounts, not just the equities. Coach Paul and I like to talk about them during At the Buzzer, but good to see an S&P trader on there making some money in the spoos. 23,720 last trade in the NASDAQ. S&P still has this 700 lot here, right at that 6,500 level. Dow and the Russell continue to make new lows on the day. Crude oil 63.74, and gold last trade 34.6860. 70% long still in this NASDAQ tilt. Long from 680s. They're buying the dip, Dakota.
They're buying the dip. I'm looking at this. Microsoft just turned green. NASDAQ's continuing to push towards, I mean, we're past 180. We're above 180. I could see this thing breaking the highs. There's good chance we might. Anything can happen though.
I'm not reshorting this push-up. This is more than obvious of real legitimate steady buyers.
Yeah.
How do we buy
Same as yesterday. It looks the scariest at the bottom. It looks very scary at the bottom.
They faked me out. I caught it. They faked me out. They shook me. I'm all right with it. So far, good day. Not too hard. I was joking last night, Coach. Yeah, I was hyped up that you're going to be leading the show today, and I said I won't be able to sleep. Honestly, that was not the reason, but I slept very little.
Oh man,
very little.
Yeah.
Hey,
I think I got 3 hours.
So far.
Yeah, but we're here. We are here.
TopstepTV.
Let's go. Speaking of which, if you haven't done so already, we hit 179,000 TopstepTV. We hit 179,000 subscribers. Help us get to 200K. Tell your friends and family to like and subscribe. To hit that thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. For Zion in the chat and for everyone else in the chat, I'll address it. What happened with the Combine Challenge for Dakota and Barron? Any updates? No updates so far, but if there are updates, you are in the right place and you will hear them before everybody else in the world does. They will be announced here on TopstepTV. No updates right now. There will be some. Team is working on those, and we'll get them out to you as soon as we can. If you wanted some updates on what Barron is doing right now, check his Instagram. He's giving us updates there. I just checked it yesterday. Shout out to Barron if you're watching. He's doing what a trader should do right now.
Correct. A little bit of
so close to that 700 lot.
Right at 6,500.
Yeah, we're a point off. 682 offered there.
Here's the thing. I know Barron uses Bookmap, and I used to. You can really see that spoofing it there, like almost to the tick where that big order just vanishes, or the opposite. That little edge, is it getting absorbed or not, judging by the size of the bubbles. Also, the icebergs. But as like everything else on these markets, moving averages, indicators, speculative. There's no holy grail, people. If somebody is trying to tell you that there's something that works all the time, consistently and great, there's no such thing in this game. I promise you that. I would have found it by now.
Yeah.
Unless you're a broker or a market maker.
Even then, man. Even then,
yeah.
And Hope probably has stories of brokers and market makers in a bad position.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You never know when like 150,000 people on Reddit going to gang up on you and push you out of your position. It has
real quick
now.
Real quick here, we do have a minor number coming out at the top of the hour. KC Fed Manufacturing, KC Fed Composite Index as well. Minor number. Not sure that it'll move the markets, but just be aware if there is any spike of volatility, or if you're from Kansas City and you're waiting for this number to come out. 30 seconds.
Okay.
30
We're seeing a little bit of selling pressure up here in these 720s. Some profit taking. Markets retreating a little bit. Let's see if we could get a decent pullback, or if we just break through this.
That's what I'm looking at too. It's not giving me that nice short I want.
Gives you the opportunity to limit risk.
What would be? We're talking about a 25-point risk right now in the NASDAQ if the short's up here?
Yeah. We got to, looks like about 10 or 12 or 13 points of risk if we were to sell the high of this bar, which is 23,730. That's if you're counting on selling the high of this bar. But that's, 10, 15 points of risk on that. And if we roll over, this thing could come all the way back to point of control, perhaps, which is 23,657, or even value low 23,609. We're going to stay range bound. Focus on those extremes. We don't know if it's going to, stay range bound, but when it offers you an opportunity that's cheap, some of the best trades I've ever taken were taken because they were cheap.
Yeah. You never know. I still always have a pit in my stomach saying don't sell a quiet market, but there's opportunity. There's always opportunity there.
And there's you're not wrong, especially when it comes to equities.
Correct. Yeah. And it depends on everyone. Someone might be looking for 10 points. Maybe that's all you need. We just sold off, 15 points right there. So you never know. You never know what someone's timeline is. We just getting a little bit of selling pressure up here in these 720s. So it's going to take some momentum to break through the high of day today, possibly.
First, we got to eat through that 680 lot. Still there. The caveman trade still has not paid off if you took it.
Yeah, it's working out, right? We were talking about it at 695s. You got 3 points in the profit right now. See if the S&P wants to take that out. Hoag, we got a question about the Dow. Is that a failed downside auction in the Dow? Was I talking about that again, Jay? Was that a failed downside auction in the Dow?
Let me look. You got yes.
There we go. So for Ishmael, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Shout out to the Dow. I like that market.
I don't know. What's wrong with this heart rate monitor? I don't know why it's saying 140.
Were you doing some wind sprints on the break?
Cody, you all right?
You guys doing some jumping jacks over here. No, when the heart's gray, it means it's not connected. So there's something up with this. Yeah,
that's my resting heart rate right there.
Yeah, well, this is the first time I had like a little bit of a coffee for a while, so I'm like, it can't be that bad.
That tilt did pair back in the NASDAQ. It was 70% long. We're seeing 56% long now, 64% long tilt in the S&P. Cena wants to know, why do I like the Dow? It's kind of a mix, in my opinion. It's a mix between the S&P and the NASDAQ, where it moves pretty well, but it doesn't cost a whole lot. Where the tick value is a little bit, it's less than the NASDAQ, is not as volatile. Yeah, it's just a great market. Trades really well, respects levels. It moves when it wants to move. We are about 1.5 points, 2 points off that 6,500 level in the S&P. 686 contracts offered there. Let's see if we go take them out.
I'm short 1 MNQ, 7, 11, and 3 ticks. It's given my favorite setup, retracement not coming from the band. You guys call it 3-bar reversal. And I hate days like this when ES and NASDAQ are so disconnected, because NASDAQ made top of the range, ES still in the middle. Either one going to shoot up and catch up, or they going to move down together. What do we get here? 20, 20. I'm going to move it into profit just because it could snap back and shoot through my entry. Just 1 MNQ.
What are you?
If it gives me the same result or better, I'm out. I'm out. Yeah, I'm out. I was in it 7, 11, and 3 ticks.
Okay.
I'll move it down by a point, about 2 points. Yeah, it got me out. This,
nice little
I hate when they're disconnected like
trade
this.
there from Doom.
I cleared out clean. $1 on this.
Hey. There's a lot of people that wish they were just up or down the dollar.
Right?
Yeah.
Or dollar night at 5. I told you in chat on slow markets, man. I fat fingered 5 minis instead of 5
micros.
Punched me in the mouth so quick. I haven't done that in a very long while. There it was. I heard Hoag twice, real quick. Order filled.
Order filled.
Order filled. Seeing a little bit of a pullback here in the equities. Little pullback in gold. Yeah. House is still short crude oil. Last trade over there, 63.76. NASDAQ testing that 700 level again. S&P, who's going to be the buyer to take out the 700 lot here in the 6,500s here? Are you in the chat? Are you in the chat? Let us know. Are you buying that 600 lot up there?
I mean, that's a beautiful. This is why I love TopstepTV, man. We all sat here, we watched it come up to these 720s. We've seen it in our own different way, right? We're all, digesting the same data in our different ways, and I've seen the stocks start to come off a little bit and some selling pressure at 720s. Hoag, you jumped in, started talking about a cheap trade. Doom, you jumped into a short, and I mean, look at this. We're down.
I kind of leaning it,
almost 30 points. Yeah, but we're all seeing the same thing, though. We're all understanding this market in our own way, and we came almost 30 points down off those highs. So, depending on how much you were looking for, that was a valid trade. If you're able to get 10 points,
Horizon is everything in this business. Horizon is everything.
Yes. Yeah.
Doom, you were saying this trade here in the NASDAQ was giving you your favorite setup. We saw. You got in at 11s. We got a little 20-point trade here. I want to offer something to you here, just like everyone else in the trading space does. We're going to call that trade, if it's your favorite trade, the doom and gloom. And when you start your curve, I only charge a 2% fee, Doom. So every time you say doom and gloom, I'm only going to take 2%. Yeah.
Man, Jay. Okay. Jay needs to do that. He did the same thing to me. We were trying to come up with, this was 2 years ago, right, Jay, where we were coming up for a name of my slow markets, and Jay had charts after dark. I'm like, oh, that's a good
charts
one.
After dark.
That was a good one.
What's the percentage of that?
I won the slow market.
It was 1% for charts after dark, but Dakota didn't go with it. So
no, I'm cheap. I had to come up with a different name. But charts in the dark.
Better be cheap this dark.
Yeah.
It's still somewhat my favorite setup. It's not as good just because ES and NASDAQ are so disconnected. ES is I cannot put my finger on it. Like one is at the top of the range, the other one is in the middle. And as I mentioned, 50 SMA is flat on ES. It's all of the signs that are just, hey buddy, hands off. And if you're that trigger happy, just risk 10, 15 points with one micro and that's that. Just wait.
Well, coming up at noon today, we got a 7-year auction. Shouldn't be a huge deal. We got a White House press briefing at noon as well. We got Trump signing executive orders during Power Hour, 2:30.
Executive orders. Do we know what they're about today? Do we ever know what those executive orders are before he signs them? I don't think so, right?
Sometimes they leak out on Twitter or whatever, but they're always a lot of different things. I'm also, Hoag, I think I'm making a list tomorrow. We got a piece of content together of like the top 5 or 10 places that Trump needs to send the National Guard in Chicago. I have a few in mind. To hang up.
Yeah.
Nvidia's back at 180 here.
We've been hanging around 180. 180. That's the line in the sand for Nvidia. Everyone's calls and puts are just not in a good spot.
Hey,
to the
update on the 180 straddle from yesterday.
Yeah, that's where we're at.
Gone from $12 to $4 so far. Market makers are happy.
Right, yes, they are. Yes, they are.
All right. Well, while we consolidate a little bit here, while the markets decide where they're going to go, let's throw it back to James real quick. James has some announcements.
I sure do. Here are some things you need to know in the upcoming days for Topstep and Topstep TV. Starting with, you've heard me plug it all week long, and I'm not going to stop until the day comes. Next Tuesday at 1 p.m., Topstep TV is sitting down with Robin Dane once again. Robin Dane, known across Wall Street as the trader's coach. If you haven't heard me say this by now, Robin has worked with professional traders, hedge fund managers, you name it. She is there to offer discipline advice and how to strengthen your mental toughness. Now she's going to be back on Topstep TV next Tuesday at 1 p.m. taking your questions live. If you're struggling in the markets with your mindset or your trading psychology, this is a segment you do not want to miss. So next Tuesday, 1 p.m., Robin Dane is here. We're going to go ahead and drop a link in the chat for you to get your questions into Robin ahead of time, and then tune right back in here to see if you have your question answered live on TV with Robin and Hoag. Also, we're mixing things up today. Our usual 12 p.m. lunchbox trading usually features a VIP guest, but today we're going back to our old school roots with group coaching with Hoag. That's right, Hoag is going to be offering an hour-long group coaching session today, well, 45 minutes after shoulder tap. So we're also going to get questions for Hoag into the chat right now. If you want Hoag to answer your questions live, get them in now and then be back here at 12 p.m. for lunchbox trading, also known as group coaching with Hoag. For those of you who have been with us from the beginning, you know that this is your time to have your questions answered by Hoag. It's a big fan favorite. We're happy to bring it back today. I know Hoag is stoked. So go ahead, get your group questions in, group coaching questions in now. Also, one more update for you all. Yesterday, you might have heard us on Topstep TV during Power Hour tell you that the next Topstep Trader Meetup has been delayed. And yes, it is true. We did originally say a date of sometime in September, but we are canceling that for now as we look to find better ways to provide an awesome trader meetup for everybody out there. We are still going to have it. We are looking at venues. We're looking at dates. And as soon as we have more information, we will let you know right here first on Topstep TV. We just want to make sure that we throw the best party and the best meetup for all of you traders who are traveling in from out of town. So please, we are so sorry for the early announcement. Give us a little bit more time, and we're going to have it ready for you. It's going to be an awesome time. It's going to be a blast. Doom and Dakota can attest. They were at the last one, and so was Coach Jay. I bet you everybody who's been about to pass it back to you was at the last Trader Meetup, and they're going to tell you how awesome it was. Back to you guys.
Good pass, James. Good pass.
Yeah.
Trader Meetup is going to be a great time, but postponed for now, and that is all right. We do have that form in the chat for group coaching with Hoag. Make sure you get your questions in there. And we have the S&P testing this 6,500 level again, 726 contracts offered there. NASDAQ about 15 points off the high of the day. Let's see if we go take that out. Doom, nice cut on that short there. We traded a little bit below 700, no selling below. Nice cut there.
You got to be quick with those. I used to be very quick, and still trying to find a balance. I used to scalp a lot. Now I look bigger horizon. You know what I really miss, and folks that are combines and XFAs, enjoy and utilize the performance tab, because it's going to give you key insights about your trading that you won't observe yourself just because the focus, the pressure while being in the trade. Are you like about that horizon? If you're like really good in between 5 and 15 minutes, just aim for those trades and go with it. If you scalp, if you're bringing the consistency within like 90 seconds, like master scalper, you're lightning in and out, couple of points. It was great. Also, I think Coach Dakota sent the ninjas at my house. I'm missing his sheet from a book. This trading, I'm going to quote him. This trading stuff is difficult. Let me call Hoag. Folks, you have the opportunity to send your questions today to Hoag. I'll going to stick on and watch that for sure. The wisdom of a seasoned trader. It's nothing to pass on.
Very nice. Wait, it's been a minute since we've done these, and I'm really looking forward to it.
This trading stuff is difficult. Let me call Hoag. That's a
good one. Hey,
you got to call.
Everything you got, man. Everything counts. Like, call anybody as long as it helps your trading. Go for it.
Who are you gonna call?
Exactly. And I mean, Topstep does have some amazing resources for traders. I mean, VIP program, the tools here at Topstep X, the Discord community. I could sit here and go on, but heck, I think you hear it here all the time where people say, "I wish I would have found Topsteps when I first started or sooner," but you're here now. That's what matters.
Oh, we're so close.
I'm a trader too. Go ahead, Jack.
We're so close to that 700 lot.
Man, Jack, I told Dakota this the other day. Be the bid that you want to see. If we just got that house, got the house account to buy the 700 lot. Do it.
I'm only allowed to go in with you guys. So
Yeah, I hear you.
All right, I'm
feel
in.
like buying.
I'm in. Go.
Yeah, I can get in for you, Jack.
Nvidia down. We did see Nvidia down 2.5% on the day, back down to under 1% negative, down 0.94% right now. So a little bit of a bounce in Nvidia, kind of hanging around this 180 level. Let's see if Nvidia breaks out, NASDAQ breaks out. Does the S&P make a new all-time high?
Such a difficult.
Does it make one? What are you saying, Doom?
Just such a difficult market today. We're staying in range, and
Hey,
one is
there we go, Jack.
Hey, there we
it's
go.
catching up with the NASDAQ now. See, we're going to see that continuation.
Traded it out
Somebody
there.
grabbed that
Hey, traded
with a
me up.
vengeance.
You got me hyped up.
Jack, I'm seeing 1,500 traded in a second there at the S&P,
Yeah.
from 99.5 up to 01s. NASDAQ had some orders up there as well. 400 just got filled up at that high. Couple points off the high here in the NASDAQ.
All right, I'm long. I'm long. Oh, yep, I'm long. I'm taking profit now. This is a scalp.
Okay.
This is a scalp. I was long
Here we go.
before micro.
We got some
That
news as
happened
well.
really quick.
The EU presents a
sold one.
lower U.S.
Stops.
tariff proposal. News came out a couple minutes ago. The EU presents a lower U.S. tariff proposal to unlock the 15% auto duty. So some tariff headlines coming out here. Markets making highs on the day. 23,752 high of the day in the NASDAQ, 23,750 last trade here. S&P 5 points off the all-time high. We were a tick off earlier. Did we find the buyers that are going to do it? Seeing some buying coming in here now. 65.03 last trade in the S&P. 69% long tilt. 64% long tilt in the NASDAQ. 65% long in crude. And 53% short in gold. Gold selling off just a little bit here. 34.65.60. Right back to that New York session VWAP. Last trade in crude, 63.84.
We are back to just 10 points under the SPX 6,500. We're at 6,490 right now.
64.90,
Yeah,
Jack?
take profits there. I'm going to take another profit here at 51.
I tried to catch it when it ran in it, and I got filled at 7.44 in a tick. I'm short again. One micro, just one.
Size small, dude.
Hey,
No,
if
sorry.
it makes a full
I like it.
rotation down, it'll be a nice trade.
Hey, mustard seed. It's a mustard seed.
Yeah.
Dakota, are you watching the Dome? Do you watch the Dome at all? Because this would
No,
be one of those
nope,
times when I would watch it, because if you're long and you're on a breakout like that, you want to see that Dome really robust. You want to see lots of orders being placed and canceled. You want to see trade moving around a lot. If it doesn't, more likely going to fail as a breakout.
That volatility,
Doom, you're
right?
short.
That.
You like,
Yeah, I'm short and slightly in profit.
Yeah.
Just so slightly.
now we have the potential for a failed upside auction.
We have the potential hold. Do we have to wait a certain amount of time to confirm that failed upside auction? We're kind of past that.
If you wait, it's going to cost you usually in trade location. But if you preempt, you got a less of a probability of success. But I mean, if it's cheap and you preempt it, you can get it pretty cheap.
Gotcha.
The Doom is already short, and it's in profit, and I like it.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm flat. Flat. That was a nice
short.
Nice.
P&L update, Dakota. Break. What do we got?
You know what?
$19.
I'm going to take it here.
$19.
It came to the previous high. This could be considered a nice pullback for people to buy it. And I've already took a little bite out of it. If it does present that confirmation on, as you call it, a failed upside auction, I have a little bite of it. I'm willing to jeopardize location.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, you can trade smaller if you give up that location.
That extra $20 off the stop loss on the next trade.
Yeah.
Or like that short dinner at 7-Eleven.
Right? Hey,
Dinner.
$20. Honestly, I probably live in one of the most affordable neighborhoods in the world. We got restaurants and bars that you can still go in with $20 and sit down and have a good time.
No way. Huh.
Yeah.
Nice.
There's a bar called Doubles right next to my house. They serve $2 domestic beer and $7.50 double shot of Jack.
Double shot.
Nice.
Double shot.
Doom, do you work for the Chamber of Commerce?
No.
Oh, what's the address? I'll meet you there.
Hey, my kid's godfather and long-term friend and the person I brought to the meetup. I'll visit Chicago. We're gonna go out, and a double Jack with Coke would be like $40 or something. So I get them over there at my joint, and I was like, okay, whoever managed to drink, because we always fight who's going to buy the bill. Whoever drinks the most drinks will pay the bill. So with 3 or 4 in those doubles, and I pick up one of those advertisement things with the prices and just put it in front of his face and flip it, and said like $7.50. He's like, oh Lord. Gonna be here for a while.
It sounds like you're about to have. I'm reading the chat. It sounds like you're about to have a lot of new neighbors, or we may have just found the new location for the next trader meetup. Seeing the NASDAQ sell off here, I know Doom did get short. You're out of that trade, but seeing some selling off those highs. Richard Harris, nice trade there. Got short from 6,575, 23,710 last trade in the NASDAQ, 64.96 half last trade in the S&P. Let's see if we get rotation.
Looks like
right?
we got Lenny'd out on our crude position. We're flat now. Overall up 343. Just came in.
Win is a good thing.
Are you still short, Doom?
Oh no! I pushed it and got out of it quick, just because it hit the previous high and you know, uptrend, higher highs, higher lows. So took it there. It was a decent quick scalp. Also, you know, I called top, bottom, kind of letting the bottom, kind of gave up this a little bit quick. I'm a little bit underslept. You know, I don't want to take big risks and stay in, especially when it start really running up with actual buyers and that explosive push above. Being short for too long at a high, it could present big win, but also a quick, devastating loss.
That makes sense. Yeah, after we ran those highs, Nvidia started. Yeah, the markets in general started to pull off again. So it's looking more bearish here than it was. I wouldn't be surprised if we dipped back down below 700.
How many times I believe all of us and everybody in the chat seen a 5-minute candle push down, whip up past where it opened, and continue up, and your order is sitting down there at the wick like, hey, what's up?
It was.
We do have the London close coming up in about 6 minutes here. Jack, also, we do have a note auction, I believe. Is that right? Or a 4-week bill auction. Should we pay any attention to that, Jack?
It's probably not. It's not going to affect. Once again, not financial advice, but those tend to be pretty standard.
Got you. What about the 7-year
at
12? What about the 7-year at 12 Central?
It's more interesting. I would be cognizant of it if you have positions in. I mean, especially if you're trading bonds, which none of you are.
Right.
Usually it's the 10, and especially the 30 that move it.
Got you. Good stuff. Thank you, Jack. Selling off here, 50 points off that high. I got we were talking about this initial balance before, right? And how do you trade it? That 743 was the high in the NASDAQ. One thing I'm looking at is we have VWAP since the New York session started down at 671. So we've had price, trade down below the 600s, up above 750, but really no volume up at those highs. And we're seeing, sharp movements off of it. So that's an interesting trade there, Hoag. We look above that initial balance high. We found the last buyer and we turn around real quick. Yep. Does it sustain? We'll see, but it's a nice look.
One of the tricks to kind of seeing if that is more likely to be a failed upside auction is you saw when we popped up IB high, it was nothing but stops up there, and then price action just slowed. That's what we were talking about, kind of looking at the dome in that
Yeah.
situation, because you want to see the dome remain robust for continuation. But if the dome dies after all the stops are gone, then this is what happens.
So,
Yeah,
Hoag, when you say
the laggard buyers.
robust, are you looking for bids to be stepping up?
I'm looking for participation. I'm looking for lots of orders being placed and canceled. I'm looking for price to gyrate a little bit. It needs to get wiggly. If it gets wiggly when all the stops get hit and then it just sits there, that's not good for continuation. That's just, we just got the last of the stops out. We just got the last of the laggard buyers in. Probabilities, we go back below that IB high. We may chase out all those laggard buyers. All the shorts just got taken out. When the shorts get taken out, it takes buying power away from the market, and you start to see it roll over like it is now.
Yeah. Lack of bids, and we need initiative buyers. Hoag, you talk about it all the time. Somebody needs to want to pay higher, right? We need somebody to want to pay higher, and they just didn't there. We got a volume point of control here at 683 in the NASDAQ, and there's that New York session VWAP 671s tag at it, and we had 400 contracts trade in a second right at that New York session VWAP. Let's see if we potentially get a bounce here. We got some movement though.
I'm long
676. 688 and 3 ticks.
Hey, you guys are both on the right side of the market now, or I shouldn't say right side. You don't know that, Jay. You have no idea where this is going. On the same side of the market is what I meant to
NASDAQ?
Say. Yep, I'm long NASDAQ. This is that resistance that we had a very difficult time breaking out of. And so what happened? Resistance? Can we become support?
Not yet. They're in NASDAQ.
What price, Dakota?
I'm in at 676. This was the area that was resistance. We broke out, ran those highs, came back, testing it. So I'm long too.
NASDAQ or micros?
Same thing. Micros, NASDAQ, not minis. I might build a position here if we see some support.
I'm out of this. I don't like this. I don't like shorting it, but long is not my trade. I don't like not my thing.
No problem.
It looked good, and then it made that rapid push down. Let's use this amazing feature here. What time is it? 11:28.
Yeah, 2 minutes until London close.
2-minute warning. I want to give a shout out to Ashley Bedford in the chat. Got my first payout request today in 2 years of trading. Only 1150, but I'm so proud of myself. Even though I had a shit day today and lost 250. Ashley, great job. Only 1150. There's a trader out there right now that is still looking for that first payout. Good job taking money out of the markets.
Yep.
That's such a empowering feeling.
Yep. Actually being able to pay yourself.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You're like, you get into this. It's so kind of different. You don't know what you're looking at. It's charts, it's numbers, it's things moving up and down. And you watch people on YouTube, they're using these different terminologies, lows, highs, and you kind of stick around, and it comes to the point that you get a payout of it, and you're like, yes, I got this.
Ooh, such an amazing selling here.
Yeah, I locked myself up for under 10 minutes just to chill. I had a good trade. I kind of stepped in front of this kind of sell-off, reverting back to the mean, getting that happy itchy fingers. I'm gonna chill for a little bit.
Good idea. London close coming up in about 30 seconds here. We did just see a little bit of a flush there, recovering. 671. Dakota, what price are you long from?
77, but I'm going to build a position in this zone, these 70s.
Okay.
Like I said, this is that level of resistance, and now everything's zones in the way I view it. So I'm going to build a position. I want to build maybe 5 micros, continue to add if we see some buyers stepping back in.
Gotcha. Gold selling off a little bit here as well, 34.6140. We saw a high in gold of 34.71 even, so we're about 10 points off the high there. Jack, we saw that 700 lot get filled in the S&P. If they were selling to open, they're happy right now.
Did. Yeah, well, we have 330 at 93. That's going to get taken right about now.
No.
Oh, it took some of it and then it didn't trade out. If I'm looking at the dome right.
So what Jack is telling us is he got a partial fill there.
Yeah, exactly.
Jack, be the offer you want to
my
see.
heart rate.
Be the offer you want to see.
A little bit of a bounce here. Dakota long from 77s. Dakota, I know you were talking on slow markets yesterday. We do have London closed. London just closed, by the way. Dakota was talking on slow markets. All week you've been building that trading plan. We might be able to see some of that plan in action here, right? I know it's the pullback trade, right, that you were building out. And last night you were talking about adding into a position. So we might be able to see this in real time, chat. You guys been paying attention. Last trade here, 690s. Dakota was long from 77s, talking about wanting to build.
Yeah.
Tell us about it, Dakota.
Fast markets
How do you do
is
that?
a little bit of a different beast, right? Because markets move very, very fast. I was able to get into 3 so far. I wanted to get into 5, but we didn't spend a lot of time down here in these 70s. We just popped down there and then immediately rejected. We're right back almost into these 700s. So a quick 20 points is so not enough time in this area and not a lot of consolidation to build a decent position. Either I was too slow, I didn't give me that opportunity. But I started with 1, then 2, and we popped down here. And then as soon as we started to reverse back up through these 70s, I got into the 3rd one. But we're already back into these 700s. Nvidia's
there it is.
Yeah, I'm continuing to watch Nvidia and Apple and the major stocks. Buyers stepped in. This is a good example. This was resistance. What happens? Resistance can become support. And sure enough, it became support. And we are right back at these 700s. Is that a good example, everyone?
I would say so.
Very nice
I would
way
say
to
so.
do it, Coach. Very nice one.
That's
I want to give
the sign of
myself
a good trade is it doesn't give you a lot of time to get in.
Yes, unfortunately, yes.
It does not. I'm going to give myself a little shameless plug here. Shout out to KW in the chat. It says, one can't go wrong when you learn from Coach Jay and his volume-anchored VWAP teaching. KW, I appreciate that. If you look at where we bounced here in the NASDAQ, right at 23,671 in that zone. What is that? That is New York session anchored VWAP. Also, shout out to Brian Shannon for writing the book on it. Nice trade there. And a little shameless plug. Want to update positions real quick, guys? I'm going to throw it over to James.
I'm going to take profit right here at 704. So I'll be looking to take profit. One of them. That's a nice thing about multiple contracts and trading this is you can take partial positions. Like, I just closed one for profit, tighten up my stop loss, and I can leave a runner or two and see if we can go back up and run these highs again.
Looking pretty good. AK locked out 80 ticks. Nice trade. Nice trade. Dakota taking some profits here. We got some good trading going on all day here.
I'm going to sign out for a little recap prep. House is flat.
All right, Hoag.
Great trading today, guys. Doom, Dakota.
Thank you, Hoag.
Jay, Jack. See you in a little bit.
Good to see you, Hoag.
See you in a minute.
We'll catch you, Hoag. All right. Dakota is taking some profits on this trade here. Dakota, I'm going to give you some help on this trade. We might see 23,800s. Chat, that is not financial advice. Right after this news. Let's throw it to James. James, what do we got?
All right.
Oh, Jay, give me a second because I got to hear my favorite song.
W. James.
I thought you were going to play Pony Club. Love that song. That's a slap.
Did we do it?
James.
Oh, man. Okay. We had it say James and it said Hoag, but it'll change. Don't worry. Hey, everybody. It's a fast and wild day here on TopstepTV, and I'm here with the stories you want to know to get you through it. First, not really a news story, just a fun Chicago thing. It's college dorm move-in week. All the college kids are coming back. This was cited at 6 p.m. on the Lake Red Line. 3 college kids putting a couch on the train. How do they even get it down there in the first place? If you're not familiar with the Lake Red Line stop, it's underground. You have to take very narrow escalators.
Jesus.
Going to DePaul or Loyola?
That's a good question. They're going. It's definitely a northbound train. But yeah, I just thought that was fun. You never when the college
not going
kids
to
come
University
into
of
town,
Chicago, that's for sure.
You can always see incredible things on the CTA. I hope they got it to wherever they were going. Best of luck, boys. Also in Chicago news, It's a metal weekend. Avenged Sevenfold is in town. They are opening for Soldier Field. They're opening for System of a Down at Soldier Field. And while I don't really care much for Avenged Sevenfold, what I do love are free hot dogs given away by the Chicago's Doghouse. If you are one of the first 20 customers in line for the Avenged Sevenfold collab, you can get a free Hail to the King banger made with smoked alligator sausage, spicy sweet mustard, caramelized onions, and jardinera peppers. I don't know how metal that is. Dolby, you're in the chat. Is this metal? If that's not metal enough for you, you can go to Kuma's. You can get an Avenged Sevenfold burger. A little piece of heaven burger, Kuma's Angus beef, black truffle oil, sauteed mushrooms, black garlic aioli, brie, Parmesan. Sounds like it. Heartburn City, baby!
Toby in the chat says he had a band called Chicago Style Wieners. Weenies.
To grill free dogs for our show. So yes, fact checked. We checked it. Hot dogs are metal. Wish I was going to this show, but I'm not. Anyway, now in some more larger news, Bill Belichick and his new company, managed by his girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, files to trademark the term gold digger. Bill Belichick, who is 73, has been dating Hudson, who is 24, and have been accused as being a gold digger, a term that refers to someone who enters into a relationship mainly for financial means. But now it seems like they want to capitalize on the criticism by making a gold digger line of jewelry. The company that filed the trademark also filed 17 other trademark applications with some really good names, I got to admit, including
like MT.
Chapel Bill, Bellustrator, Trail of Salty Tears, No Days Off, and the Belichick Way.
Belichick Way.
So I'm a huge fan of Bill Belichick. I was a Patriots fan growing up. His new girlfriend, she apparently is not. Bill's not the first old guy she's dated, and he had a ton of money as well. So I think these are all her ideas somehow.
A coincidence.
Just a coincidence, yeah. Interesting, and I'm surprised Kanye didn't take advantage of that 20 years ago.
Exactly. Success.
I'm surprised he
is the
didn't already have a
ultimate
trademark.
aphrodisiac.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, that is the stories I brought for you today. I'm going to send you guys back to these markets. We'll see you a little later on. Don't forget, click the link in the chat. Group coaching with Hoag. Get your questions in. See you guys later.
I'm sure Dolby would agree that you cannot have a proper mosh pit with hungry people. So that's a very good move with the hot dogs.
There you go.
Well, it's only 20
Yeah,
of them, so I mean,
crude oil is selling off here. Crude is down about 20 ticks in the last 30 seconds or so. New lows on the day, 63.38. We did get stopped out of that house account trade. Crude making new lows on the day. New lows.
Lennied.
Yeah, Hoag. It happened. We'll catch the next one. We took profits. That's all that matters. Dakota, you still in this long?
Yep, still in the long from 78. Took profit once, and I'll be looking to take another profit if we get up into the 720s. We're not too far away. And then I'll leave one on as a runner to see if we can run up through session highs.
It's doing it again. NASDAQ is bullish. ES started looking weak. It's just going to toy with me where I'm going to catch a good trade and unconvince myself that it's a good trade and cut it.
So bonds are getting back to a pretty good. Let me go to the yields here. We're getting closer to the 4.2 yield in the 10-year, which has been a pretty good spot of resistance over this summer. 1, 2, 3, 4 times it's projected there. Could be something interesting.
Interesting.
It's doing it again.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty funny too.
Coach Dakota, you know.
I know.
Doom's just looking at the chart. He's like, it's doing it again. Like a tagline for Doom's trading movie. Doom versus the NASDAQ. It's doing it again.
It's the markets. You know how it is. You stick around and kind of. I started as a SPY options trader and kind of switched to futures, and it was mostly ES. And I graduated into NASDAQ, where the real show was at. And you stick around to trade one thing, and you start noticing its behavior. Is it the market participants, or the thing has a mind on its own that just wants to destroy your life and soul and take everything you got? But you start seeing these patterns, Soko, where it's really doing it again.
We should put that like as a quote on the website. What was that? Like the market's something to destroy your life and soul and everything you care about.
Yeah, everything you care about. You know what? You know what it is doing right now? How I see it? It has a dollar bill on a fishing cord. Like,
yeah.
Go for it.
That's a commercial, right? Where the old man in the fishing. I feel like that's a commercial. Almost got it.
Old man fishing. Oh, you gotta be quicker than that. You gotta be quicker than that.
Yeah.
Price chat wants to know. They said I've talked about some prices here. I talked about 23,800, 23,500. Just as a reminder, anything we say here is only our ideas, not a suggestion to take a trade in any direction. And if you've traded the markets enough, you know that you're going to be wrong more than you're right. So we talked about potential targets to the downside, potential targets to the upside. What we got to do as traders is take the part in the middle. And that's it. If I tried to get paid off for predictions, doesn't really work. Got to put some real risk in the market and take your piece in the middle.
I would have been on the front page. I would have been a gazillionaire on the front page of every magazine that I've been getting ripped off by Gold Digger. But unfortunately, predictions don't pay.
Oh man,
we got about.
Well, we bought the dip.
Yeah,
great question, Jack.
I was gonna say, where do you meet? Did like Belichick meet this? Does he like read DMs on Instagram or something, or is this like a website that I haven't been invited to? Interesting.
Yeah, there might be a service or something. I don't know. I don't know what Bill's got going on, but yeah.
What's the age difference on this?
She's like 25 or 26, and Bill Belichick's in his 70s. He's in his 70s.
What was 70s? He
so it's like a friend's grandkid?
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? What happened actually? So they were doing an interview actually, and again, I'm a big Bill Belichick fan. I think he's a great coach. He doesn't get enough credit for
the library.
The Patriots, I don't think. But they were doing an interview one time, and the interviewer asked specifically about that, Jack. Where did you guys meet? And she's sitting there, and this is why I really think she's just his business manager. She's just like, he's not answering that, and that was it. Didn't ask a follow-up question, so we may never know.
Nothing suspicious there.
Nope, not at all.
You can make
Grandpa,
something
where'd you meet this kid? We're selling off here.
Literally.
23,687 last trade here in the NASDAQ. That failed upside auction, Hoag. That failed, or he's in the background there. I know Hoag's not on camera, but that failed upside auction is still playing out. No buying above 23,700s.
Nope. I
So
might
Dakota, you still in
get out of this one. Yeah, I took profit for a third of this position and just around 700, 704. And these last two contracts, I'm going to let it just play out. I'm not going to learn my lesson lending trades. I have my stop at 61, and we'll see where it goes from here.
We're kind of pinballing, just in one range and then above, and big candles too. Big candles.
You know what I'm seeing, Doom?
I see a head and shoulders somewhat for me with a lower right shoulder, but I don't have a setup with the system I'm using. But continue. I'm sorry, Coach J. What do you see?
No, what I'm seeing is, we talked to Hoag about that initial balance, right? That 160 point range that we have, VWAP is still right in the middle of it, right? So right at 673, we just keep coming back and testing point of control and this VWAP. When it's this flat, it's kind of hard to trust any breakout momentum. And does that mean that there aren't trades? No, right? We just saw Dakota take a 50-point trade, Dakota, in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I got 40 points
breaking out of this
contract.
Right. So it's moving. It's just not going anywhere. Which, if you're a range trader,
there's a meme
moving,
about like
but
going
not
up and down,
anywhere.
up and down like a toilet seat.
62% short.
Are amazing.
Yes, they are.
You
I saw
can
a
tell
pretty
you're a
important
trucker,
comment.
man. You can tell you're a trucker. I can say that for sure. Oh man.
I'll take it as a compliment.
Yeah. How many late night did you spend on the CB radio that truck stops?
Oh man, they kind of killed it. It was really on when I started in trucking, but then like the older guys kind of stepped away just because the industry had been like declining of quality of the drivers. But not too long. I've heard all the like I got no pennies on it and everything, or come by here and there by the real deal. And Memphis is interesting. There's always a guy on the CB. I think he's been on for like 25 years, just rambling nonsense, but
going off. Oh yeah, I've heard so many stories.
That's my dream.
That's your dream. Go out there.
The scary stuff is that people are on their phones, not on the CB anymore. Everybody is kind of like locked in on their phones. If you driving like this, that's not good. You ain't gonna last long if you're doing that.
No, not at all. Bounce
Same
off
with
of
trading,
New York
dude.
session VWAP.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, in the NASDAQ, we bounced off that New York session VWAP. It's 23,673. 62% short tilt right now, just in this range. Nice little 40-point, 50-point sell-off there. We got 13 minutes left here in Fast Markets. Again, hashtag Fast Markets. If you haven't done it already, tag us on X or Twitter. I'm going to keep calling it Twitter. With any trades that you took today, your trader setups, watching TopstepTV, wherever you might be trading from. Doom was just talking about being on your phone in the truck. We see some traders trading in the Tesla. Don't do it. Please don't do it. The ticket's not worth it.
If you have a screen on your dash, like independent tablet or how the Tesla is and stuff, and you can get in and kind of monitor your trade, and you can operate it with one hand, and you're not doing it in rush hour on I-55 in Chicago.
Nah, Doom.
Like,
I can't agree with that, man.
Good.
I can't agree with that. I've thrown stuff getting stopped out of a trade sitting at my desk. I would hate to know what I'm going to do with a screen and getting stopped out of a trade in a moving vehicle. So Jack said, hit the disclaimer. Don't do it.
Yeah, hit the disclaimer. I'm just imagining now somebody who's like hanging in an overturned Tesla while they're getting the jaws of life, and they're watching their NASDAQ position go against them.
Oh, man.
You don't want to end up in that situation.
Stopped out twice. Yeah, don't do it.
Stopped out twice.
People will be here all day telling jokes. We're selling CDs outside in the front. If you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button if you like what we're doing here today. It's been a fun show for me. I don't know about you guys, but it's been a great time. We got 10 minutes left here on Fast Markets, but we got a lot of trading left in the day. How are we approaching the rest of the day, guys? Dakota, I'll start with you. How are you approaching the rest of the day today?
I have my VIP coming up. So right after this, I'm hopping into my VIP class. We do a little bit of a chill session. We'll chill. We'll talk markets, listen to some music, go over the trading day, answer some questions. The VIP, they're trading it up, and I'm not going to be trading. I don't think outside of that. After my VIP, I'm going to lock it up. I have to go buy a freaking car. I've been very much procrastinating. Driving around a rental car, and I don't know. Yeah, my rental car, I have to take it back today. I've extended it a few times. I need to go buy something. I'm kind of leaning towards like a compact SUV right now. I have like a Chevy Trax that I'm renting out, and I've liked it. It's very spacious. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm going to spend the rest of this afternoon looking.
Sexterosa for you.
I'm probably going to spend less than 30,000. I don't like to spend money. I'll pay cash for it. Don't have to worry about a loan or debt.
Payment. Yeah.
Or payment.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. You can put some rims on it.
Carb
No,
prices are
no.
at a good level
Like
here.
early 2000s, Jay. Come on.
Put some spinners on that thing. We got some offers here up here in the S&P 64.98.75, 400 offered there. In the NASDAQ, we're seeing some size, 200 offered at 23,709. No tilt to really talk about here. 64% long in gold. Gold bouncing a little bit here. 34.64 half last trade over there in gold. And we're just chopping around here. Good trading by these guys, though. Good trading. Let's get a P&L update. Doom, what are we at?
$199.75.
Nice.
Nice. Good job. Good job. Dakota, what are we at?
I'm down $12, but unrealized up 50. So, I mean,
good stuff. Good
we'll
stuff.
See. We'll see. We shall see.
Doom, I asked Dakota, how are you approaching the rest of the day?
Lunch was Hoag at 2 p.m. Eastern or 1 p.m. Central?
Yes. Give me 1 second.
So-
I should have the schedule up in front of me. Go ahead. Keep going.
Lunch, Hoag,
You gotta watch Hoag.
nap, maybe breakout in the afternoon, and one more trade. Maybe not. Call it a day. Enjoy. It feels like a Friday. I'm gonna go shopping. I'm buying ribs for sure, and brisket. Get ready for the holiday. Enjoy the weekend.
Nice.
You know, close the month with a W. Just have some fun. Enjoy time with your family. And that's about it.
Good stuff. Like Doom said, we got a holiday weekend coming up. Jack, we're wrapping up fast markets here. You're going to be on air later. But anything you want to say before we wrap this segment here?
Yeah, I would love a bigger dip to buy. It didn't quite dip enough for me. Also, I just want to say, Dakota, you talk about like fly rides. My in-laws have been renting a place since the twins have been born, and they didn't have a car, and they only need to go short distance. So my mother-in-law is from a farm downstate, and they found a 2002 Ford Taurus in the barn, and they brought it up here. Driving that car, which I have a few times, you never get more like, hey, nice cars than that. So I think you can get that for about $900 if you're in the market. So just let me know.
$900.
$900.
Maybe while I'm in
buy one, get one
Chicago.
free.
You have to drive it from Chicago to Utah. That's all I got. I'll be back later.
Good stuff. Well,
Man.
this has been Fast Markets. We're going to break. Go ahead, Dakota.
No, go. I that's all I was gonna say. That's all I was gonna get into
All right.
it with the chat, but we're good.
Chat's always there. Chat is always there. We are going to break here. This has been Fast Markets. It's been a lot of fun trading with you all, but don't go anywhere because we still have some trading to do. Stay tuned. We got Hoag's morning recap coming up next. Then Cole C is going to be joining me and Dolby Time to trade with Topstep. Cole has been working his way through an XFA as well as a couple trading combines. And while he may have taken a loss today already, he's going to take us through his trading for the day. Stay tuned. We'll be giving you market information, any news that comes out. You're going to hear it here first at Topstep TV. Let's go.
Soybeans, meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans. Who wants soybeans?
With our new profile management system, you can easily update your personal information and your account preferences so that everything runs smoothly on Topstep X, and we will call you the right name when you end up on the big board, perhaps.
All right. Welcome to the morning recap. Hopefully you are trading well and everything is green in your world. We're going to take a look at the opening range trades. We went 2 for 2 today. A little over management. We will discuss that. We had Dakota and Doom on the screen today. Some really good trades. Doom really picked the top and the bottom on a couple of different markets. And we've got Dakota, I think, probably still long the MNQs. See if he's holding on to those. Maybe if he's in the chat, he can let us know. But why don't we dive in? Let's take a look at the opening range trade in gold this morning. So always in context, right? We're always looking at things in context. The market opened with a gap above the session from yesterday, above weekly kickoff high. And I think everybody during opening call was looking for an opportunity to buy gold today at some point, and it did come, but later on in the session, we ended up being short the opening range trade, the 5-minute opening range trade. And again, thank you all for voting. So the 5-minute opening range trade broke to the short side, 34.6480 short 5 micro gold. Bought 2 at about 2 to 1. That was about 34.59. Bought another one down here at 34.55 as we were getting close to the weekly kickoff low, 34.50, 34.53. So we moved our stop to break even plus a few ticks. We didn't want to lose anything after kind of getting down to this important level. I had a feeling we might recover and take out the high of the initial balance, which we eventually did. We hit our last stop on the 2 about 64.6380. We made a couple of about $250 on this whole trade. Approximately, I think, was about what we made on this. We also had a winning trade in crude oil, and yes, it was Lennied. It was Lennied. Well, that's the way the ball breaks. All right, so where did we open? We opened above the late spike, the base of the late spike. Market pushed higher, closed above that range extension, base of the late spike 64.02. So we opened above it, but we rejected it right away. I was really kind of happy about ending up being short the opening range trade in crude oil. So let's take a look at how this played out. So we have the market opening, right at the spike base, rejecting it right away. We got short. We tested back. We tested back to that, to the high of the opening range. 10, 15, 20 minutes after we got short here, 63.89, 5 micro crude oil, and the market started to roll our way. We covered 3 of them at 63.60. Why? Value low from yesterday. So we opened above range, above value, came back into value, covered 3 of them at the low of value. At that point, we had a decent kind of swing high to move the stop to, and we even said, I don't really want to monkey this with this trade too much, but we do have a little bit of a swing high to move the stop to. I know there's going to be a lot more stops there. This could be certainly a target. We could end up being liquidity, which is exactly what happened later on in the session. But it was still a good trade, still a free trade once we moved that stop to break even. I think it was break even plus 4. So overall, the house account up $343. Now look at Doom. Doom was actually absolutely killing it on the extremes of these ranges today. The S&Ps opened high of value, looked higher, almost took out that all-time high, missed it by a tick, and then started moving lower. But Doom was kind of looking at the opportunity to buy this market, and he almost picked the low. And then he kind of got out of the trade. He wasn't, I guess, that confident in it, and decided he wasn't going to take much of a profit on that. But he kind of picked the low here, 64.84 in the S&Ps. Got out at like a 4.8 tick profit or point profit, something like that. But didn't realize that he had picked the low. Where did that low come in? Well, here's the 30-minute chart. The market opens yesterday, trades higher, gets to a pullback level, afternoon pullback low, right there, 64.82. Market looked below it, rejected. Doom got long. That was a really nice opportunity to look for that long. And in the NASDAQ, we had a couple of good trades here. So again, very similar situation. The market opened pretty much the high of value from yesterday. Looked higher, did not find what it was looking for above, and came back in and has really been just kind of dragging value higher over time. Doom got short right up here, 23,713 half. He wasn't, I didn't think he felt all that confident. I didn't catch where he got out of that trade. But again, Doom picking the high in the NASDAQ and the low in the S&Ps with relative ease. So now later on in the session, we had the failed upside auction. Okay, there it is. You can see it on the 5-minute chart even. There it is on the 3-minute, 30-minute chart. Market opened, set the initial balance, looked above the initial balance high, failed to hold above it. That's the failed upside auction. We had a decent pullback here, and look at where we are at here. So on the 5-minute chart, VWAP pretty much finding support at that level. Dakota decided he was going to get long 3, tried to get long more down there, but the market didn't give him a lot of time to accumulate any positions there. He did end up getting long 3 micro NASDAQ, 23,676. And got out of one of them, pretty quickly here on a pretty quick profit here, 23,707. As far as I know, he may still be in this trade. It has not taken out his stop. He did say he was just going to let it fly. So we'll see maybe another day, or maybe later on in the chat, we can find out if Dakota ended up taking a profit on that trade. But the market's really kind of falling range bound again. We do have the PCE numbers tomorrow morning at 7:30. There's always something on the calendar that the markets are anticipating. Always something. But all right, on that note, why don't we go into the quotable quote? All right. This to me says a lot, especially about trading. I don't pay attention to the world ending. It has ended for me many times, and I begin again in the morning. No matter what happens in trading, we always want to trade for tomorrow, right? You never want to, bury an account. Of course, it happens to all of us at some point or another, usually, unless you're really an expert or you're just amazing. But you have a bad day. It's not the end of the world. There's always tomorrow. Always trade for tomorrow. We used to have these signs on the trading floor that said, risk not thy whole wad. Don't hit your daily loss limit. Dig your way out. Be a good steward of your profits. Be a good risk manager. Always manage your money, and tomorrow will come. We all have bad days. We all have good days. Tomorrow, it all starts over again. And the goal is trade for tomorrow and get a little bit better every day. There is our quotable quote. Hopefully you enjoyed that. We've got Coach Jay coming back on his marathon session today with Dolby, and with them on Trade with Topstep. Cole C is coming up. Folks, this is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Welcome back to TopstepTV and the Coach J Marathon. I brought some friends to run along with me. We got Dolby Time and Cole C in the middle. Cole, Dolby, how are you guys doing today?
Great. Well, welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome back to TopstepTV, Cole. Cole has been here before, trading in an XFA. I think Cole's trading in a combine today. But Cole, how are you looking at the markets today?
Today has been a little bit choppy, kind of like the rest of the past week, but some good opportunities.
We have been.
For sure.
Did you get involved yesterday with Nvidia earnings on the horizon, or did you sit that one out?
Unfortunately, yes. I think we were all thinking Nvidia was going to bring volatility back into the market, and so I played calls on Nvidia, unfortunately. But it is what it is, There's probably going to be some more opportunities coming up here shortly.
So you're getting into the options game. Have you been into options before futures?
Yes, that's kind of how I got into futures. I started with the options markets. I made some decent profits, some unfortunate losses, but futures is definitely a lot easier to navigate. When it comes to risk management. So I prefer futures, but I still do options every now and then.
Yeah,
don't have to worry about the Greeks.
No, I feel like the options market conspires to make you profitable like your first week, and then just slams the door in your face after.
That is exactly right.
We got him.
We got him hooked.
We are seeing the equities bid here. Last trade in the NASDAQ 23,726. S&P's trading 6505.50. Remember, we are a couple of points off an all-time high here in the S&P. 6508.75 is that all-time high. We got a high of the day of 6508.50. So a tick off. 59% long tilt in the S&P, 62% long in the NASDAQ. 62% long in gold as well. That just made a new all-time of the day. And crude oil, a little bit of a bid here as well. So we're seeing a lot of green on the watch list. Cole, you were talking about Nvidia options. We were looking for at the watch party we were having yesterday. There were 120,000 contracts traded at the $200 strike for yesterday's options expiration. Were you in that?
No, I was in, I think 185.
185, got you. Yeah.
So
Trader John says it. Got you. Selling premium is where it is at. Somebody's winning those options trades, and they're selling them to the rest of us.
Someone has to.
Yeah, right, Toby. Cole, what are you looking at now in the markets? What would get you into a trade right now? I know, like you said, it's been range bound. We got a high of the session in the NASDAQ 752 and the orders. What would get you into a trade right now? Talk to us a little bit about your trading strategy.
So I like to trade the liquidity, mostly overnight highs and lows, which we saw overnight highs get taken right at the open. We just came out with some steam. But as of right now, I think if we can break the upper part of this big range that we're in, I think longs might be good, especially if we come back into this area above 23,765. I have this area marked out because for the past couple of weeks, price has really been coming back into this range. So I think if we can get above these highs, we might be making another move to all-time highs yet again.
What's the low of that box that you have drawn there? What's the price at 760s?
Yeah, just above 760.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm seeing that. Awesome. Got like a little triple top kind of going on over there. Close to like 740s, 760s. What's up, Jay?
A little range analysis. What are you seeing? Where are our extremes?
I just drew it out. I'm seeing a 30-minute range low at around 23,665, and the 30-minute range high right around those like 760s. So even if you go down to like a 5-minute chart, I think it's pretty apparent just kind of where that range is. It's not very big. I'm kind of surprised how. I mean, we've had volatility, but we're not really like pushing price super high. Might be a day where we just like zombie rally.
Right.
We'll see. I mean, there was a really nice trade that could have been had around like 10:30. There was a nice little 5-minute range that occurred. support or resistance became support and kind of been to the upside. You know, as a range trader, probably looking for shorts around the 740s or the 760s and seeing if you could get, 15, 20 points and risk maybe 10, or pullbacks down to 660s. I wouldn't mind seeing a stop run of 660s and maybe we could get some longs in there. But it looks a little bit expensive right now for a trade. If I had to take one, though, I'd probably be leaning long. If I had to felt reversal challenge, I'd probably be leaning long, maybe even short. It's hard to say. It's very hard to say right now.
Tough spot right here. Tough spot here.
Feels slow.
Coach Who in the chat says gold is cooking new highs on the day in gold, 34.73 evens. Gold is a market that is not far off of its all-time high. We are actually trading inside of the daily candle that made the all-time high, and that was about 130 days ago. We were talking about all-time highs in gold. Felt like pretty consistently, and then we've been in this range. We're back into testing that daily candle that made the all-time high. Is this time going to be different? We will see. Gold has a lot of work to do. 35.30s is my upside line in the sand up there in gold. Cole, you took some trades earlier. Do you only trade NASDAQ? Do you trade any other markets? Do you look at any other markets, or is it strictly micro NASDAQ?
For now, it's strictly micro NASDAQ. I tried to make the switch to ES, because ES I think is probably the more mature market to trade. I've been trading NASDAQ so long, it's kind of hard to get used to the slowness of the other markets.
The S&P. Yeah.
Right.
Mature, respectful. The NASDAQ is like the market that might steal money from your grandma's purse. The S&P is going to, take her to the grocery store when she needs to go. But we got a lot of traders that love the NASDAQ. We got some offers here in the S&P. 500 offered at 65.05 in the S&P. It has been taking some of these orders out, but then we see rejections at them. So 65.05, watch that price here in the S&P as we have gold continuing to push higher.
At the same time, S&P is right by the highs, so I think it could easily take it out.
It's so close. Do you like counter trend trades, Cole? Like, would you ever consider a short up here at like 65.10s, or are you more like a trend trader?
Yeah, I'm more of a trend trader. I think counter trend. Maybe if we start stalling, and we can get a small drop, we could kind of catch the drop. But until all the interest is up here, at these highs. So I think maybe after we take that out, then we can short it potentially. But I think all eyes are on longs right now. Just buy the dip, like Coach Dakota says.
There were some good opportunities this morning, man. I gotta say, these initial reactions in the morning session when New York opens are just bananas. Like, there is opportunity there, but you have to be so patient. Are you someone who normally trades the open? I personally hate it, but some people really enjoy it. Are you a fan?
I'm not a fan. I think the opening bell is always a gamble, because you never know what the overnight orders are going to do. But it's usually manipulation or distribution. So I kind of like to wait that first 30 minutes of the market open and then look for trades afterwards. But when I do look for trades, I'm looking for either the overnight high or the overnight low to be taken. And once that's over, I'm pretty much done. I don't like to stare at the charts for too long.
Good. It's not that much fun staring at charts all day.
Grinding higher.
Gold's grinding higher. I'm sure cattle's probably grinding higher. Groups in chat. It's only a matter of time before we get an update. Should just be trading cattle. I don't know what we're doing. Trading choppy markets.
Seriously, Dobie. Every time it hits 11 a.m. Central Time, I just want to put in a bid in cattle because it's been working for the past 2 weeks. That market continues to make all-time highs. Little headline here: Fed's cook judge sets the hearing for Friday. Hearing about what? It's, whether or not she still has a job at the Fed. We heard earlier last week the president firing Lisa Cook, but the hearing is on Friday. Zuckerberg also met with Trump at the White House last week and lobbied Trump on digital taxes before the tariff threat. So some headlines coming out from the White House.
Bro, Facebook is trash. Absolute trash.
Terrible.
As a product. I'm not talking about anything else they do, their balance sheet or whatever, but if I log into Facebook, I'm like, I just walked into like a back alley of the internet. It is absolute garbage.
And people with you happy birthday from 3 years ago.
Bro, the amount don't even get me started on MetaSuite. $1 billion company, that is just absolute garbage software.
Yeah.
What a dump. Absolute dump.
So, Cole, you were saying, you usually wrap up trading in the afternoon. You're a new dad. Congrats. Cole has a 1-year-old now, so happy birthday there. I like to say happy birthday to parents when their kids get one. Your life changed in the last year or so. What are you normally doing when you're not trading? How has life changed being a new dad, right? We might have some other people in the chat. Or how has trading changed being a new dad at all? And when he turns 18, would you buy your kid a Topstep account?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I actually got him a Topstep onesie. He's our little analyst.
Nice.
I think just being a new dad has definitely changed my perspective on the markets. When you think about long-term investing, the Bible says to leave an inheritance for your children and your grandchildren. So I definitely think that I want to pursue more of the tangible assets. Like real estate, gold, silver, things like that. The markets, I'm not too sure. I think they're great to day trade the equities, but I think there's way too, we call them moon boys, people that think the market's just going to go up forever. Corrections are just a natural part of the market. And I think, personally, I'm a big bear. I think the market has a long way to come down before we see more upside. But day trade the equities and, long tangible assets.
Nice. I like that. Leave an inheritance. Somebody's trading an inheritance right now in the S&P. They got 530 contracts offered at 65.06. They did move it up a little bit. We saw it at 05s earlier. NASDAQ pushing a little bit up here. I know Cole and Dolby were both. Yeah, right. Cole and Dolby both looking for these 760s. Do we have a long into 760 is the question. Follow-up question to that is where would the risk go?
It's expensive. Yeah. This is honestly, as a range trader, this is a very dangerous and tempting trade because if you're in a trending market and you're a range trader, you're always going to be getting hit and filled on your shorts because you're trending up, so you're always going to be making those highs. And so this is an opportunity where it's like triple top, but we're in an uptrend. But as a range trader, technically it is a valid setup, but you have to kind of revert back to a bias and get some context to your trades. Like, is this one really worth shorting? Probably not. Trying to look for pullbacks in uptrending markets as a range trader.
Right. Yeah. I kind of like longs here. So I'm gonna go in with like 3 micros.
Oh.
All right. Cole is long. 3 micro NASDAQ. Tell us the price, Cole. And we got the S&P going to try it again.
I'm in old college at 23,742, just to the top of this range right here. Take profit at 761.5. The reason I like this, kind of because we have back to the ICT concepts, we have a fair value gap right here, right, and then an inverse fair value gap. You see all the sellers here just got obliterated on this big pump, and we made another fair value gap. So if price comes back into this range, I won't be interested in a trade, but we can take a nice $100 right above here. We might even keep pushing. So
nice. Dolby, we get anything in the house there?
I have, as you know, I prefer limit orders, and also, as you know, a 6-second delay is about an eternity for trying to trade NASDAQ. So I have some bids in between 25 and 40 to see if we can get a pullback here. I mean, one of the fun things about managing the house account, though, is trying to see the market through other traders' eyes. And I am not a momentum trader, so for Cole to go long here, it kind of like my alarm bells go off, being like, that's a breakout trade. That's not what range traders do. So it's fun seeing other traders kind of take those trades and see how they play out, and see how they manage the risk. So where is your stop for this trade, Cole?
My stop loss
new
is
all-time highs. All right, Cole. New all-time highs here in the S&P. New all-time highs. Hit your air horns. We said to juice them up early in the opening call. Pum, 65.13, new all-time high here in the S&P. 23,760 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Cole, nice trade that you got going on here, buying that breakout. Sometimes it does go. And I think the S&P was leading us higher here. Now we're seeing some bids in the NASDAQ. Cole, talk us through this trade. How are you managing this one? 157 bid at 23,756 here. A ton of size traded at that S&P high. 2,200 contracts in the second traded above that. Somebody stops just got hit.
Oh yeah.
Margin calls going out.
So my take profit got hit. So obviously we have momentum to the upside, but I'm not going to jump back in it right away. I kind of want to see if we can actually get that continuation, or if we come right back down to that range like we've been seeing.
Did you take all of it or just partial?
I took all of it. I should have had those limit orders set. I should have had like 2 and left the runner, but I guess let's see. Let's see if we get some continuation, or
is it in your plan to be taking breakout trades like that? It's just such the opposite of what a range trader would do. But are you comfortable?
Yeah.
Getting out?
I am. I'm not really looking for the entirety of a move. I kind of just want to get my pieces as I go along, because the market's going to present a lot of opportunity, and if we look for the big hits every time, you might get stopped out more often than not. But if we just keep getting those small bases, then I think that leads to longer term profitability. So I'm fine with just taking this small win and then looking for more small wins later on.
Nice. Okay. And then when you get into a momentum trade like that, how do you manage your stop? Is it time-based, vibe-based, structural?
I like to trail the stop, because we had a 1-to-1 earlier. I didn't really move it, but had I had my runners, I probably would have moved my stop up to it was at 748. Yeah.
Nice, good trade. That's good stuff.
Coach Hoop says we are cooking now. Yeah, we are. New all-time highs in the S&P. Pulling back just a little bit, 65.13. That 2,200 contracts that I saw get traded in a second was over 5 points, right? It was 65.07 in the orders, right up to the high at 65.13. Definitely some stops going off there. Let's see, like Cole was saying, do we get that continuation, right? Are we going to see buying up there? Yes, somebody's stops just got hit. But if their stops are getting hit, they don't necessarily need the market to continue going higher. So we still need to attract some new buyers up here at these highs. Hoag and I have been talking on opening call for the past month or so about how these markets are reluctantly making all-time highs, where we see it happen and then we see a pullback. So nice trade there, Cole, because right now I think we're back to your entry price, if not a little bit below it. So taking what the market was willing to present, and we'll see where we go from here.
We're going to get some bids in, but closer to like 15 to 30s. See if we can get on a pullback, and then see if the midpoint will offer itself as support on the range that we just broke. So we'll see. We're trying to get long with Cole. This is just way later.
Yeah,
by way later, I mean like 3 minutes.
The NASDAQ, man. The NASDAQ.
Eternity.
Tough market.
So we're at the MN2, yep. I was watching slow markets last night, Coach Jay.
Oh yeah.
And I was being very sneaky watching your show with Dakota, and you said something very interesting about you trading. I guess your happy space would be trading multiple markets, right? So applying your setup to different markets and not getting honed in on one. I was just curious if you would like to expand on that in this segment. I thought it was an interesting statement.
Yeah, for sure. So for me, and just the way I kind of was trained to trade, the first time I ever paid, or the only time I ever paid for trading classes, we were trading stocks and we were scanning for in-play stocks, right? We're looking for stocks that are trading momentum, and that's why I talk about volume all the time, but that have the potential to continue to trade. And I think what I learned from that experience was sometimes you can pick the wrong horse, right? If I just say I'm a NASDAQ trader and I look to place a trade every single day, the NASDAQ might not present an opportunity that fits my playbook. Is it going to move every day? It is. But is it going to present an opportunity for me to make money every day? It's probably not. So what I like to do instead is identify a setup and then have multiple markets and see which one presents that setup. If let's say the S&P, or let's say the NASDAQ and the Dow present the same setup at the same time, I'm going to default to the NASDAQ because I trade it more. But if the NASDAQ is chopping around in a range and the Dow is, showing us a great opening range breakout trade, I think my job is to not say I'm a NASDAQ trader. My job is to say I'm an opening range breakout trader that fits my playbook, so I'm going to take it over there. And to me, it kind of helps because, we hear it all the time. The markets are open, 250 days in the year, 23 hours. Not every time you sit at your desk is it going to be an opportunity for you to make money, right? So, we don't have to place a trade every day, but it's also hard to do, right? If I sit here for 8 hours and don't click the button, it might feel like I'm wasting my time. So for me, it's just scan the market that's presenting the opportunity and take it there.
And have you put that into practice at all yet recently?
Yeah, so I trade in the Topstep account that I traded today. What did I trade? Give me 1 second. I traded crude oil, the Dow, and the Swiss franc.
Whoa, Swiss franc.
Yeah, it just presented a trade opportunity. This morning, and in my personal account, what I've been doing a lot, I've been trading the Dow a lot. The Dow and the Russell. I know we say a lot of times that the equities opening range trades don't work in the equities. Look at the Russell yesterday. It was probably the cleanest opening range trade that I've seen in a long time. We had a 3-minute opening range, and we never looked back at that price. So that's where I should be executing. And then if we look at the NASDAQ, I look at a 3-minute opening range. It broke initially to the upside and then sold off 100 points, right? So if I just default to the NASDAQ and say, opening range trade, I take it, that's a loss when the Russell actually confirmed the trade, and that should be where it is. So I have all 4 charts up, the S&P, Dow, Russell, and the NASDAQ. And ideally what I want to do is, okay, which one is cleaner? Just click the button there and then manage the trade the same way.
I like that. Does anyone else in chat do that? Have multiple markets, but one setup? So you're looking to apply one setup to multiple markets versus probably multiple setups on one market, right? Because markets aren't going to be trending or ranging all the time. So you almost need like a toolbox of setups. Is that kind of how you operate, Cole? Do you have like a toolbox of setups? Because you're only trading really 1 or 2 markets.
Yeah, for sure. I'm typically looking at mainly trading on NASDAQ, but I'll have the ES open as well. 2 monitors. I think the opening range trade is very difficult unless you have something else that you can compare it to. Because at that point it's kind of like gambling.
True.
But
We did get filled. Yeah, we did get filled, by the way. A little house account update. We are long 1 micro NASDAQ at 23,730. We still have bids in for 725s, 720s, and 715s. Our stop is down around the 700s. So we'll see if we can get in there. And Mike trades. RTY is really underrated. Great asset to trade. I would agree. I think YM and the RTY are pretty fun. It's like the 3 bears, one's too hot, one's too cold, one's just right. I mean, between the 4 indices, you'll find something that fits your personality.
Yeah. I think what I really like about the Russell and the Dow is that they seem, when they choose a direction, and they have to choose a direction, right? Because the Russell can be very range bound, but when they choose a direction, they tend to stay in that direction without a lot of pullback, right? Where there's not a lot of overlap, especially intra-candle. You're looking at 3-minute, 5-minute candles. The NASDAQ is, you could get 100-point candle against you and then still be right on the direction of the trade, but it stops you out before you get there, right? Where I just haven't seen those other markets do it as much. Maybe I haven't traded as much, but
were you on air when Braden was in that long in NASDAQ?
Yes.
I think it was 2 days ago. And
I wasn't on air. I was watching.
That was like 40. I don't know, like a 40-point wick or something, and then it ran like 150 points in his direction. It's like, that's so NASDAQ. Yep. It's the most NASDAQ thing I've ever seen.
When exactly
other markets don't have it. Yeah, that was brutal. Absolutely brutal. I hate when that happens.
It was kind of like yesterday, right? Yesterday's price action. Let me try to go to it. Well, before we had that after hours. But how many people do you think were long in this area? And they ended up being right, but you came back to break even like 3 times over before we actually got that price movement.
A lot, yeah. I mean, that's why NASDAQ is so difficult to trade and why we see so many scalpers, is because you just don't know when the NASDAQ is going to snatch back it's profits
Absolutely.
that you might have unrealized. So I mean, it makes sense to be in and out in the NASDAQ. I mean, if you're going to be holding trades, you got to have some pretty wide stops, at least in my opinion. Pretty
sure.
wide.
Take your
15,
take
30
your grandma's
points.
money.
Yes,
We got the house account long here. I'm going to do
Yeah.
a quick on this day. Today is August 28th, 2025. We're going to go to the Wayback Machine real quick. And on this day in 1963, some 200,000 people marched on Washington, D.C., an event that became a high point of the civil rights movement, especially remembered for the famous I Have a Dream speech of Martin Luther King Jr. Shout out to Dr. King on this day, 1963. How many years ago was that? 62?
doing math on
62
air.
years ago? I made it easy. My dad was born in 65 plus 2.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
There we go. But some 200,000 people in D.C. on this day in 1963. And shout out to Dr. King with the I Have a Dream speech. Awesome stuff. Right. Back to these markets. House account is long. Dolby, what price are we in long from?
730 evens in the NQ. We're just chilling. Nothing to do. Just watch. Let it work. We'll close
So
it at
both
12.
of you guys were looking at these 760s, right? We pushed up into 760, 766, the high of this session. Dolby, you were talking about that range up there. Real nice projection up there.
Yep. Yeah, 30-minute range. Held up pretty good. I mean, that's the kind of the thing with some of these range trades. Like, you just don't know. You got to put the trade in and see if it happens. You feel like a dumb if it just keeps on going up, but sometimes it does work. You can get 20, 30 points. But having some sort of like context for the market certainly helps. Right? I always feel a lot more confident in range trades, like the days leading up to major events, because you're typically not going to get, range, like breakouts of range. So you can, with range trading, you can kind of set up your day like in the future a little bit, unless something like out of left field kind of happens. But, for example, if the market's waiting for an Nvidia earnings, the range trading is probably going to be pretty damn good. You're not going to be expecting long trending markets with such big news happening. So it's kind of the benefit of range trading is you can set up your week. At least you can get your expectations aligned a little bit easier. So, so far so good in this trade.
So far, so good. We had gold push up. Gold just continued to rally. Seeing a little bit of a pullback here. 34.7610 high of the day in gold. Last trade 34.7330. Let's see if we got any tilt here. 60% short tilt in gold. Everything else pretty much 50-50 across the board. Someone had called out, and I tried to give you a shout out. Someone called out a failed downside auction in the Dow earlier. We asked Hoag to confirm it. They were right, and we are up about 0.5% from that call out. So hopefully you took that trade. Because Dolby, I know how much you hate calling out trades and not taking them, but hopefully whoever called that out is in that one.
Biggest pet peeve. I don't want to see anyone being proud of their levels. You didn't take the trade. You did anyone can do that. Anyone can draw lines on charts. Did you take the trade? That is what matters.
Did you click the button? Did you click the button?
That's what you're here for, is clicking buttons, not for drawing lines on charts.
That is true.
Click it.
Real quick, I want to remind everyone that Lunchbox Trading today is a coaching session with Hoag. Fill out the form, post it at the top of the chat, and get your questions answered by the GOAT, John Hoagland, coming up at noon Central Time in about 18 minutes from now. Cole, you said you watch TopstepTV a lot. You said you watch all the time. If you had a question for Hoag, one answered, what would you ask him? A little bit of a pressure, but you got 18 minutes to think of the question.
For sure. I really like listening. There's a lot of wisdom there, I think one of the things that he said recently, he says all the time, but it helps me is demanding good trade location, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is this trade something that, or is the location of the trade, good for my risk management? Because without risk management, you don't really have a good setup, right? So demanding good trading location has helped me tremendously recently.
Nice. Yeah, that is Hoag's thing. Demand price. We heard him tell Barron that the other day on air, right? He's just like, you're a great trader. Demand good trade location, right? Where You do not.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's the great, benefit we have as speculators. We don't ever have to be in the markets if we don't want to be. Now we need to be in the markets if we want to make money, Dolby, right? We can't just draw lines, but we get to choose what price we interact with the markets. We don't have to be in them. So
that's why I like limit orders, Jay. It's because I know where my level's at. I know where my ranges are at. There's no reason for me to be entering into a trade anywhere else other than the given range that I'm looking to get into. And personally, I always found that if I was hitting market orders, I was chasing. And that was just like a personal thing. So that's why I don't use them. That's why I use limit orders, because I demand good trade location. Sometimes you don't get filled and it runs. It happens. But sometimes you take a market order and you eat it anyways. So you never know.
Right. And, there's no guarantees. It's not a guarantee just because you put a limit order in that you'll be right on the trade. But at least you get to say, hey, this is the trade that I wanted to take. I wasn't chasing anything. I wasn't hearing, an overreaction and trying to take somebody else's trade. This is where I wanted to be. It makes it a lot easier to accept the risk or a loss when it happens.
Yep.
A lot easier.
Yeah, you more of a limit order or market order or both, Cole?
I'm more of a market order, but I kind of wait for that location to punch it.
Good.
Nice. When it comes to like swing tradings and options, I'm more of a limit order person. But just for futures, I kind of if I'm at the screen, I'm watching the trade anyways. So I'll wait for it to get into that range before I take the trade.
All right. My second favorite question is: how do you feel about break even on trades? What's your
break even can be the very a responsible thing to do. But so do you mean in terms of like going into profit and then moving your stop to break even?
Well, yeah, because no one does it the other way, which I think is fascinating.
Right.
I guess I feel kind of indifferent. I find myself doing that sometimes, but I know it's the wrong thing to do. Like you kind of got to commit to the trade. But at the same time, like if you're not seeing that continuation, it might be better to take profits than to just watch it come all the way down to break even. You're not gonna go broke taking profits. So, and that kind of goes back to the original. You don't have to wait for your magic line to get hit. Like if you're up, just take the money. That's what we're in trading for, anyways, is to make money. So, don't let your profits go away because of your pride.
Wow, it's great advice.
Great advice. Cole said you don't go broke taking profits. Cole, you've taken some profits, taken some payouts from Topstep. Been trading with us for 4 years. We saw some traders in the chat today saying, they took their first payout. Talk to us about that journey. What was your first payout at Topstep like? I always like to ask the question. You don't have to answer it. What'd you buy with it? That's kind of pocket watching. So if you don't want to answer it, that's okay.
No, you're good. I can't even remember what the first thing I bought with my payout was, but I probably back into my brokerage, and
nice.
Bought some stocks I'm into long term.
Okay.
And then there's some more combines, of course. The goal for me is to go live. But if I can maximize profits along that journey, then I'll do that too.
Yeah. 100%. I like what you said there, right? As much as I love day trading, and as much as an opportunity as it presents to make some quick profits, taking the money out and putting it in something slower, I think is a great strategy, right? You heard MP say it, made money trading on the floor and bought some real estate. Cole, you were just talking about tangible assets earlier, right? Maybe buying some real estate, buying some, precious metals, physical gold, and just putting it somewhere else, or just in the market where it's moving a lot slower, a longer term investment that you're not watching every tick of, because as much as day trading is an opportunity to make money, there is risk to it as well. So if you can make it, take it out and put it somewhere else, I think that is a great strategy for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can lose money too,
Yep. Even in long term stuff, you can lose money, but if you're in equities,
at least you do it slower.
Right. Just hurts a little less. 752 last trade here in the NASDAQ 23, 752. House is long from 740, Dolby?
730.
7:30.
Ooh, a little wiggle there. I don't know what the hell that
What was
was.
that?
I got a little
What was that?
spicy for a second. No one knows. No one knows. That was about a, I don't know, 8-point drop in 5 seconds.
Yeah, it was across the board too. I'm seeing some selling in the S&P, some selling in the Dow.
News?
But
Someone chirping?
we saw this. Yes, you were just talking about. I have financial juice up. I'm refreshing it. Dolby, you were just talking about Braden's trade yesterday where he got stopped out. It was on a similar move there, right? This one was not as dramatic, of course.
No.
Braden's was like a 50-point sell-off, and then we
Yeah, it was
pushed.
terrible.
But if they don't get any traction selling that, right, we might just push right back up. Let's see.
That was a much more, that was different because that was like running lows. That was like breaking structure. I think it even made like a lower low on that move. But here it's like we're uptrending so strongly. I don't even know if it could be similar. It'd have to run like 580s. You know what I mean? Something like that. Something like dramatic. But this is not that dramatic. That's pretty small. But this trade's doing great so far. Maybe we can get the 780s for a 50-point banger.
I thought we were long from 40s. You got 30s there, Dolby. What a trade.
Yeah,
the low.
fill.
What was the low of that move?
On the candle we got filled on? I think we bottom ticked it.
Dolby has set the price. Dolby has set the price.
That is right.
Cole let us into the trade. Cole said, hey, this is a good long, took the breakout. Dolby set the price at the low of the range. At 7:30 evens, we stopped there in the minis. I know we're in the micros right now, but what a great... Are you in a mini, Dolby, or is that a micro trade?
No, micro. We're not doing minis.
We're micros
right now.
Honestly,
you could still make really good money doing micros. You could easily pull in a couple $100 a day.
We saw Doom do it this morning.
Yeah.
We saw Doom do it this morning.
You in the micros, Cole? You ever do the minis? Or did you stop?
I have done minis, but in my experience, minis are, unless you have like a trending market and you're super confident that you're going to make a profit, I don't really recommend minis. I think micros gives you more opportunity to be wrong, which is just kind of what you want. You want that flexibility, especially in the markets that we've been seeing all summer.
Yeah. So that's actually kind of interesting. So when you get a trading combine, how do you approach it from like a risk management point? Do you like divide up the risk across like the amount of like weeks of like runway, or do you do it like somehow else?
I think I trade based on the price action. Like I'll risk more or less, based on the setup. If the setup is more speculative, then I'll probably trade half of my normal lot size. If I'm more confident, I'll trade more, and then I'll just take it day by day. So always keeping the next day, in consideration. But I'll if I'm more confident, I'll trade more size, but not one mini. That's you don't have that much.
So it's based off of like setup quality. I think
right.
Who was it? Lance, I think that's what he was talking about, like leveraging up in your A trades and leveraging down in your C trades.
Right.
Ooh, this trade is cooking. Let's go.
Cooking, Dolby. Cooking. Fire up the grill. Labor Day's on Monday, but we're cooking right now.
No, we're upgrading from Doritos to ground beef, which is basically filet mignon at this point because cattle will not stop going up.
A walking taco. Put the ground beef in the Dorito bag. S&P may take out another all-time high here. 65.13 was that high on that spike. 65.11.50 last trade in the S&P. 23.760. House account is up 30 points on this trade. We got about 5 minutes left here. Is this an auto liquidator, Dolby? Do we save it?
No. I'll flatten it. Let me see if we can just get like the 50 points. I mean, we're only in one micro. So if we were in two, it'd be a little bit easier, but you're kind of like in a rock and a hard place here. It's all in, all out on the one micro.
Sure. Good stuff. Let's just take a look. The NASDAQ is now 1.3% off the all-time high as the S&P is making all-time highs. So if we're playing catch-up, the NASDAQ has a little bit of work to do. NVIDIA, I'm looking at you. But this is looking pretty good. We got 7 minutes left here in this segment. We got Hoag again coming up with group coaching. Hoag is going to be coaching us all. Make sure you get your questions in there. Hoag is going to answer as many as he can. House is long from 7:30 here. Let's see if we got any tilt to talk about. Nope. 50-50s. I feel like every time I do this segment, the tilt just flattens out. I think a lot of traders are just trading that morning session and then just calling it wraps for the day, maybe holding on to trades, maybe not placing new trades here. Yeah, why would that be?
I really don't. Don't just skip it. Skip trading the open.
Right.
That's my advice. Not financial advice. That's just mental advice. Don't trade the open because you're going to lose your mind. So many good segments to trade. So many good hours. Power hour is amazing. The 1 p.m. segment is great if you're like a low volatility range trader. You can definitely get some good scalps in with really low risk. Lunchtime is fun.
I have a thought on that, Dolby. I think what happens is, right, when do most of the bigger moves happen in the day, right? Right in the morning. So
in the morning.
Every trader tries to convince themselves that they're going to be the trader that catches that entire move, right? And it's just not really the case. I think what happens is when you trade these like middle of the day segments, you got to adjust your expectations, right? Where sometimes people are just like, oh, I missed the whole move. There's nothing for me to do. We literally just caught a 30-point trade there with a mini that's $600 with the 5 micro. Are you in 5 micros, Dolby, or just one?
1 micro.
1 micro. With 1 micro, that is $60 in 18 minutes since we put that trade on. So as long as you're willing to adjust your expectations and not catch the whole part of the trade, my trading mentor used to say all the time, the top and the bottom of the market is not meant for us. We're not market makers. So as long as we can catch our piece in the middle, you did your job. And staying out of that crazy volatility, we heard Cole say it as well, trading that open. I'm saying this as somebody who takes opening range trades every day. You don't have to, right? That first 3-minute candle is 100 points. If you're wrong, day ruined in 3 minutes. And
wake up all excited.
Right.
Dreaming about the trading session and then just blow it all in 10 minutes trying to trade the open.
Yeah. And, it might not even fit your schedule to trade to open. Cole, you're a new dad, right? When your son starts going to school and things like that, you might have to prep him in the morning and then come in the afternoon and trade. We see Dakota do slow markets because he said when he was in college, he had class in the morning during the day and then had to find a time to trade. And we've seen him put on some banger trades during slow markets. So while these markets are open 23 hours a day, do I suggest staring at charts 23 hours? That's probably not good for you either. But, there's opportunity.
We're flat.
A bunch of different time frames. We're pulling back here.
We're
flat, Dolby, taking it off?
Yeah, like $27. I don't want to deal with this sell-off right now.
I hear you.
It's pretty strong. We're still stuck in the 30-minute range, and the segment is almost over. So no need to take the risk.
Segment is almost over. So House is flat. Cole is flat. Nice trading, Cole. Nice talking with you today, man. Anything you got before we go? I did see on your bio you have a Discord. Who's watching right now, Cole?
Shout out to all the Kingdom traders. We have a Discord called Kingdom Trading. It's completely free. We talk about trade ideas. We have Bible studies on a weekly basis. So shout out to those guys.
Nice. Shout out to Kingdom Trading. Dolby Tom, I think you're on air. But anything you want to say before we wrap this segment?
Oh, no. Cole, thank you so much for coming on. This is awesome. Thanks for taking some trades with us. Congratulations on your ever-growing family. That's awesome. Great news, man. And congrats on your Discord. I think that's a very positive message. I love seeing traders have free communities where they're helping each other out just for the good of it. I think need some more of that. Find yourself a trading community if you haven't found yourself one yet. It will help your learning curve dramatically.
Cole, if you want to do us a favor, if you hit me up in Discord, send the link and I'll post it in the chat. Some people are asking for it there. But we are going to transition out of here. Coming up, we got Hoag taking your questions for lunchbox trading. Grab a ham sandwich, grab some wings, whatever you want for lunch, and fill out the form in the chat. Get your questions answered by the GOAT, John Hoagland. It's TopstepTV. We'll be right back. Let's go.
everybody. Welcome to this very special Thursday edition of Shoulder Tap. I am Jack and joined by risk manager Ben. Ben, how goes it today?
It is a special Thursday, isn't it? We're rocking and rolling. We've got a lot of cool stuff going on behind the scenes. Just had a great meeting with the risk team, so feeling pretty good. It's a good day to work at Topstep, and pretty good day to be a Topstep live trader as well. We've got quite a few people doing well in the day. Guan's up $20,000 in his live account, locked out on the day. Another trader who prefers to remain anonymous up $19,000, and then we've got Mark up 11 grand, Francisco up 10. So a couple people in the 5-figure range today in the live markets. So always cool to see that people able to capture, equities breaking out. It's a good day.
Yeah, well, there's been movement. And speaking of movement right now, I just wanted to check because we're selling off a little bit in the ES right now. We checked almost exactly to the 6,500 gamma level in the SPX. Came within a few points there and then have been running away from it. We'll keep an update if anything changes in the markets. But for now, Ben, let's talk traders, specifically one today. Who do we got?
Yeah, let's get the trading card for Antonio up there. Production's on the ball. We've got it already. Antonio's trading with us from Tempe, Arizona, in a 50K live account. And this is a person in need of a shoulder tap, Jack. I think after looking at the trade reports and some of the order history, I think there's a need to course correct a little bit. But Antonio did, if I can use a pun, strike gold. He's a gold trader, traded gold very profitably through Jackson Hole speech on last Friday the 22nd. After looking over the orders, I'm not sure if that was intentional necessarily, especially given the entire context around the account. But put on a 3-lot around 7:20, 7:50. They kind of pieced into it Central Time that morning, and we're able to capture. I did the math on from 7:30, the range between 7:30 a.m. Central and 9:30 a.m. Central. Antonio caught 80% of that move long with a 3-lot in gold. So about a $12,000 trade in gold. Really impressive to, I think one of the best takeaways was the execution. You can see on the chart, most likely what Antonio was looking at, seeing a little bit of weakness or some profit taking maybe in that long trade around that 34.10 level, and chose to get out. Gold ended up moving a little bit higher after all, but then kind of stabilized. So I mean, taking an 80% bite out of a pretty significant 50-point range in gold is fantastic. I mean, it's an amazing trade overall. I'd like to think that it was intentional, and trading into that announcement and just maybe getting positioned for it. But then you look at some of the other elements of the trade report, and it makes me doubtful of that fact. And the bulk of the winning days here, there's not many to look at. Only 19 days in the account period, but 26% of those were winning days. Really all of the profits came from 3 days in particular. $13,000 winning day, $13,600 to be specific, and then 2 $4,000 winning days a little bit earlier on in this account have really been the only major highlights. We recently made some changes to the live accounts, opened up the daily loss limit from $1,000 to $2,000 on the 50K account. And Antonio, I think, is someone who would have been hitting $1,000 if the DLL was set to 1,000, and is hitting $2,000 because the DLL is set to 2,000. So, there's nothing inherently wrong with doing that if you are setting your daily loss limit in a way. You're either making many multiples of your daily loss limit on your best winning days and doing that often enough to obviously build profitability, or what I recommend for most people is set a personal daily loss limit inside of TopstepX. Antonio's trading with us on TopstepX. It's one of the great features of the platform is that you can control your own risk parameters, lock yourself out from changing them on the day, and I would highly recommend doing that. Just reduce that personal daily loss limit because you can see it, Jack, as the case with a lot of times. Your best winning days, typically you're not red, at least not red by that much, and so it's protecting you from yourself. You're going to hit the daily loss limit, back to back to back days in some cases, reducing that number overall, maybe trading a little bit smaller size and sticking around. That's what the very best traders do, is they get large, sometimes 10x their normal size or more, on their best trades on really excellent opportunities, like what happened in gold, through the Jackson Hole speech. Everything just kind of saying gold is a great instrument to trade through, something like that. And Antonio was able to capitalize it, whether he was accidentally in the position through that announcement or not. He certainly got out of it in a skillful way. So there's positives to take away from this. I think just, if we're going to survive long term, really need to kind of dial in what those risk parameters are and what the great opportunities are, rather than just dinking and dunking and taking paper cuts, day after day. What do you think when you were looking through this? We were just talking about the order history before we came on.
Well, yeah, he's definitely Antonio has been a busy boy, as Mick would say. Trading a lot of contracts on some of these days, not egregious by what we've seen along the way here. Yeah, I mean the 13 positives and negatives. The Jackson Hole thing. You said he put on the gold trade around like 720, 730. I think that's a perfectly acceptable. I'm looking at the gold chart right now. That looks like a good level. Looks like he was, it was probably about $10 in his favor before Powell spoke, something like that, right? So it's like, what is? I don't trade gold, so gold's how much is $10 in a gold
$10 a
contract?
tick, $100 a point on a one lot.
Okay, so he was up. It would seem to me like he kind of went into Powell up a decent amount of money and then let it ride. Is that the best risk management? I don't know. It seems kind of like a coin flip to me, especially if you've kind of already won the trade in some fashion. But people can do what they do.
Poignant. Yeah, definitely. And again, there's some positives to take away, as always. Yes, there are things that need to be corrected through shoulder taps, but as much as you need to get away from some of the negative habits, I think it's important to lean into the things that you do, your strengths, the things that you do well. I mean, he got out of the trade at an excellent place. Probably, he was actively looking at the chart, was reading some of the buying and selling that, looked like there was a little selling coming in. He had an excellent fill on the exit overall. And, there are a couple days in here, like some of his, the other 2 days where he made $4,000, was walking away, at P&L highs on the day. So, when you catch the tiger by the tail, he's actually going home with it, and that's great to see. But you have to survive for those moments and those opportunities to be able to tell the difference. With this style of trading, I think it's perfectly fine to just sit out some days, right? You don't have to trade every day. And if there's, if you're a breakout trader, you're looking for that volatility. Days where there's not any news or weeks where there's not any news, I'd be very cautious about taking. Just putting on trades. You don't have to trade to, if you're itchy, get some lotion. There's a lot of other productive things to do than just sit there and put trades on. And again, reverse engineering those good opportunities are an excellent way to grow and to get better at refining what the things that Antonio needs to refine.
Do you happen to know, maybe just on that, like, yes, you can hold things through numbers. I would just like to see maybe if they had lightened up the position, if he had just lightened up a little bit, a run or two. It worked out, of course, so can't complain about that. But yeah, you're right. Some small adjustments, but like that he's trading gold. Always like seeing that. And yeah, thank you quite a bit for sharing this, Ben. Super interesting. You ever been to Tempe?
I have not, no. Looks kind of like Albuquerque, frankly.
I'm sure the Tempe and Albuquerque people in the chat will have
They're
their
going to be furious. Both of them are going to be
furious.
pissed off that I said that.
Cool. Well, thanks for that, Ben. Love doing the shoulder tap with you. Hope you have a great rest of your day. As far as the rest of you out there watching right now, we have the triumphant return of group coaching. Hoag is going to go one-on-one. He's going to answer your questions. So be on your tippy toes. Is that something? I'm trying to think. Does that make sense, Ben? No.
Be on your tippy toes.
Yeah, like being on your game, being in a good athletic position for some group coaching. That's what's coming up next. This is Topstep TV. We'll be back right after this.
Let's go.
Welcome to group coaching. It has been a minute since I've had the opportunity to talk to everybody like this. Really appreciate all the questions. Remember, none of this is financial advice. We all have to make our own decisions when we're taking trades. I'm going to do my best to answer the questions to the best of my ability. Remember, nobody knows everything, and that includes me, of course. But it's a pleasure to be back here for group coaching. I think we're going to have a good time. And again, thanks again for sending in the questions. There's a lot of really good questions, and we're going to, again, answer them the best we can. So I'm going to jump in. First question from Curtis. What is the best thing for a beginner trader to concentrate on when he's starting out? Well, assuming that this trader is trading futures, one of the first things you're going to want to do is you're going to want to get a practice account. You're going to want to get some sort of simulated account that doesn't mean anything. Play with it. Play with different products. Learn how to get in and out. Once you kind of get that, and of course, through all of this, you're going to want to be learning about technical analysis. You're going to want to learn about some of the technical indicators, volume, open interest. There is a lot for a new trader to learn, Curtis. So take your time. I usually suggest when somebody's thinking about getting into this, get a practice account, get a sim account, whatever it is, and play. Take a look at different products. Take a look at how the different products move. This is getting into trading for a beginner. Trading is it's something that you're at the beginning of a very long journey, Curtis. You're going to be learning about trading for your entire career as a trader. For me, it started with some technical analysis. Learn technical analysis. Learn different reversal patterns, different continuation patterns. Maybe learn alongside of that, learn some candlestick patterns, and then start to try and work those patterns in a simulated account, in a practice account. You don't want to be trading your money or anybody else's money until you have something kind of solid, one setup that you can execute consistently, where you see results to the positive over a period of time. You don't have to know everything. You just have to know enough. Keep it simple. I think new traders have a tendency to put too many indicators, too many chart types, too much going on their charts, which makes it very difficult to make any kind of a decision. And, the most important thing that any trader can learn is how to take a loss. I had been working on the trading floor for a few years, and got my badge, and I walked on the trading floor, and some of the old timers were like, "Hey, congratulations! Good luck. Learn how to take a loss." And I thought, wow, that's preposterous. I'm not here to lose money. I'm here to make money. But it didn't take me too long to figure it out. You really want to learn how to cut your losses. You want to trade near points of invalidation for the trades. Curtis, there's so much to learn. Last thing I want to say about this, Curtis, is there's lots of different ways to peel an onion, right? So technical analysis, that's part of it. Candlestick analysis, that's part of it. But do yourself a favor and start to learn about auction theory, and volume profiles, market profile. There's two books. One of them is called Markets and Market Logic by Pete Stottlemyre, and Mind Over Markets by Jim Dalton. They're virtually kind of reading like the same book. There's little differences in them, but I was already trading in the S&P pit for a proprietary trading company, making a little bit of money, losing a little bit of money, making a little bit of money, losing a little bit of money, when a friend of mine handed me his copy of Mind Over Markets by Jim Dalton, and he said, "Take this home, read the first 100 pages, bring this back to me tomorrow, and then get your own copy." And I took him home. I took it home, read the first 100 pages, and it really opened my eyes about what markets really are and how they really work, what their job is. Market's job is to facilitate trade. It's going to find equilibrium between buyers and sellers, is in essence what that means. So, Curtis, I encourage you, learn as much as you can, play in a practice account as much as you can. And then once you kind of get some sort of plan together, okay, you're going to want to put together a trading plan. You're going to want to define the certain setups that you're going to be looking for in the markets on the charts, and you're going to work those and only those setups until you get at least 30 instances where you can say, okay, after 30 instances, this is statistically significant. This setup looks like it might pay me over time. Now, there's different the market states. There's different things that the market does. So the longer you trade that one setup and it continues to prove to be profitable, you're going to be learning the whole way. Make sure you have plenty of screen time. Learn technical analysis, candlesticks, market theory, auction theory, and keep in touch. There's not one best thing that I can recommend. Muhammad is asking, why is the opening range important, and what did it signify from the pit days? So in the pit days, there was no electronic trading. It wasn't 23.5. It was only, the markets were only open during the regular trading hour session. So at 8:30, when the market opened, the brokers were all holding orders that were due fills right on the open. If there was a lot of business to be done, the opening range may take longer and be a wider price range. If there wasn't a lot to do, the opening range may be a shorter period of time and a smaller price range. But the opening range was often the very beginning of a day that may trend in one direction. We do the opening range trade here on TopstepTV for crude and gold every day. Not every day turns into a directional day. But the opening range is when all of the orders due fills on the open are filled. That's the opening range. And again, sometimes you're going to see a market that is directional from the very open, and understanding that can help maybe keep you in the right side of the market. We don't know when a market is going to trend all day, but sometimes a market that's going to trend one direction all day will leave the opening range at one extreme or the other. It's a great question, Mohammed. And it is from the old pit days. We still see a lot of business coming in right on the opening, the regular trading hour opening in all of these markets. It's because the real users, the real participants in these markets pretty much use the regular trading hours for their execution. So if you come into a market and the opening range is left at the bottom and you see that market pushing to the upside, you're gonna want to monitor in any tools in any way that you can to see that maybe this is longer time frame buyers that may be present in this market all day long. Again, we don't know it's going to be a trend day until it's a trend day. But having the opening range at one extreme or very close to one extreme or the other is one of the things that might be able to tip off, hey, there's strong buyers in this market. They came in right on the open. This thing could continue this move for the rest of the day. Again, there's no guarantees. We don't know it's going to be a trend day until it is. And once you get the right answers, the market's going to change the questions. Okay? You bet, Mohammed. Bink, can you explain auction market theory and recommend some books and other resources to learn more about it? Yes. The two books that I mentioned earlier, Bink, Mind Over Markets by James Dalton and Markets and Market Logic by Pete Stottlemyre. Pete Stottlemyre's Markets and Market Logic was probably the first, it is the first text about market profile and understanding how markets work. When somebody asks me to explain auction market theory, all I can really say is price is an advertising mechanism. Price is going to advertise higher and higher until buyers won't buy it anymore or can't buy it anymore. That's going to create some sort of excess where the market turns direction, attracts sellers, and the upside auction is now over, and a new downside auction begins at that time. Now, the one of the challenges to this is these auctions occur in multiple time frames. So you may be looking at a trend in the long time frame to the upside, and then there may be some shorter time frame trends to the downside that are part of that bigger, longer time frame trend to the upside. So price is gonna go higher until buyers won't pay it anymore. It'll attract sellers. Sellers will end the upside auction and start a new downside auction, which will continue lower until sellers won't sell it anymore. They'll usually attract buyers, and the auction to the downside will end, and a new upside auction will ensue. That's, I think, probably one of the best ways that I can say is is, you know, the market is seeking equilibrium where buyers and sellers are comfortable doing business. When it gets too far away from that equilibrium, that's where you're going to find excess, and you may find change when it gets too far. Now, one of the challenges to this again is that equilibrium is going to change. What the perception of value is going to change, and that's going to, of course, change the current area of balance. We get the market that is trading in balance, and then there's a move to the upside, and then there's another balance. If we were to look at this on the daily chart, we can kind of see, all right, well, we have an area of balance here. Okay, this was equilibrium between buyers and sellers in this area. Doesn't matter if this is a daily chart or a 5-minute chart. This would be a 5-minute area of balance where traders are agreeing to conduct business. If something changes and the perception of value changes, then the two-sided auction in the balance becomes a one-sided auction in that direction until buyers get exhausted. The upside auction will end, and it'll either turn into a downside auction or an area of balance. This excess up here on this daily chart is buyers being exhausted, sellers taking over. The upside auction is now over, and a new downside auction ensues. The downside auction goes for 2 sessions. Then there's excess on the low. Traders got too short here. Sellers wouldn't sell anymore. Buyers took over, and a new upside auction ensued. That auction stayed in this area, auctioning on 2 sides before pushing back to the upside for a one-directional auction. When we talk about one time framing or a one-sided auction, it's buyers are overcoming any sellers that are coming in. And then we put in this high a couple of weeks ago in the S&Ps, a little bit of excess up there. Buyers got exhausted up here, attracted sellers. The upside auction ended, and a new downside auction began. We traded down to weekly kickoff low. We didn't break out, so it stayed the same. Friday, we started at that weekly kickoff low. This is kind of a double bottom down here, maybe a W bottom, but the downside auction took some time to die. And then when Powell started speaking, a new upside auction ensued that brought the market into balance again. So we go one-sided auction into two-sided auction. Now we're in a potential area where we may see one-side auction continue this push to the upside because we're breaking out of this very short time frame area of balance here. Okay, so auction theory is it can be simple, it can be complicated. There's a lot to learn about it. But if you if you go on the internet, okay, Bink, and Google Mind Over Markets by Jim Dalton, look through it. There is a free PDF version of it online. There is also a free PDF version of Markets and Market Logic by Pete Steidelmeyer, also on the net. Just download it. It's a free PDF version. I mean, I don't know if I get in trouble for telling you that, but there are free PDF versions, or buy the books and learn about the auction theory through those 2 lenses. And they're very somewhat similar books. Some people would argue that they're not that similar. I started with Mind Over Markets by Jim Dalton. It changed my life. What is a market? It's an auction. A market is a 2-sided, never-ending auction process in multiple time frames. Kevin, I look for failed auctions on the TPO chart basically all day. Should I look for failed auctions only in the morning? Say no later than 12 p.m. Eastern time, because it doesn't seem, if it happens later in the day, it's a false breakout and price reverses. So, okay, Kevin, failed auctions, anytime that the market kind of fails at a high or a low, you could say it's a kind of a failed auction. So now let's look at the NASDAQ today. Okay, this is not the profiles. This is just on 30-minute charts. We set the initial balance, okay, in the first 30 minutes. The initial balance high, 23,742.25. We looked above it and we rejected. That's on the 10 o'clock bar. That is a failed upside auction. Okay. Typically, I'm going to look for the market to rotate much deeper into the range than this one did. This could be a warning sign that, hey, that failed upside auction is likely to be revisited and perhaps a continuation to the upside. So, Kevin, when you see a failed upside auction that doesn't rotate deeply into the session range, that can be a warning sign. Remember, what doesn't happen is as important as what does. Okay, you bet, Bink. No problemo, man. Hopefully that's going to help. So now, if in the afternoon we see a potential for a failed upside auction, it's more. I think D has a really good word for it. It's more of an auction fade, not necessarily a failed upside auction, but an auction fade. At any time, an auction or a range extension or anything can fail. Doesn't certain markets are more likely to have that happen during specific times of the day. But what you don't want to do is you don't want to end up look at crude yesterday. Okay. So crude, let's look at the 30. So crude, okay, it took, where was the IB high? IB high was right there. Okay, so that's not really going to be a good example of it. But what you don't want to do is, let's say the IB high was, right here where the base of the late spike was. If this was the initial balance high and we're extending the range right at the end of the day, that's probably not going to be a higher probability failed upside auction, because we're going to run out of time. Right now, this auction closed higher. Okay, we had settlement 64.15. So settlement was right there, and that it was after the close when the market kind of came back into the range. That could be a decent opportunity, but when we get the range extension right at the end of the day and we close, this is kind of a low probability. Okay. So I prefer failed upside auctions to occur before your 12 o'clock Central Time. Before 12 o'clock Central Time, before 1 p.m. Eastern Time. If not, then it's likely going to be an auction fade. Doesn't mean it's not going to work. And sometimes we kind of get lost in semantics on what to call these things. Okay. All right. We have my good friend James coming in for hot streaks. How you doing, James?
I am doing good, Hoag. We got a little housekeeping here to catch up on. So here are your XFA hot streaks coming up hot and fresh. I don't know where they are. Cam, do you have the overlays on? He said no. Well, I will verbally give you your XFA hot streaks. We got Cedric. He's got clocked in at 41 days. Some of your favorite names have fallen off the list, but don't worry, they're not knocked out. They just didn't trade yesterday. So what happened is we got Cedric V coming in with 41 days in his XFA with an account balance of 18,000. JC, 38 days, $23,625 in that XFA account. Jonathan R, 34 days, 10,370, working his way up the board. Keep seeing the image refreshing. We have Lovenesh XFA, 29 days, $13,919. And Adam P coming up in the back, 26 days in his XFA with a grand total of $28,000. Now remember, if you don't trade on this XFA leaderboards for the hot streaks, you do fall off, but you are not disqualified. So we're going to see some of the other names we've been tracking all week later on as we go. But those are your funded hot streaks. We'll pass it back to Hoag for more group coaching.
Thank you, James. All right. I'm seeing a question. Futures trade with serial. Still don't understand what an upside or downside auction is. So I'm going to go and show you what it is. So this is a 30-minute chart. This is the NASDAQ. The initial balance is the range for the first hour of the regular trading hours. 8:30 to 9:30 is the initial balance. Once the initial balance is established, if price goes above or below the initial balance and does not close that next 30-minute bar above that level, that is a failed upside auction. We saw the market look above and pull back inside the initial balance. If we were to preempt this trade, because if we waited until the bar closed, the trade was pretty much over. We had to preempt this one, which kind of kept it cheap. But that's a failed upside auction when we look outside the initial balance on either side and fail to close a 30-minute bar outside of the initial balance, above the initial balance high or below the initial balance low, that creates a potential failed upside to auction or downside auction. I hope that clears things up for you. Futures trade with serial. Devin. So he's asking if I can show what time frame and settings or tool used to determine top step levels. Yesterday's value area low, value area high, every time frame on tool I use. I can't get them to line up with the ones TopStep uses. Can't figure out what I'm doing wrong. You may not be doing anything wrong, Devin. Different platforms will probably sometimes show slight variances in value area high, value area low, all of that. But the one thing that I want to make sure that you are doing is, this is the NASDAQ yesterday. Okay. So we are starting the volume profile on the 8:30 bar and ending it on the 2:30 bar. Once the market hits that 15 or that 3 o'clock bar, the regular trading hours is over. So that might be part of the issue, part of why you're seeing some of the variances. But again, electronic trading isn't perfect. As long as the levels you're looking at in that time frame are at least close, don't worry about it. So it may not be, they might not be exact, but if they're in the neighborhood, that's okay, because there's nothing finite in futures trading. Everything is a zone, Devin. All right. Simon, what is an A+ setup for Hoag? What does he look for and how to spot it? Well, one of my A+ setups is always the failed upside or failed downside auction. So here's a few. And these are different nuances and different reference levels than most people will look for. Okay. So there's the failed upside auction, failed downside auction. Those I'm pretty much going to be looking forward to anytime I get the opportunity. Here's one from yesterday that we pointed out earlier in the S&Ps. But the market opened yesterday and rallied. It came back and put a pullback low here on the 11:30 bar, 64.82 even. Okay, what's that mean? Well, today when we opened and we tested to the all-time high, which we've now taken out, get the air horns out, and then we pulled back. This afternoon pullback low was the lowest level that the market was able to trade to yesterday after putting in the high. Anything that happened after the close was news generated, right? It was Nvidia earnings yesterday. So when the market pulls back to that afternoon pullback low, this is something that I will consider. Now, we get a couple of chances at it as well. If we took it right away, we could have risked about 2.5, 3, maybe 4 points of risk on this. But when we pulled back near it down here, we got down to 64.83 quarter. So we're looking at above, another 4 points of risk below the initial balance low. So 4 points of risk, and the market has continued to rally pretty much ever since. There's lots of different reference levels that I get off of profiles. But that could be too. What about, sometimes the good setups are context based, right? If we open above a late spike or below a late spike, I can look for opportunities in that direction. Do they always play out? No. But what I'm always doing, Simon, is recognizing the point of invalidation first and then trading as close to that point of invalidation as I can to help limit risk. Hope that helps. Carrie. Since many of the coaches and live traders use the ladder and volume tools off screen, does TopStep have plans to enhance features for us on TopstepX? Yes. Carrie, we are always working towards improving and adding all of the tools that everybody wants on TopstepX. And pretty much every week there is another update to something that we've added to TopstepX. So all of the things that you're looking for will be coming to you in time on TopstepX. Parth, how to increase confidence once getting an XFA? Combines are just too easy and the XFAs are emotional. Okay, let's take a look. Let me grab something for everybody here. All right, hang on. Okay. So the reason that I believe that it's difficult to go from trading combine to an XFA and then onto a funded account is because of the additional perceived risk. Let me see if I can find this. Okay. Here it is. And it's, it's easy to say dance with the one you brung, but it's just not that easy to do. So here it is. Adding risk to your trading plan. Hearth. All right. So when we are in a practice account, I know you can't see it. Maybe I can, Cam, if you can take me off screen so I can show this whole screen if it works. Here, I can just do this. Okay. So, okay. So this would be like a 2x4 on the floor, right? I mean, this is all balance beams, right? But the one on the floor, I'll bet most of us would be able to just kind of dance across this without risk of falling off, right? So you just hop on and you can walk back and forth and you're not going to be all that worried about it, right? So that's kind of like the risk of being in a sim account. There's no real risk to that. Getting into a trading combine, it's now 2 feet off the floor. You're going to be a little bit more careful about how you step because now it's 2 feet off the floor versus being right on the floor. Okay. You get used to it. Maybe you're able to walk back and forth a little bit easier over time, but it's still not as easy as walking across this because there's no risk. Get into the XFA, and now it's 4 feet off the floor. If you make a mistake and you fall off, there's a bigger risk of injury. The risk is greater. So you're going to be even more cautious when you are coming, when you get on there. And instead of dancing across it like you would on this one, you're much more cautious because it's now 4 feet off the floor. And if you fall off, you may twist an ankle or hopefully nothing worse, right? And we don't hope that for anybody, but that's what it's like. So when Parth, next time you are, getting through combines easily and getting to XFAs and thinking about why is this so hard, do me a favor. Don't trade it for the first day or two. Okay. Just look at it. Spend the screen time. Just look at it. Get your head wrapped around the fact that there's nothing different than what you were doing in the trading combine in your XFA. If you can dance with the one you brung, you're going to be okay. But it's the fear of the real risk of loss that is the difference. So get your head wrapped around the next time you get into an XFA. Just look at it for a couple of days and then get involved. It's always going to be a little bit different because you know that there's real risk involved. The risk is that you can make money in this. There's lots of psychological reasons why it's going to be more difficult when you're trading for real money, even if you don't have any of your own personal money at risk. But you start making money in that, you know that that's your money. It's going to make it more difficult. So really just try and keep your feet on the ground, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered, and engage in the markets the way you would if it didn't matter, right? Everybody's said that to me. The less you care about it, the better off you're going to trade. And it's so true. So you want to trade carefree, but not care less. Thanks for the question, Barth. Nim. So Nim, I read this question earlier. Here's Nim's question. I finally reached profitability for a few months, and lately I've been back to slightly losing or break even. When is it time to start looking for new edges? And when should I be worried it's more than variance? For now, I'll keep doing what brought me here, and I hope to turn a corner soon. So, Nim, you've been profitable for a few months. Lately, you're just back to kind of a break-even trader. It may not be you, Nim. What's changed in the markets? What's changed in the markets? It sounds to me, Nim, and I don't know you, and I don't know what you're trading, but gold was a wonderful trade all the way up from the beginning of the year until April. Now it's range bound. It's a different market state. Recognize the market state that you're in, Nim, and you may be able to adjust what you're already doing to suit the market state. Yes, Coach Hoop has it right there. Market state. Okay, so it may not be you. It's not time to throw everything out. Take a look at what's changed in the markets. It can be just smaller ranges, and that's what the problem might be. Keeping your profit expectations, your profit targets more reasonable. That may just be part of what it is. Okay. All right. Nim, hopefully that helps. Kimberly. So what would you say to a newbie just getting started in the trading combines would be the best training source available with all of the information needed to be successful? Wow, Kimberly, if I wish that I could put together something that's going to be the best source with all of the information needed to be successful. But Kimberly, this is a journey. Start from the beginning, get better a little bit every day, read every day, go through the books that I mentioned earlier, Mind Over Markets and Markets and Profile. Markets and Market Logic. Because those were the ones that really opened my eyes to how the markets really work. You're in a good place here at TopstepTV. There's going to be a lot of things that you're going to be picking up over time. But nothing beats good old screen time. But you can sit in front of a screen for 10,000 hours and not learn anything. purposeful practice and there's deliberate practice. So you want to go with deliberate practice. You want to be accountable for every trade you take, why you took it, what the outcome was, what you may have missed that could have brought forth a better outcome, what's going on inside of you while you're taking these trades. These are all very important things to be thinking about, Kimberly, and it's a lot. It is a lot. A lot of people have complicated strategies, but they've been looking at markets so long that a lot of what they're looking at has become secondary functions. So Kimberly, you got to start creating those secondary functions when it comes to your analysis of the markets and the analysis of yourself, if that makes sense. By secondary functions, I mean, when you first drove a car, you had to think about every little thing. Okay, I put the key in here, I turn it this way to start it. Oh, it's running. What do I do now? Well, I got to set my mirrors and get my seat set and put my seatbelt on. Right now, I'm going to pull out of the driveway. What do I do now? Well, I got to look around. I got to put my foot on the brake, and I got to put it in reverse. Is that reverse? No. Okay, that's reverse. And then I'm going to back out. And you have to think about each of these little steps. But after you've done this for a little while, you no longer have to do that. You can kind of, drive your car without ever thinking about all of those individual functions. And that's what you want to try and build into your trading is through time, through, screen time, through deliberate practice. This is a difficult thing, Kimberly, and I wish there was one thing that I could suggest to you that would be kind of all encompassing like that, but it's all in you, Kimberly. I believe just about anybody can do this if they can get the right knowledge and they can know themselves. You have to know yourself. It's a very difficult thing to do. Kimberly, I hope you stick around, and hopefully we'll be doing more of these, and we can kind of keep track of everybody and see how everybody's doing. And we're getting a little bit towards the end here, and I apologize if I didn't get to everybody's questions. It's just been a pleasure to be here with everybody again. I used to absolutely love doing these group coachings. If you did get your question answered, I hope it was answered clearly and concisely. If you didn't get your question answered, I hope that there was something that you're going to be able to take from this session to help you in your trading. For your new traders, take your time. Learn as much as you can. Try and enjoy it, because something you enjoy, you're going to be much better at than something you're forcing yourself to do. This is something I hope we're going to be able to do and do maybe a little bit more often. I know I would enjoy it. There are a lot of coaches that would do very well with the group coaching again. Maybe they would want to do them once in a while, but I really enjoy these. I hope you did too. Coming up, we are going to follow up with Andy with his API trading setup. We got Jay and Dolby Time joining him. Again, thanks for joining me. I had a blast. Love all the questions. And trade well, everyone. We will be back in just a couple of minutes with the APIs trading. This is TopstepTV, folks. So happy you're all here. Let's go.
And it even, quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller, quarter, half, the orders, and evens.
Welcome back to TopstepTV and back to the futures. We got Dolby time here. I'm Coach Jay. And speaking of the future might be automated. So we got Andy A here, TopstepX API professional and MNQ trader. Andy, how are you doing today?
Oh, muted.
Oh, muted.
Can't automate the mic.
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
There it is. There it is. We're doing good, Andy. We're doing great now. How are you, man?
Great to be back on. So third time's a charm. Let's see how it goes.
Absolutely. Good to have you back on here. If you remember the last time Andy was on, he was on with Hoag, and he is trading with us right now with the Zandobot. Zandobot, the name of Andy's automated trading strategy here, has it running in a combine right now. Talk to us, Andy, in the green room. We were saying, you're making some updates. I think that's kind of just the ever evolving, programmer, software developer. There are always changes to be made, updates to be made. Talk to us about since the last time you've been on, what changes have you made and how have you seen it perform in the markets?
Well, I realized that the super trend is the base strategy that I'm working on, and there's a lot of other things around that, confluences and indicators that I'm using as filters. I realized that some of these signals are very whipsaw, so it will fire a reversal, short-term reversal, and then just completely go, against that. So because last week was the first week where I was really able to start slowing down with coding and start, testing the strategies. And I realized that I'm not really ready for that. So because there's a lot of wonky trades happening. So since I've been on since last time, I've added a lot of filters. So the idea is to keep me out of bad trades. And I've also added, what I realized was missing is broader market context. So multi time frame, higher time frame, medium time frame. So I've added, typically this is a 5-minute chart. So I've added a 4-hour and 15 minutes. So I wanted to replicate the idea of, you're a trader. Before you start trading every day, you sit down and you look at the broader market context and top down. So I wanted to add that into like starting up the app, have that be part of the beginning of the automation. And then with that, I added some of these confluence filter status things like here. So I have a QQE, EMA, VWAP, CHOP, volume, and the higher time frame. And some of this is still in development, so not all this working right now. So if you see something looks a little weird, I can explain, but
I know
basically
I know what each one of those things is. What is QQE?
Qualitative, sorry, I should know this more, but quantitative qualitative estimation. It's a variation on the RSI. So the way that I'm using it is, you see down here, essentially it's looking for overbought, oversold, and then with confluence of the trend. So like, for example, if it's going to go above 70 mark here, I know that looks very green, right? Like very bullish, but it's going to filter out long trades here, right? Because it's over, yeah, this is overbought. And then as you can see, this bar closed and it came down, right?
Came right
and
down.
Then it changed, and then it changed the trend. And then,
real quick, Andy,
on the other side. Yeah.
And I'll try to minimize the interruptions with this, but we just made a new all-time high in the S&P by a tick, 65, 13, 25, pum pum. What I'll try to do, because we want to focus on the API, we'll call out the all-time highs if it extends the high by at least 2 points. Otherwise, we might be talking about it every tick. I don't want to call it every tick, but making some adjustments here to it, Andy. Yeah, keep going with it. So I do like that, it kept you out of that one trade, right? Where you said it was overbought and we saw the market sell off there. What are we looking at here? You got market filters.
So this is what I'm pulling up here is where I set position size and whether or not a symbol is trading. So, I can view a symbol and or trade it. So right now I'm turning everything on because I want to hopefully see a trade happen. So just giving ourselves some more opportunities. I'm going to shift this size of the micro Dow down to 2.
Is it all running the same strategy across all those markets?
No. So each symbol has its own settings. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So yeah. So I can, and what I first did when I built this was I built it in a whole back testing system. So all the settings here are specific to each symbol. So just to go over them, I have position management, which is in points. I'm gonna try ATR with this. I want it to be more dynamic and
I like
more market aware. Yeah.
Yeah,
And then the trailing profit stop. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I say I like that ATR stop. There's a ton of indicators that I've kind of built one myself, and that was one of the things that I wanted to make sure was there. Just an ATR logic for the stop, because now you're adjusting to market conditions, right? We don't have to, a static 35-point stop in April. You were probably losing every trade you took in 15 seconds, right? In the NASDAQ, where we might have to adjust for market conditions. So I like that idea.
Exactly. Yeah, and as long as the position sizing is, not crazy,
right,
you have a lot of room there, because you might need a lot of room depending on the volatility. So I want to keep this to 1 or 2 micros, just to start out while I'm developing these strategies and solidifying them and figuring out what works, what doesn't. But yeah, so each symbol has its own strategy settings, but I realized after starting to test it live that it doesn't, what the backtest says doesn't really align with live trading. So I've kind of left that behind and more focused on what effects do these settings have on live trading. So it's interesting to look at these graphs and everything for the backtesting and see what's working, what's not. But it really just depends on what's happening right now and how these trades play out in real time. It's really backtesting and live trading is so different, I've realized. So that's something I've learned that is a big challenge. So, but it was it's really interesting to play. I could sit here and play with these values all day, and I think they call that overfitting, where you're like trying. Okay, so like I'm going to try to make this as high as possible, right? So like I'm going to try to. I could make this go up to $12,000 and this stay down at like below 1,000, but that might not work in the live trading context.
Yeah, I was going to ask, you've done some like discretionary trading before you got into programming. How does tilt manifest itself as maybe a coder versus as like a discretionary trader?
What a question.
Yeah, so I think it's amazing, because all I do here now is sit and watch these charts, and whether it's a practice account or not, I have so much more patience now than I did. So tilt doesn't happen anymore, because it's like watching someone else take the trades, and if I have to correct them, I do, but I'm not sitting there averaging down, getting emotional. I mean, it can happen, and I'm sure it will, but the chances, the likelihood of that happening are so like far and wide spread, more so than just manual trading. For me, at least, that's my personality. So there was something that happened when earlier this week when Trump fired the government official, and it's just, and what happened there was I had a signal that blocked that trade, but the code was broken, so it just blasted through it.
Oh
wow.
Yeah, and so I went in. Yeah, go ahead.
No, keep going. Finish that statement. I got a follow-up question to this.
Yeah, so I went into Topstep and I manually traded and fixed it, but it took, and I took like 30 trades to fix it. Whereas like with this, like you can see, we can look down here on the live calendar. Wait, I'm not looking at the right account. I think this is something's wonky with this. Hold on.
I love that the fact that this entire dashboard is something that you built for yourself, because this looks very professionally done. So Andy is legit with this. Like I said, I tried to play around, ask ChatGPT how to do some stuff, and we weren't nearly this close. But this looks amazing, Andy. Keep going.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm obsessed with UI. So I mean, it has to be working, and it has to look good. I have to have fun using this. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, what's your opinion on MetaSuite and its UI?
I don't know anything about it.
Good. You shouldn't. Strategy. Next question.
Next question.
Yeah, but you can see here that 52 trades. This is when I went in and tried to fix it. Versus these are the other days when it's just the bot taking trades. You know, it's like I want to have it so that it just takes 5 or so trades per day, slow and steady, and not fall back to these the tilt behaviors. So
let me ask you a
long
question.
form answer to that question.
Couple of questions here. How often, like you said, you went in and fixed those trades? How often is human intervention taking over your trading? I work with Coach Robert a little bit, about a year ago, with some of the automated stuff that he did, and I was testing it myself. And one of the things he reminded me is he's like, hey, you can't just turn this thing on whenever you want and it's going to make you money. That's not how it works, right? The automation has to work specific to market conditions, and I think that's where some of the filters that you have. For me, oftentimes it took a trade that I probably wouldn't take myself if I was actually clicking the button. But I think that's why we're automating things, right? Because as the human, you have all these thoughts. It's like, oh no, this is a shitty one. We wouldn't take this one. How do you balance that kind of human intervention in your automation?
Risk management.
Okay.
And my gut, because I've been watching the charts like every day, all day, so much more so in such a different manner than I was when I was manually trading. Where now, like, I have this innate sense of the patterns, and it, if I feel icky about an entry, I cancel it, or I stop out, with minimal loss. Like, I'm really trying to keep it below 200 loss per trade. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, it definitely does.
There are times. Yeah, there are times where I want to take action, but I remind myself that like I should just let it play out. Not only for testing purposes, because it's so early in this thing I'm doing. I mean, I've only been doing this for 3 months with this. And thanks to AI, this would have probably taken 2 years to build, right?
Right.
Wow.
I think.
But what I really like. So, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I said I think it's also kind of reminding yourself that you built it for a reason, right? You're automating your trades for a reason. So more often than not, I should be trusting what I built, because I didn't build it for lack of better words, I didn't build it in wartime, right? You had a plan, you built a strategy, and you said, hey, when it's time to execute, this is how I want to operate for a majority of percentage of the time. So then, it's my job to let it work and then adjust when, it calls for it. But at some point, you just have to let it work. We got some questions for you here, Andy, in the chat. Quick check-in on the markets. NASDAQ trading 23,767. S&P did make a new all-time high again by a tick. 65.12 last trade here. 65.1350 last trade there in the S&P. Real easy one here. What language are you building this in?
Python.
One more for you.
But the front end, just to be super specific, Python, which is like a combination, it kind of takes the best parts of C, which is really, really fast and computationally fast, and Python isn't always the case for that. So it does a lot of the calculations and the backtesting in Python, and then forwards them to Python, and then the front end, which is all this pretty UI stuff, is Vue with a Nuxt UI component library.
Okay, cool. Awesome stuff. One more question from John Ross here. Do you have any issues since you're using a trailing indicator? Any false positives while using trailing indicators?
Absolutely, and that's what I'm working to improve. Especially things like, if we look at, let me just take off some of these indicators here. So the base indicator here, the super trends, you can see right here where, this situation would have gotten me in trouble or it would have just stopped me out, right? So I'm looking to eliminate or drastically reduce situations like this and find situations like this where it's a very clean reversal, or at least a clean short-term reversal. And so something I recently did was I added a 15-minute trend line. I just added it a few days ago, so I'm still playing around with it. And you can see that, like, comparatively, like, this is the 15-minute trend laid over the 5-minute candles. So yeah, so we can look at both of those together, and you can see
If
that
all
some of
time
those
frames align.
Say again?
If all time frames align, then that's confirmation of a trade that you want to take, right? Where if you have the 15-minute that's showing uptrend, but the 5-minute real quick, you get that false positive, and then it negates it, then it won't take that trade, I'm assuming.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay.
That's
Got you.
yeah. So yeah, exactly. Like you can see here, the 15-minute line didn't have this whipsaw, right? So, I mean, one could say I could just even ignore the 5-minute trend and just take the 15-minute signals. But there's some sensitivity there. I also am playing around with a high time frame bias. So these are 4-hour candles that are sort of overlapped, and it's based on a ICT concept, which I'm not really like super familiar with, but I'm trying to understand and implement concepts from it, where these 4-hour candles, they draw out the liquidity sweeps, the bearish and bullish liquidity sweeps. And so this would be a signal, of, you can take a short trade after this sweeps the previous
4-hour high or low
level. Yeah, exactly. And then I have all kinds of things here that I haven't really dove into a lot. There's a support and resistance levels that I do have a plugin for that is supposed to take trades at it, but I haven't really seen any success with that. But as you can see right here, this would have been a great a support and resistance bounce if that were taken. So, and then there's previous day high and low, which also, I have a lot of indicators like in the works that once I get everything kind of tied together and smoothed out, I think, because there's so much going on, right? And so I'm kind of I threw the kitchen sink at it, and now it's really about reductively figuring out what is getting in the way and what's helping, and what are the, like, it's really it's gonna take months, I think, of just testing and analytics and just seeing, like, over time, what trades are working, what trades aren't, and I'm happy to spend that time to do this because it's
How do you
really
determine
interesting.
when you're gonna run your bot? Is it like automatically programmed? Because I'm big into time of day is a level. So I hate the open. I love lunchtime. I love power hour. But all of those are different, like, market states. I mean, are these like programmed up for like specific market states or times of the day?
Well, at this point, I'm trying it everywhere because I want to understand and how it works and fix things that come up. So I think at this point, I think it's more about making sure everything is working and, like, understanding how everything interacts, because there are some things that don't know what other things are doing. So to answer your question, I think right now it's not so important to me, but later I think there will be different settings for different market sessions. And I do have a setting that lets you, number one, block news events, and then also block 2 sets of trading hours. So if I want to block market open, or slow, like this session that tends to go a little wonky in Asian session, I can. I can enable auto close at a certain time, like close out all the positions. And then So
that's very cool. You have it all set up.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it just all has to work, you know. Right now, it's a little crazy.
Right.
So I just want
But
to
the
confirm right
concepts are
now.
there. Yeah, go ahead.
Right now, all of the automations are on, right? So if we get a positive, right, there should be a trade taken here. Is that right?
There should be, because all of the symbols are on.
Okay.
All of these four are totally tradable. Let me just look at my terminal. Make sure there's no.
Yeah, let me know if you hop into something, because
we're following.
Yeah,
Don't follow trade chat,
Awesome.
but that's what the house account does sometimes. We
You know
back our
what?
traders,
I
don't
mean,
follow
what
back
I
our traders.
could do is maybe turn off some of the filters, because like right now, all you see this, all trades are blocked. And these are things that I still need to refine, because I literally just added some of this a few days ago. So it's blocking long entries because the EMA, it's right now it's just dipping below the EMA, right? And then it's blocking short entries because it's above the VWAP.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like directional.
Yeah, I mean,
like
that does make sense.
Trying to find some trends, right? You're just trying to identify a trend, hop on. If you're above VWAP, go long. If you're below, go short.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and then also I'm trying to make it not shoot itself in the foot, or I'm trying to make itself not block things that would be valid trades. Like, for example,
right.
I don't want to stop it from taking a short trade if it crosses below the VWAP and heads down to the EMA, or vice versa, you know? So there are little conditions that I have written into the.
I mean, it's a good exercise, even if you're not super into coding, is to try to write out your trading strategy as if it were coding, and it can kind of help you see just maybe how much discretion can be in your trading system. But it's useful. It's super useful. You ever do that, Coach Jay? Try
Say
to
that
write
one
out
more
your
time.
like writing out your trading plan in a form or fashion that is similar to coding, so like a series of if-then statements.
Yes. So if I ask ChatGPT right now to give me my 8 trading setups, it breaks down 8 setups into about 4 steps, right? If this happens, then do this. Then if this happens, then do that. Yeah, I think it's a good way to look at it, right? If I had to give this to somebody else and they trade it, I can't, say, well, this needs to happen, and then I got to spin around 3 times. And if my left hand lands on the mouse, then I'll click the sell button. It's like there's too many variables there, right? So can you break it down where it's just simple logic, and go from there? We got a question from Anne Marie here, Andy. She said, if you're using the super trend, why not just stay in the market, just reverse the position? Unless these, she thinks it's an easy fix unless the system only trades in one direction.
That's a good question. So you're saying, let's say you take a trade, just enter here and exit and enter here, right?
Correct. Yeah. Once that
what
super trend, once that super trend flips, then then the trade logic flips as well, and now we're looking for shorts because the trend changed.
Well, that is definitely would be ideal, right?
Okay.
However, you have things like the trailing profit stop, which I love this. This is like my favorite part. So I don't know if you saw last time where it took that trade, and you have the 2 lines that ratchet up. That's the term, ratchet. They both move up together, and then if the price falls down, it stops out. So in an ideal world, yes, but I want to protect profits. That, easier said than done, because like I don't want to get into a situation where I'm, just constantly like breaking even or going into drawdown. I want to lock in some profits. So I think that would happen on in some conditions, but not all the time. So that's an ideal yes, but there are other factors that go into this whole process.
Andy, hopefully you're willing to come back, because Dolby Time is doing some scheduling right now in the chat. You and Anne Marie are going to get on air together, so she can pick your brain on some of this. I know she's been looking at that super trend indicator recently. doing the market kickoff on Sundays. So she definitely has some questions for you in the chat here, and some suggestions as well. So I think it could be a pretty interesting session to get on air between you two. Anne-Marie, if you have any more direct questions you want me to ask Andy right now, let us know. Chat, you as well. We did make new all-time highs in the S&P, 65.14 and a quarter. New all-time high. Air horns, air horns.
Very nice stair-step pattern here in the NASDAQ.
This is Hoag and I were using that word reluctant to make all-time highs. We're literally making an all-time high by a tick, selling off 2 points, and then another tick and selling off 2 points. I don't know that I've seen the markets do this, but here we are. We do have some size up in the NASDAQ, 155 offered at 23,786. Let's see if we go fill those. New all-time highs here in the S&P again. Tilt, what is the tilt looking like? 59% short. So we got traders calling the top here. They are calling the top. And getting a little bit run over right now. Average price 65.05. Good luck, manage your risk. All right, Andy. No trades taken by your system, right? By Zandobot right now?
Not yet. But I think because we are approaching that, it's just blocking short entries on MNQ. I'd have to look around at the other symbols and see. It might be helpful for me to add one of these for every single symbol, so it's not just one at a time. But this is the kind of thing where I think this would be a good new feature to activate some caution around all-time highs and entering along, because or maybe this is a QQE thing, but I don't see that it's really reflecting that it's not going above that level. So right now it would take what I call a riding the wave. So let's see here.
Okay.
New highs again.
So yep. Say again.
Well, it's just new highs again.
Oh, new highs.
This is like it's like an R&B song, man. It's slow grind today. Right. Up and to the right.
Up and to the right. Also, real quick, Andy, I want to ask you how many markets or what different markets you look at. Is it just equities? Because right now we are seeing crude rally pretty strong. Since we've been on air, crude is up about 50 ticks. Last trade in crude oil here, 64.67 highs of the day. And in the last hour, crude is up $1.13. So pretty big spike there in crude. We probably got some news that came out while Hoag was on air doing group coaching. I was eating lunch, but I missed it. So, but crude oil is rallying pretty hard here. Andy, Zandobot, does it just look at the equities right now? Do you can add in any other markets? Do you look at crude, gold, anything like that?
Gold. Yeah.
Okay.
So no crude yet, no oil yet, but maybe in the future. I wanted to. At first, it was just MNQ, and then I realized I could do some interesting things on other symbols. So I like gold. I mean, I really like YM because it seems like the trends are very clean. There's a lot less whipsaw, a lot less fake outs. But gold is also can be very interesting in terms of like the trends continuations are like.
It seems like it would
very
be
strong.
Easier to write like a trend trading bot and then have it identify like multiple markets that might be trending versus so you stay out of like the crappy range bound markets and go find some trending market like cattle or gold. Yeah, gold's been kind of, let's say cattle is a market that's been up and to the right forever. So like maybe there's bots can trade that easier because it's just like a trending market. It's not choppy. I feel like coding chop would be pretty tricky to do.
Yeah, and that is something that I want to look into, adding some more context of other markets and deviations. So definitely, but I don't know. I mean, I've never traded anything like cattle, so I would need to learn more about that. But I do have capstones.
Just tell your automation to buy it at any price. It's going to go up. That is not financial.
Okay, got it.
It's not like they're going
put
to
an
go
order
find
in
a bunch of cattle underground. I mean,
Right.
there's no surprise there.
Tell it to buy it. Right. Gold also making new highs on the day, 34.7770. Gold is technically closed right now. We already had settlement in gold, but if you trade the gold markets, you know they never really stop moving. We got 160 bid right now at 34.7690. Andy, I see some volume on your charts. If you watch Topstep TV, you know me. I am the volume guy. Everything I do is based on volume. Where does that fit? I did see you had some logic for filtering out volume spikes, right? I've been trying to automate the J trade setup. We can talk about what that is later, but where does volume fit in your analysis or in your automation? How is Zandobot taking that into consideration?
Yes, I have 3 volume filters.
Okay.
So I have volume aware exits. So let's say you're in a trade and it's going really well and the volume starts spiking. What this essentially does is it extends your stop loss by a certain amount so that there's more room to breathe. And then volume based exit timing, yeah, so it's going to exit like let's say you're in a trade and you're in profit, and then
Okay.
it kind of slows, like the volume slows down. If the volume goes below a certain amount, it exits with profit.
Gotcha.
And then the volume entry filter, it's like it has to have a minimum ratio. So like if it looks back a certain amount of bars, like it looks back 24 bars here, and it says like, okay, it has to be at least 80% or whatever you want it to be, 80% of that average volume over that look back, and then it can't be over 500% of the volume of that look back.
Interesting. So I almost kind of think, Dolby, back to your question, right, with the time of day thing, I almost kind of think these volume filters take care of that, right? Because if it's overnight session where things are kind of just chopping around, one random volume spike, yeah, that might happen, but consistent, volume above that ratio, that minimum ratio may not happen. So I'm wondering if that's just kind of happening by default with those filters on.
Yeah,
Interesting
probably
stuff, man,
depends.
for sure.
Like what kind of bot you're you're coding up and like what its focus is. Like if you were to like make a bot that could just run 24/7, then yeah, you'd absolutely have to have parameters in place so it's not taking silly trades.
Yep.
Yeah, and when I first started this, I thought it was going to be like, oh, I can just leave this, go about my day, but it's really not like that.
I think that's the dream.
It's not. Maybe in like 6 months or something, when I've got everything's fitting into its rightful place and everything's doing what it needs to do, everything's perfect, like behaviorally speaking, maybe, but like I think I've got a long ways to go because it really needs some babysitting. Like I need to make sure every entry is solid.
Like a child, isn't it? It's like
it is.
It's like just like letting your bot out unsupervised, like hoping it comes home for dinner or something, or with some money.
Yeah, I mean, I could leave it and sign into
your bot.
I could leave it and log into Topstep on my phone or whatever, and check the trade and close out if I need to. So there's always that.
And
but
my friends,
basically, the hope is that my stop losses and all of my entries and my exits are like so well tuned that I won't need to do that once all of those strategies are working well. And then I mentioned last week that all of these stops, the stop loss and the trailing profit, this is all within my app. So then within Topstep, I have a backup, so an emergency stop in Topstep that like if it goes into 800 drawdown lockout. So that's what's nice about this too, because I have another layer of protection over this. Because I really want to take this slow. I mean, these are combines. I don't mind just making or losing a little bit each day until I get
That's
to the finish
profitable.
line.
Those 5 days. I mean, that's
Yeah, yeah,
profitable trading. You know what I mean? And because when I
exactly.
see a trade report and the losing days are all within like $50 of each other, like that's pretty awesome. That's kind of where you
Looks
want to
measured.
be. It
Yeah.
looks absolutely measured, and you can kind of tell with like some discretionary traders, it looks like minus 300, minus 300, minus 350, minus 1700. And it's like, okay, that's that's a problem.
That's the day you went on tilt.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, that was me. I don't want to be
Uh,
that anymore. Like I want to be a good trader, and this is really helping me with that.
Has it improved your discipline, even as like a discretionary trader? If you decide to take discretionary trades, you feel like it's improved your trading at all?
Absolutely. Yeah,
How so?
because I'm more apt to follow a plan and a structure and be patient. Now, like before I was conditioning myself to like want a result immediately. Like I want to get in this, I want to get in the market, I want to get the profit. Then it's like going against me. So I'm averaging down, okay, I've blown the account again. This is like so different. This is I'm sitting here and I'm literally watching and I'm making sure that everything's functioning. So in that, it's given me this like new sense of patience that I didn't have before because I'm just watching the candles and the patterns and the signals. And it really has changed my entire like behavior pattern and outlook.
That is awesome. New all-time highs again here in the S&P.
Yep.
Every new tick for high of the day is going to be a new all-time high. 65, 17 and
All-time?
a quarter. All-time
All-time?
highs.
Wow.
All-time
That's
highs.
crazy. The ES is so much further ahead than NASDAQ is in terms of that sort of structure.
Yeah, it is. NASDAQ still has about, what is it? About maybe we're probably closer to 1% now from that all-time high in the NASDAQ. That price is 2468.50. It's crazy to think that we're trading that 24,000 handle in the NASDAQ. Still about 1.25% off the all-time high last trade in the NASDAQ, 23,782 quarter. We are making highs on the day. I think everyone was waiting for Jensen to bring us to the promised land here. But looks like the market didn't really love Nvidia's earnings, so we are, here we are.
NASDAQ don't care. What are you
NASDAQ
gonna do?
don't care.
It does not. Such a slow rally, though. Is it unusual? Just one tick at a time, as slowly as possible. Dome is not particularly wiggly, but there we go again. Another push to the upside.
There we go. New highs on the day, 23,784.75. We got a question here. Soupy wants to know, what is your success rate? I think we're kind of seeing it here, right? Andy said, there are still some things he's testing. Some things work out. I love what you said about, back testing, right? Because we all do it as, discretionary traders as well. It's like, oh yeah, my strategy says I would have bought it at the low tick, sold it at the high tick. I made $100,000 today. I'm the best trader ever. And I just need to do that every day for the entire year. And everyone forgets Warren Buffett and they know who I am. But in reality, we have a strategy that we need to implement in the markets. The markets are going to change. The strategies are going to work. Sometimes they aren't. Opening range trades. We had 2 months where they worked really well in gold and crude oil. This month we're negative, right? So I like what you said there about forward testing and just putting it to work, putting some skin in the game. What is this? Yeah, we got some stats up here. Tell us what we're looking at.
Okay, so since I've started this combine, 77 total trades, 46 winning, 31 losing. So that's almost a 60% win rate. Profit factor of 1.29. Long trades, 20 short, 57. Win rate is higher on the short side. Although I have to say some of this was manual trading. So
Okay.
I don't have enough metrics right now. However, let me switch to my practice account because that maybe has some better metrics because I was trading on that for a while.
You have news? Is there news?
Let's see.
Oh, here we go. The USTR extends certain exclusions from the China Section 301 tariffs. The exclusions were previously scheduled to expire on August 31st, and the exclusions have been extended through November 29th. So,
has anyone seen my can? Has anyone seen my can?
It is down the road, Coach Jay. That's where it is.
There we go. All right. So yeah, pretty good stats there on that practice account. Andy, if you want to bring those up again.
Oh, yeah. Something's weird with it's not changing the stats to
for the practice. Okay,
there,
gotcha.
but we can look at We can look at the calendar. It changes the calendar. You can see, yeah, pretty darn good, I'd say. Right?
Yeah, that looks pretty
week to
good
week.
to me. Again, measured losses. So
yeah,
I want to come back to you real quick. We're gonna jump to our live leaders. Who is trading well today at Topstep? We got Mark L, number 135 on the big board, up $11,339 on the day. Kyunho, number 2 on the big board, up $88.55 on the day. Hansen, up number 225 on the big board, up $8,737. And Huang, number 26 on the big board, up $8,510 for the day. Great job to all those traders there. I think most of them are trading the NASDAQ, but some really nice profits from our big board traders today. Thank you for that, guys. Let's take a look here. We're a couple ticks away from another all-time high here in the S&P, 23,782. We talked a little bit about, getting to the point where your automation, you just leave it on. Do you have like audible alerts for when something happens, or just like logistical stuff, right? I don't have to be sitting at my desk. It'll tell me when I get into a trade. Maybe it sends you a text message or an email. Would you build that into it so you're in a trade?
Absolutely. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't have that yet, but that's easy to do. That's easy enough for sure. But right now, you'll see a little toast alert like pop up on the bottom right side when something happens, either like a trade is blocked or a limit order was placed. Right now, since we're so far away from the last flip point on probably a lot of these markets, it's probably not going to take a trade because it doesn't take there's a setting I have where it doesn't take a trade if it's been in a trend for a certain amount of time or bars, so to speak. So like I have, you can see bars since last flip. It counts the bars, right? Yeah. So for each symbol that I'm actively trading. So
what time frame is that? Is it looking on?
5 minute. Yeah.
5 minute. Got you. Okay.
Yeah. So typically you would see like my riding the wave plugin, which joins an existing trend, closer to like the start or the middle of the trends.
To be fair, I don't know that there's a trade that I would take here either, right?
Yeah,
where you just buy it and hope it keeps going up, and it can. But where do you limit risk here? Where we're making
like
new all-time
here right now,
pick.
the low 60s, you're still risking like 25 points and you're buying the high. So
right,
not my favorite trade, but
not same here,
what I would do.
I mean, you can see, but if we just look at levels, I think this box right here is drawing in relation to back here. So maybe we come up, we break 800 and then it's either up or down from there.
It's either going up or it's going down.
Is it going to be a sweep or is it going to be a continuation?
Yeah, I mean, my human eyes are looking at like 23,790 as a potential area of resistance. That was kind of like the last big candlesticks we saw on the 19th of August, kind of really shoot down, and we're kind of getting back to that level there. So I think if you're going to draw a cup and handle, that might be the top of it, actually. I had to guess. Yeah.
I got a question here for you, Andy. I know I heard you say it the last time. People were like, "Hey, would you sell this?" And you said, "No. Why would I sell it? If it gets to the point where it's making me money, then I don't want to have to deal with customers or anything like that. Just make me money." Would you ever do a session or maybe a class where you're helping people automate their own strategies, right? Once you get to a point where someone's like, "Hey, how did you get to this point? Show me how to build it. I don't need to copy yours, but show me how, or give me some steps that I could take to get to automate my own."
Well, let me think about that.
You could say no.
I think it's hard for me to say yes, just because of the sheer amount of hours that I put into this every day,
Okay.
all night.
Right.
And it's sort of the thing where if you want to learn to build something, then you have to learn a lot about coding and a lot about application architecture, best practices. And so there's a lot that goes into it that's not even just about coding a bot. It's like really takes a fundamental like education on building applications that
Gotcha.
don't turn into a giant mess. But yeah, I mean, I think as maybe like in a like consultant context, some general tips. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, nice.
Good
I
stuff.
mean, no more than me and Coach Jay when it comes to coding. I don't know anything about coding.
Yeah,
Very,
ChatGPT knows
very
everything that I
confusing.
know about coding. So here's where I sit. I can read code, but as soon as we start getting syntax errors or anything like that, I'm just like, all right, I'm out of here. Yeah, that's usually where I stop. I can get things to a pretty decent spot. I have some stuff that with the help of some AI, I have indicators in TradingView that actually send me alerts to this day for trades that I look for all the time. Getting to the point where it actually takes the trade, I'm not there yet. So I'm still cavemaning, manually clicking the buy or sell buttons.
So you're mostly doing Pine script?
Yes. Yeah, mostly Pine script. Just because I wanted to see, I didn't want to get super complicated because I trade in Quantower, right? Or Topstep X. But my personal account, I trade in Quantower, which I believe does not have Pine script. I think you need to code it in C. So, or maybe it's Python, one of the two. But for TradingView, it was really easy just to get the logic out there, right? To say, hey, I'm looking for this very specific pattern. Super easy to build an indicator. Now, getting that indicator to the point where it's actually taking trades, it's a little different, but I don't mind clicking the button. At least it tells me, hey, this market is presenting a setup. I also, and if there are any bots in the chat listening, I'm friendly, but I don't fully trust it to take the trade. So I always want the discretion to click the button, right? I almost look at the indicator like an analyst, like a research analyst, right? Hey, this market is presenting this setup, and then I get to answer the question: do I want to take that trade or not?
Oh, nice.
And go from there. But yeah, this has been a lot of fun. Dolby time. Would you
Awesome.
would you automate a strategy, and what would it be?
I actually did automate like a range, like a way to find a range in Pine script. I thought that was pretty cool, and I got it to a point where it could trigger like notifications to like identify a range, which I thought was awesome. It was never in a position where it could take trades on its own though, because like then there's like a whole nother series of logic you would have to do. Then I have to figure out like, okay, it identifies a range. Then I have to like code a way for it to put in the limit orders and find which direction it would want to put those limit orders in, whether short or long. So it might be something like I could revisit. The indicator that was super easy to code. It wasn't complicated. It's mostly just a lot of like addition and subtraction to try to like find a way to identify the range, which was relatively easy. But yeah, I mean, you just keep on getting into it and it just gets deeper and deeper and deeper. And then I just get more ADD. And then I just like, I'll just trade it manually at that point. It's hard.
That is where I'm at with it.
Wanes pretty quick.
Well, we got about 7 minutes left here. Well, maybe about 5 minutes left here in this segment. No trades right now, Andy, but what are you showing us here?
I am showing you the labels that I put. So for backtesting and live entries, I have these markers that if you hover over, it shows you why it entered, the size, time, price, and then the exit has the points of P&L and the reason why. So like this would have been a trailing profit trade where it came up and then kind of closed out. Because for the settings, I think I have this pretty tight. Like so like I think the idea with this is that it would have kind of kept rising and then came up here and then just boop But the nice thing about this is that I can really start to analyze visually like what happened, look back. I know we have something similar in Topstep where you can look at all the trades, but this has a little bit more context. And then once all the attribution is solid, it's gonna be really interesting to see have this running list of what entered the trade, super trend, VWAP bounce, what exited, and then looking at which strategies are involved here, and then looking at the reporting, and then like fine tuning what's working, using that as a way to like really get to a place of like, okay, throw these away and keep these.
Keep this. Quick question on that, on the backtesting part of it. Are you tracking max drawdown in like intratrade max drawdown, or does it stop you out at a P&L amount?
So I think on the back test, yes, not in the live yet though.
Okay.
So
Gotcha.
you can
Okay.
see here. I mean, it's insane. I can make it have like totally insanely amazing metrics,
right,
by kind of tweaking the settings.
Yep.
And I could do that all day long, but it's kind of a waste of time.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I mean, yeah, because every market, every day you wake up, every tick is going to be unique. So like backtesting can only do so much because every tick is a unique moment in time. We're never going to see the same pattern twice. So backtesting can only do so much.
Exactly.
It's not like it's going to happen the same way twice. It's like lightning.
Yep.
790s might reject here.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Dolby, we're looking at that 790 price, 789.75, high of the day in the NASDAQ. S&P, high of the day, all-time high, 65.1775. We got Power Hour coming up in just a couple minutes here. We got 4 minutes to Power Hour. Who do we got coming on? Dolby Time is going to stick around. We have Jack and Anne-Marie. We see Anne-Marie in the chat. She is going to be joining us for Power Hour. Let's see if we continue to make new all-time highs. Andy, you coming back with us? You gonna come back on Topstep TV?
Absolutely.
Oh,
yeah, hopefully next time it'll take some trades. I think it'll be a little less messy next time. Right now there's a lot of stuff going on, so
just a slow grind up.
Slow grind up. Yeah.
Maybe Andre get. Go ahead, Dolby.
I was saying, it's fun having you back on every week or every other week, so you can kind of see your progress and see what you've built and how you're modifying and improving your system here. So it's also cool to see for non-coders to see what the workflow is for traders who are coding, because it's just a constant kind of grind and micro improvements. So it's cool to see that. It's a nice insight into that world.
For sure. Yeah, I'm glad that you and all the traders are able to keep up with my progress, and thanks for having me on again, and looking forward to next time. So.
One more question, Andy, because they're going to kill me if I don't ask. The language that you code this in. Remind us one more time. Python. There we go.
Python.
Python. Did I say that right?
Python.
With a TH.
Python. Chat. You got it.
Yeah.
I know you mentioned something else earlier. It was like a mix of Python and something else, but
Python.
Scython. There. That's what I was searching for. We got it, chat. Scython. All right. This is Topstep TV. We got Power Hour coming up. Dolby sticking around. We got Jack and Anne-Marie coming in for the last hour of the day. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Yeah, you saw that barbell in the bumper, so you know this segment goes super effing hard. It's Power Hour. Hashtag Power Hour. Andre disappeared. I don't know where he is for these next 2 days, but I'm hosting.
No idea.
Joined by Anne-Marie and Dolby. Anne-Marie, welcome. How you doing? Have you done any trading today?
You know what? I have not. Not really. Took a couple of little trades, and I'm in a short iron condor that really needs to have the S&P fade. So we'll be watching it until, if about 5 of you see me go, wait a second, I got to adjust a trade. You know what's happening. So, yeah, but it's really, traders are anticipating this kind of, oh no, we got to turn over. And it continually, the stops get run and okay, maybe this is the next short. And so they're dying by 1,000 cups on the rise, upward. The thing is, cumulative delta is not that, it's gotten big now. I haven't looked at it in a hot minute. So yeah, cumulative delta is really in the direction. So we shall see. We might have an interesting MOC.
Yeah,
might have a very interesting MOC.
Here's what I'm seeing, and this is good news and bad news for your fade here, Anne-Marie. I feel like the good news is if it turns around, I feel like it's going to be here. We are right at the 6,500 SPX gamma level. It got sucked up. We're at a little bit above it, 6,503 right now. If anything, I see that as the stickiest thing for this hour as we go on. So Dolby, you're in charge of the house account. I know that you are pro buying, which I guess I'd like to see a little bigger pullback. But
I can be convinced, Jack. I can be convinced.
Yeah, and as John Ross mentions, yes, at 65.10, there's another one. So maybe that would be about 5 points higher than here, like 65.25 or something. But for now, we're kind of just, I don't know what I want to do while we're stuck to this 6,500 level.
Yeah.
Really say 1K hit the bid. Yes.
I have to tell you that literally, as long as, so here's which is why I want to talk to Andy. So Dolby, I appreciate you setting that up in the distant future, or not too distant future, doesn't matter, whichever one. A lot of times when I see folks building technical automation, it's fantastic, but it's better to start incredibly simply and then start looking at, okay, where do I experience slippage? Where do I experience XYZ? And so, though I don't code, what I do write is logical structure, if then, and then so on and so forth. And I just normally give it to the person that I want it to code. Usually it's ChatGPT these days, which is kind of cool.
Popular.
So, it's amazing what you can tell ChatGPT to do. And sometimes it'll get it wrong, but when you put it into the compiler and the compiler says, hey, that variable is not declared anywhere here, you go right back to ChatGPT and go, hey, that variable is not declared. Fix this code. And it turns right around and does something and fixes it for you. It's fantastic. It's probably making me way stupider, if that's a word. Maybe it's way more stupid.
Well,
but
speaking of things that are fantastic and may make us way stupider, get your hashtag Power Hour content in. Tag us on Twitter or X. Hashtag Power Hour. We'll show the best stuff towards the end of the segment. Also, if you haven't yet, subscribe so you can comment, tell us what we're doing right or wrong, or just don't tell us. And also give us a like, because that's what we need here to keep on going.
That's right.
Sorry, I have the wrong. I still have this chart I have shared right now is still the NVIDIA straddle from yesterday. It's getting kind of cheap. I was thinking, this is the 180. Tomorrow's the last trading day of the month, correct?
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm.
And
Window
we know
dressing.
what tends to happen on the last day of the month, especially during power hour. Sometimes we see some absurd moves. If this were tomorrow and we were facing the same chart, I'd be like, let's plow in, just buy the market. We're going to rock it to the moon. But a little hesitant right now.
Yeah. And again, sorry about the drilling and grinding in the background. That's still in progress.
Oh, I thought you were apologizing on my behalf. They're completely turning up my street so they can reinstall sewer drains. They also took up like 3 blocks of parking. So not cool. Not cool, city.
That is the worst. That is the worst.
A little bit of rejection here on the 790s and the NQ. We're talking about these 800s as possibly being resistance, and we're starting to chop around a little bit. Anne-Marie, any levels in the NASDAQ? Oh, actually, I'm going to segue into this instead.
Yeah.
Let's do above below in the NASDAQ, Anne-Marie. So can you pick a number where you think the NASDAQ is going to be closed at by 3 p.m. Central? And then chat will say above or below that number.
23,740.
Okay.
It has been declared.
Wow, that's so are you bearish? That's pretty bearish.
What? That's only 50 points away. That's like 2 seconds.
She's setting the level.
All right. Your call. So who? 23,740 above or below by 3 p.m. Central.
Well, the last domino, not to turn green yet, Nvidia is still down 80 cents, just about 0.5% on the day. Yeah, after being the star of yesterday, it is closing pretty much exactly at that strike level.
So very interesting. When you see big positioning on both sides of the fence, like we saw going into Nvidia, like tons of people on the put side, tons of people on the call side, option sellers always win the game. Watch for that. And there were literally hundreds of millions of dollars sitting on both sides. They were either protecting what they had or trying to hedge some other way, and the option sellers won. That happens a ton. That happens a ton.
Yeah, the nothing ever happens play tends to win those battles. Plus, they're spotted the premium, so they have an advantage.
Exactly. Which I love, because the only thing I do is sell options, really. I can't bring myself to buy them. I really cannot. I don't know why. I
do it like 98% of the time. And every time I'm tempted to like buy a put or something, it's just like, just go short.
Yeah. There you go.
So any levels you're looking at? I got you sidetracked.
In the NQ, we've got, what is this number? It is, hang on. All right, okay, here we go. It is last week's high. That number is 23,877 to the upside. And then we've got yesterday's high, which is 23,688. So we're essentially caught between those two areas. Momentum is drifting down just a wee bit, but here's something really interesting that I like to look at. For those of you who are scalp traders, I'm going to give you a little bit of a tip that really works a lot. When you're staring down formations and you go, okay, what kind of trade do I have? Really, go to the biggest candlestick formations on the 1 minute that you see in the near term and draw a box around it. And that box is going to tell you how the traders that entered in that space are going to feel if price action begins to fade. And so, like right now, this old resistance, new support potentially, but if you're thinking to yourself, gosh, where is my stop? It's going to be at the bottom of that box, right? I'm saying it'll be at the bottom of the box. And so, yeah. So I think we get to that 740 pretty easily, but not straight down. I would not imagine. I think we're going to see some sector rotation towards the end of the month. If everybody's thinking, hey, we're stacking the Fed with all these potential dovish people that are going to, further debase our currency. What can that look like? And although I think it's a losing trade long term, Jack, in terms of the RTY, people could get excited and get in there for a trade, and that rotation could move out of big names into smaller names simply because the big names are so overpriced in the current measure. So if you stare down these 1 minute candlestick formations, you're going to learn a ton about where to position your stops if you're scalping, and where the entry points are going to possibly come in on the dip zones. And you'll notice, look at where it came into, almost right down to that edge, and the other high volume candle also right down to that edge. So it gives you reflexive motion. If you're a scalper looking at volume, which is why I want to talk to Andy, I really think if he just uses his super trend, but he uses some kind of volume counter, he won't even need a moving average because a super trend will have it. And the more complex is better if you're trying to operate on a brain, but not so much if you're just trying to be green. At least this is my thought.
Something to remember, if you are diving into the rotation, this is a good piece of information for everyone to know who's thinking about this. Just because something looks cheap doesn't mean it doesn't deserve that. So every time I see this rotation, I get the interest rates play because the Russell is more sensitive to them. But yes, the Russell hasn't gone anywhere in 5 years. Keep in mind that the Russell 2000 index, the PE ratio for the index is the same as the NASDAQ. It's trading like 31.5 PE. The NASDAQ's trading 32.6. S&P like 25 or something like that. So you're not, yes, it looks cheap on a chart, but they're not like, it's not like they're valued super low as far as multiples, right? So the Russell's risky. Just throwing that out there.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
So what's going to kill the most options, I would think, is if the ES closes around 65.15.
Sounds like you're in a dentist office.
I know.
Right now,
It sounds. What is that?
It would feel even better if I was in a dentist chair. I can't even tell you how bad my head's been hurting for like 2 weeks. And they just told me it'd be 3 more weeks. I'm like, I'm going to kill myself. 3 more
weeks?
I know.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
What are they doing? They just like trying to cut into a concrete block or something? Like, what are they sawing out there?
We have this space that has all these intricate edges, and so the stone is being custom cut for the edges in the space, and
Yeah. I'm aware.
Yeah.
Any levels we like for longs here, and Marie? Anything like more near term? I mean, I think you mentioned 688.
So here's the thing. I just marked out that first spot that was along there at 23,777. At this juncture, my thought would be longs would be scalp trades only.
Okay.
Why? Because the market is at a potential volume exhaustion event. So what do I mean by that? If we look at the chart, let's look at a 15-minute, right? And we look at the NQ. We can see that it's been moving up all day, right? Big upward motion, compact candlestick. So you know the traders are fighting back and forth. I'm going to go short now. Okay, guy better cover because this is not going to work. Whatever. And so our highest high had a candle event that had a little bit more selling than the last one. And so we literally are sitting inside of the last 15-minute candle high. And now we are under the close of that candle and we just broke the low. So to me, any bounces, we're probably going to bump into sellers because of the selling tail right here. If I'm wrong, we could do a buy stop maybe right there at 23,793. But other than that, I think I think any kinds of bounce is going to give us a more selling. Is my gut. Disagree and then say why not. I love doing that. I love digging into I'm seeing something totally different kind of commentary.
I mean, I was in the last segment and I was looking at, I did get some bids in. It's between 70s and 60s, just 3 of them. I was looking at the 4-hour candlestick on August 19th, the one that printed at 5 o'clock. We kind of just ran it by a hair and got a little bit of resistance. We also had a little bit of like maybe support becomes resistance from that tail on August 14th. We're kind of getting into that congestion zone. I think we might get a pretty sizable pullback, maybe like 40 to 50 points, but I would still anticipate for that to maybe end up rallying again into the end of the day.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely a dip buying formation for sure. However, and I know you don't trade momentum very much, so I'll just yammer on that a little bit. I know. I'm so sorry about that, Danielle.
No worries. If the noise becomes too much, Anne-Marie, we'll take you off for now until it stops, and we'll bring in Hoag if we can track him down. But it's quiet for time being.
Yeah. So, anyways, what we've got is a big volume candlestick that we just happen to have right now, and we're up over this we're right into jamming into this heavy congestion. And so, momentum is drifting down. The speed of momentum is dampening. And so, my thought is that we should see some pretty solid retracement from here. Now, of course, I could be totally wrong. And that's why I've got the buy stop sitting up above there. If it gets above that zone, then it should give us a nice reflexive bounce in general.
Yeah, I think the longs are interesting. I always like identifying larger time frame levels. They tend to be a little bit more responsive to like smaller time frame price action. And so we're going to see if we can line up a pullback here off the 800s and then see if we can get long from the rejection of 800s and then see if we go down far enough, will buyers come back in and maybe bid this back up. So we're going to bid between 750 and 770s. See if we can get long on a pullback.
Okay, so 23,772 to 23,774. Again, the high volume, the highest 1 minute volume candlestick is still sort of running the show, even though the traders are having trouble there. All right, I'm going to go on silent. You guys talk amongst yourselves.
All right,
yeah,
we will
yeah,
talk
of
amongst
course.
ourselves. Be careful with this one, Dolby. I don't look at the NQ. We're getting back to the 6,500 SPX. I know in the ES, I wouldn't want to start buying until it gets far enough away from that for like the juice to be worth it. If it comes back and sticks there,
I mean, I can
still
always
think
just
like
move it down.
Yeah, I think. Well, but I'm looking at the ES. The NQ doesn't make any sense to me.
Oh, got it. Yeah, I mean, I can just adjust one of the legs and pull one of the legs down. So we can start at like 65 and go down to 45s. See if we can accumulate a position maybe above, what is this level here? 740s. Just see if we can work some longs. And maybe this is the one time that it pulls back 100 points and longs just don't work anymore, even though it worked pretty much for the first 6 hours of the New York Open. So we'll see. Got 765s in for the first bid.
Yeah, you know, the one fly in the ointment there is this last 30-minute candlestick. We could not hold the close of it. We could not hold the low. I mean, excuse me, we could not hold the open of it, and that's where we're fighting right now.
Mm-hmm.
So that long could work because that 30-minute candlestick right there makes for, you know, a great buy zone. It's just got to get up over the top of our box at 23,780. And if it doesn't, I think it stair steps down.
Ooh, okay. I mean, you do have the above below at 740s, so you are looking for a stair step down. I wouldn't mind a stair step down, but it needs to stair step up at 745.
First.
Yeah. Well, the nice thing about having limit orders, 20 points below the market is that you're bearish up until you get filled. So I'm looking for this to go down.
Well, while we're waiting for this stair stepping to happen, I still think it's just going to be sticky around here in the ES. We do have a Series 3 coming up. Let me know in back if we're ready with that. I know you're all waiting with bated breath. There we go. Andrea, what do we got today?
Oh, muted. Hey up.
Oh, no.
Harder than it looks.
It happened. It happened. All right. Anyway, during times of supply shortages, the market for a given commodity may become blank, where the price of the cash commodity is trading at a premium to the future contract prices. Is it A, contango, B, convex, C, forwarded, or D, inverted?
So
I'm going to say A.
Well, I think this is the opposite of contango. Contango is when the futures trade at a premium to the cash.
Oh, gosh, I missed that.
I know what's weird is I know the word for this. This is the thing with like the Series 3. Like I would call this backwardation, but
no, backwardation would be them trading at a discount.
Right, that's what it's saying here, right?
Also,
the price
like
of
the
the
may
cash
become...
is at a premium to the future prices.
But wouldn't, like, just like grammar-wise, wouldn't A and B just be incorrect? Like, may become contango? That's not how that works, right? Or may become
It is.
convex.
Contango is a weird word.
Okay, is it a weird word?
There you
Really,
go.
I'm not a word person. Or math.
I'm going to go, like, inverted to me sounds like it describes what's happening there, so I'm going to go with D.
That's what makes the most sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
D.
Andrea giggling in the background there.
Ha! There it is.
Ta-da!
Congratulations.
Okay.
Ta-da!
Let me go on a little quick rant there. People talk about inversion like in yield curve spreads. I have never heard that referred to as anything but backwardation. Take that, Series 3.
Well, you
Well, it's
know
fun
those
too
things
because
are written
Aces
anyway.
has
So.
2 different meanings on the Series 3. That was fun when I learned that.
I think they wrote
What's your
all the
total risk on
questions.
this trade?
Typically 30 points.
Okay.
So it would be 30 points from the first contract. So it would be 35s, which would be 5 points below your above below. And then this kind of package of 5 contracts, 5 points apart, is about somewhere between 200 to 250 of risk if it goes completely south.
That's good. Yeah. Yeah, that's good.
It's been good. It's worked pretty well.
Yeah.
All right. Dobie's got them lined up.
Just waiting. Bearish until we need to be bullish. See what we can get. We initially had 70s. That still would have not gotten filled yet at all. So we're just gonna be patient.
Yeah, this is so sideways.
It's really slowed down quite a bit. Really slow. It is moving. Like it's making progress, just not doing it very quickly. Like there's very little wiggle in the dome. It's pretty methodical. I like a good wiggle in the market.
That you certainly do. All right. Looking around through the other, NVIDIA's come off a little bit. Now it's down about 0.8%. Google's up over 2%.
What's Tesla done today?
It's down about 0.8%, so nothing huge.
Kind of surprised. I thought the market would be doing a little bit more the day after.
Yeah, I think it's tomorrow. You know,
so
I think tomorrow.
And Marie, and I guess for Jack too, with Nvidia in the rear view, what are sort of like the next big defining market news events that we're looking for that could really shake things up?
Well, the employment number will be, I guess, that'd be this coming Friday, like not tomorrow, but a week from then. We'll have another CPI.
Okay.
We got PCE.
Yeah, we got PCE tomorrow. I mean, on Friday. Yeah. Tomorrow. Oh, yeah, tomorrow is Friday. Jeez. Yeah, we got PCE tomorrow. I think it'll probably do something with that. But, you know, at the end, I suspect what the traders are really doing is just sort of treading water until the big reveal.
Interest rates, I guess. Whatever. I mean, a big thing.
Yeah.
I thought Nvidia was really going to move things, and it just really hasn't. I hope we don't get like just a very slow market because no one wants to put risk on. If there's too much uncertainty and maybe sort of the summer trade drifts into fall with tighter ranges, that would be unfortunate.
I mean, if you look back, we did get a huge move. It was just at a time when we aren't trading here. On the Nvidia candle from the earnings, we got
holy smokes, that was a big one.
How many 100 points is that? 689 for 250 point swing in the NQ. So pretty big there. And actually, Nvidia itself dipped quite hard right when it came out.
But I want action now, Jack. I want it now. I want 100-point moves right now. I'm not getting it.
I think it's gonna maybe, NASDAQ maybe. I really feel like we're gonna be stuck around here. Maybe MOC will shake it up.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, Dolby, if you're looking for action, last day of the month, a rare treat for the reversal challenge because that tends to move quite a bit.
It's going to be beastly.
Ladies are coming back too. It's going to be fun.
Just please beg Andre not to do 15 contracts.
Well, I got some good news for you.
Can't hear it. What?
It won't be Andre. It will be me.
Oh, gee, please. No 15 contracts. It's just so much.
I accept donations, Anne-Marie.
All right. Just send me your Venmo info. I'll take care of it.
We'll do 2 lots for the whole hour if you want. Price is right.
He's kidding, folks. No bribery around here.
I mean, the 15 lot is, and I always get flack for saying it, but I think it reduces. Somebody could trade brilliantly, and then it just comes down to a coin flip of who's on the right side of the last move.
There's a place for it.
Part of the maybe that's part of the allure, but I mean, because it's not really about. I don't even know if that game is about skill more than luck, maybe. But yeah. So what I think is going to be interesting for the rest of the day today is, MOC yesterday had $1 billion buy side, I think it was, and then the market sold off right off of it. And I'm wondering if we see the same kind of behavior today. Wondering if the MOC trade might work if you place trades on either side of the range. Might be a bit clever.
I'm a fan. Didn't make a higher high here. Kind of interesting. Maybe we can finally get some confirmed downward pressure here. You can get down to those 50s. Maybe get filled on a couple of these into MOC. I'd be surprised to see MOC over $1 billion, but you never know.
Yeah, it was yesterday.
Yeah, it was. But though, like Nvidia earnings, so I was kind of expecting it to be hot. But now it's like after we're in the shadow of Nvidia earnings now.
There are a lot of traders trying to defend this price point here. Let's take a look at the ES really quickly. You know what I think we need to do when the market's in this quiet space, we need to get Dolby in some sort of drum solo while sorry about that, while Jack pantomimes like maybe
I guess I have to truthfully say that I was not expecting that, but your wish is our command. We'll figure out how to do that.
Oh, come on. Like your typical Jack Kerouac beatnik kind of. And
you can get bongos.
I'm hip.
You can get them. There has to be an alley in Chicago with a pair of bongos just sitting out there. I will get them.
You know what's funny is everybody thinks they can play the bongos. Have you ever noticed that?
I don't know anyone who knows how to play the bongos. What are people hanging out with? People, amateur bongo players? Where are these people at?
Bongo people. They're around.
Bongo people?
My friend list is very eclectic. Both of them.
I mean, there's always like the acoustic guitar guy at the parties. I mean, that's kind of like a motif.
The bongo guy is cooler than the acoustic guitar guy.
Guy playing Ben Folds or whatever, Third Eye Blind on acoustic in college.
Why would you play Ben Folds on a guitar?
I don't know. That's true. He's a piano player.
Crappy behavior.
Piano. Play drums, Jack.
More thoughts on that while we're stuck, as kind of expected. We're still stuck 6,500 SPX. If we get some movement off the MOC, it could. Well, it's only Thursday.
Yeah. It is
Thursday. It though? Is it only Thursday?
It feels like it's an only Thursday. Feels like it should have been Friday 3 days ago.
No.
Would anyone entertain a short over 800s in the NASDAQ? Speaking of bracketing ranges, that would be kind of interesting. Interesting trade.
A short?
Yeah, between like 800 and 820s. Mm-hmm. Pretty risque. They're just shaking my house now. This is wild. Anne Marie has the noise. I have the vibrations. My house is shaking from them drilling into the ground right now.
Did they let you know if you have lead pipes or not?
Oh my word! Is that what
I
they
don't
were
know.
looking for?
No, they weren't looking for lead pipes. We've had like this street corner that turns into like a small lake anytime it rains. So I think they're
Oh
fixing
yeah.
the piping over there. I don't know. I've been in this place for like 5 years, Jack. Maybe that explains a lot. Maybe I'm losing some IQ on the lead.
Only if your hair starts falling out.
Yeah.
And the tips of
Well,
your fingers start turning, you know, some kind of
You've definitely
strange gray.
become more unpredictably violent. So yeah, maybe.
I don't know if I was.
Maybe
if I had a
That's
few
my
less IQ
influence
points-
on him. Come on.
No, that's just Anne Marie. Maybe if I was dumber, I'd be better at trading. I don't know.
Probably.
Maybe there's like a sweet spot. Yeah. Damn.
100%. Overthinking is very bad.
Yeah,
for the
overthinking.
person.
Yeah, right.
It's terrible.
Well, not getting that
Overthinking is
pullback.
terrible.
That's too bad.
No, you know, and
Maybe wait till MOC. I don't know. Shorts at 800, maybe for 20 points. That'd be kind of intriguing. Big round numbers. Love big round numbers in NASDAQ.
We sure do. We got also something I love. We got a little news clip to play right now about the GDP second
Oh, nice.
estimate that came out today. A little bit hot. Andrea, hit me with that.
The U.S. economy rebounded in the second quarter better than previously reported. Gross domestic product, which is a reading of all the goods and services produced in the economy, had a 3.3% yearly rate from April through June. This is the second estimate from the Commerce Department, which originally posted an annualized rate of 3%. It's a big bump from the economy's half percentage point drop in the first quarter. Analysts say consumer spending increased in the second quarter despite concerns about the Trump administration's trade wars.
Thank you, James.
That's awfully jazzy. I do
Yeah, it's
like
pretty
it.
neat.
Yeah.
What is jazzy? James? James is pretty jazzy.
No, a little background noise kind of thing.
Oh, got it.
What's up?
She's just crushing it, just pantomiming it. Got some jazz in.
As Hoop is putting
Green
in
room
the chat,
comedians.
Jensen Huang, our NVIDIA overlord, he's been talking with the White House saying whatever it takes to get approved is fine with us. Sounds like he's open for business. Also says that the conversation with the White House on allowing Blackwell chip sales to China will take a while, but they are having conversations.
Okay. AI factory infrastructure. Is that just data centers? Just tons of data centers, as far as the eye can see.
Probably.
That seems the plan.
Probably.
Will these data centers get us above 6520?
I see 300 sitting at 6521. But then 270 at 6520. I think we're kind of evenly split up here. Seems like maybe there's a fair bit of volume sitting below. Ooh, I think my buy stop's about to get triggered.
It's moving. Yeah, we got some action here.
Yeah.
A whopping 20 points about. That's how you know it's slow, when 20 points looks meaningful in the NASDAQ. Still wouldn't have gotten filled any of those trades.
4 minutes and 30 seconds, so we get the MOC numbers.
Where's your buy stop? What's the level for that one?
My buy stop, sir, is at 23,793.50.
Ooh. You start reading some promos with that voice, Anne Marie?
I can do it.
I clearly.
Yeah.
Clearly. Sounded fantastic.
Looking at the tilt, we're 64% short ES, 55% short NQ. Tilting a tad bit bearish here.
Still stuck in that range. 770s to 790s. Whopping 20 points.
I mean, these traders are in a rock fight right now.
They really are. I think we get those 800s, though, for sure. After that, who knows? Who knows? I don't know if I would take that short. It'd be a scary short, so maybe it is a good one.
Yeah, I think if they breach the level, I think they're going to run some stops for sure. And then, ta-da! There we go. Looky there. I think a lot of people are afraid of the buy stop trade, but it's actually quite lovely. Because you say to yourself,
it's terrifying. It's terrifying.
I understand. I do. I understand.
Cole took a buy stop trade today, I believe. That worked out really well for him.
Yeah,
I think you have to be like in a certain frame of mind for a buy stop. You really got to be in tune with kind of price action that you want.
Oh, for sure.
To get your buy stop. And I'm more of like a set it and forget it kind of guy. Like I want the market to work, but if you're buy stopping, you got to get your Momo pretty damn fast, or else you're basically buying the highs and hoping it rallies. But
well, the good thing about the buy stop works really well if you see traders, if the trend is generally bullish and you see traders trying to either short at a level over and over and over and over again, but they're building a floor. And then the second you see, a bigger candle than the last few candles, you go, oh yeah, they're probably going to run the stops. What I don't know is how long they're going to run the stops for. I have my limit order to cover up here at the old wick, but I don't know if it'll come and get
my
me.
anxiety just gets exponentially worse. Like the fact that this isn't breaking out to the upside right now would just have me losing my mind. So where's your stop at? You didn't have a stop in, Anne-Marie. You just eyeballing it?
I don't. I normally will, I don't use the auto order brackets because it sort of screws up what I'm trying to do from a trading space. But my stop really is probably 10 points away. Up here, I don't like trading this time of day anyway. It gives me the wiggles always. But
come on, power hour is a great time to trade.
I am usually so tired by the time by the time 3 o'clock rolls around. I literally, half my brain cells are like in mush. They're floating in. What's that guy's name? The one that has the chum bucket that lives down at the bottom of the sea with SpongeBob.
SpongeBob?
What's the guy that owns Plankton? Right. He owns the chum bucket.
MOC coming 7 seconds.
Woo,
will you be eating chum or filet mignon? You'll find out right now.
Come on down. Oh, 800.
Man, it just missed my target literally by a tick.
800s. Oh. Come on down.
Dang it.
Oh, that's a tough one. It's not over yet. But
well, there it went.
Well, we might get filled on these 765s here in the last 10 minutes
that
of the day.
Literally stopped by 1 tick. I'm so disgusted.
You couldn't even 10% it. It happened so fast.
I know.
Those trades are
Well,
tough.
so what
There's
was
some-
MOC?
MOC imbalance, S&P 500 plus 650 million, NASDAQ 685. It's buy side.
What do you
Mag
call
7
that, Dolby?
412. Nvidia is down like $1 right now, and we are. Dolby, will you buy me a Coke if we close at 65.15?
Man,
Yeah, I'll buy you some Coke.
Come up and get me.
See if we can get
Let's
filled
see if
here.
it rolls all the way over. If it pops out there, that's going to be disgusting. I'll be upset right there.
Can we get any fills in Power Hour?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Well, that was the last gasp for the 0 date 65.10 level in the SPX, RIP. And
Yeah.
this might be the end of the 6,500 if we don't get a pop here. Oh, I didn't miss the joke, but how do I respond to such a thing?
Plain hot potato. A little hot potato there. Pass it back and forth. I would love to get filled on along here.
To go talk to my bongo man.
There it is. There it is.
We have bongo moment. We have
Yep.
and today's bongo moment brought to
Yeah,
you
they
by
probably wear these glasses too. These are glasses some bongo guys would wear on the heart shades. Nothing but love
man.
for those bongos.
All right. Well, before we enter the final stretch here, let's hit that hashtag Power Hour content with producer Andrea. Andrea, what's up?
Let's go. Hashtag Power Hour. All right. First up, we got Goose Trading saying live account on a good path. Up 24.
Nice. Goose trading? I
Yes.
love it.
Regular contributor, Goose Trading. Next, we've got SJR Trade saying 19 hours and holding.
Wow.
Nuts.
That's a whole time.
Crazy.
They like that gold.
And Frederick Molnar says passed and activated 4 combines for XFAs. Back to 5 XFAs is great, but everyone knows that keeping them is tough. No trades today. The grind continues tomorrow. Congratulations.
Nice.
We got Vote on Trade saying funded on Topstep. There we go. Certified funded trader. Your certificate.
Nice job.
And then we got 22 saying curse broke, Topstep pass.
Oh, nice job. Nice equity curve too.
I'm glad you got out of your curse. I often feel cursed most days. And then finally, Garcia saying, boom, passed another 150K evaluation. Congratulations. Love to hear it.
Great stuff, Gabriel. I'm going to throw out, though, our friend in the gold trade. You are playing with fire by taking a screenshot and saying you're still holding.
Yeah, no kidding.
my God.
Looks like it's all good, but
Speaking of
that's kind of
curses.
like, yeah, if it's good enough to screenshot.
800s in the NASDAQ. Still higher highs, higher lows. Every single pullback has gotten
shoulda, woulda, coulda.
thought up. Wow. All right, Bulls, you win. A little bit of liquidity injection in 10 seconds here at the 55. See if these 800s can hold. I might just pull all these orders. I don't think we're getting filled on these longs. And with 5 minutes left,
Yep.
Ooh, hello.
There's the
This is
hammer
800s.
justice. Let's get down to the 15s.
Oh, I'm hands off now.
Yeah, that's pretty wild movement right
See if
there.
people start covering those 6,500 calls right now.
Yeah, right. Starting to get some weird option stuff going on here.
Well, let's see.
Quick 20 points. The downside.
I like the 15 still.
How can you not love Power Hour? There's so much opportunity.
Peril, opportunity, all things that we have there.
We had a bid in
4
at
minutes left.
770s. Let's see if we would have gotten filled. Paper trading with our eyes. Yes. Oh, 765, I think. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Thank you, LG388. It is the best hour of the day. I just don't think enough traders have the mental capital to get to the Power Hour moment. I think everyone's trading in the morning.
Yep.
Oh, I should have just taken that short at 800. Scary trades are always the best ones. That's like my new favorite indicators. Like how scared am I of taking that trade? Then that just correlates directly with success. Scarier the better. That would have been a scary short.
Yep.
I like it. It would have been scarier tomorrow, but
yeah. Still though, it's only like 20, like what we're looking like 18 points. It's like not a lot of opportunity. Not a great move. It's decent, but it's not huge. We want like 40 points. 40, 50 points. No, not much chaos.
okay. 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. We could get some more chaos here.
Mm-hmm. All it takes is a tweet. Or a Z.
Right now?
It. I mean, you never know. Whatever he wants to say. A Twix, yes. That is right. What do you mean, THX? Those are tough trades. The buy stop trades are tough. How many people in chat use buy stops for momentum trades? I think you have to be of a special mindset to be pulling off that trade.
I like them a lot. I normally will have a little more patience with it going down into the support edge. So, you know, it's just there is a special place for it for sure, but when volume is doing its thing, it's, you know, it's easier to do with the buy stop, you know, if you're looking at like a 5 minute or, you know, whatever. But I like it. It
I feel like if I had a
the
mentor who like taught me the art of the buy stop or the sell stop, I think I'd be a lot more comfortable with it. I just don't have the it's too against my natural intuition of like how I view the market at this point. But if I started there, I think it'd be much different, much different.
Yeah, you know, again, all you have to do is look at it in this way. You can say, okay, what violates my trade being short? What violates it being short is something else that says it is likely to go long. So if you look at the market like that, you end up going, well, if I go short right here and it doesn't work out, then obviously it's going in the other direction. Now, if you're moving with trend and it's not, you know, madness at the end of the day, like this kind of crazy.
Oh, we got 30 seconds. Look where it's going.
Can we get those 740s?
Oh, is that a moon?
Give me that. Give me that Coke, Dolby.
All right, let me get my bongo guy. Call him up.
Oh,
actually,
if it
he doesn't
comes
have
into my number, I'll be so happy.
900 on the bid. They're trying to protect it. 65, 16, 15 seconds left. We got 1,000 lot on the bid. 10 seconds. Come down and get it. Crush them options. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Will we get the 15, 16, 16 quarter, 16 half, 16? We got to the 15 handle. Here we go. We just traded 15. Effing love it. Should have just made the trade instead of talk about it.
Yep.
Anne-Marie, thank you very much for joining us for Power Hour. I'm sorry that they're chainsawing your yard.
it is what it sounded like. My deep apologies to the crew. But it was fun to be here, and next time I'll be dressed up as Plankton and for Power Hour. Literally, I think every day I'm gonna go to the store, to the costume shop, and turn up to my shows here wearing a completely different costume. I think about doing it every day.
Love it.
I think about doing
I am
it
fully
every day.
supportive of that. Thank you, Emery, for joining us. Take some time to refill your chum buckets, crew. In the meantime, the Chum Master General, James, is here to take us home. Come on in, James.
Aye, aye, Captain. All right. Thank you to everybody who's watching today. Whether you have been here with us all day or you're just tuning in now for At the Buzzer, thanks for being a part of the TopstepTV team, and thanks for sticking around. And like I said, don't go anywhere. At the Buzzer is up next with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. You caught them yesterday doing the Nvidia earnings. Well, catch them again today as they go over all the action that happened in the markets and get you ready for the open again at 5 p.m. Central. Then later tonight, 1:30 a.m. Central Time, we have London Trade with Aaron Trades. London Open with Aaron Trades. No Deanna, Euro Trade is off. It's Friday. But then, of course, you know it. We'll be back here tomorrow morning at 7:15 to close you out of another great week of Topstep TV. Until then, stick around. At the Buzzer's coming up right after this. I'm James Harden. You're the chat. And this has been Topstep TV. Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.